Welcome to day 3 of our live broadcast from the Free State Project's Liberty Forum here in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm Vin Armani, joined by Dave Butler and past president and current board member, correct, of the Free State Project, Matt Phillips. We thought we would start it out. We've been sitting here talking about conspiracy theories beforehand. We hit full libertarian mode like right away.
You know, it's hilarious how often people mistake libertarians for conspiracy theorists. Like, I have a lot of friends that don't subscribe to a lot of the conspiracies. We do have a general distrust of government.
That's right.
Right. Some of the conspiracy theories sound more reasonable than others.
Well, I think we understand that government itself is a conspiracy.
Absolutely.
Right? So since there already is a conspiracy going on, I think it's very easy to make the leap. But I think it's some of it is fun. You know, some of it is a thought experiment.
Well, I will say, when I was purchasing this shirt, the gentleman behind the counter said, "Oh, are you going to an event?" By the way. It's a great shirt. Yeah. I love the shirt. He said, "Are you going to an event?" I said, "Yeah, I've got Liberty Forum coming up." "Oh, what's that?" I said, "Well, it's a gathering of libertarians for the Free State Project." And he said, "Oh, you're a libertarian?" I said, "Yeah." He's like, "What do you think of 9/11?" I'm like, "Well, let's maybe talk about government and politics." But no, it's all right. We'll talk 9/11.
Matt, I think I haven't asked you this since the first time that we met, which was down at Anarchapulco, another libertarian event that happens in February. But we've been asking everybody since they've been here. You've obviously been very involved in the Free State Project in the time that you've been here in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
How did you discover the Free State Project? How did you find yourself here?
So that's a good question. I went to I attended Princeton University, and I was studying politics there. And between my junior and senior year, I did an internship at the Cato Institute down in Washington, D.C., a libertarian think tank. And one of my fellow interns was a gentleman named Yale politics, studying politics at Yale, Jason Sorens.
Oh, okay. Well,
so he and I were playing video games along with a dozen other kids down in the basement of the Cato Institute. And finished up my degree in politics. I actually wrote my senior thesis on cryptography and privacy in '98.
Oh, well, that's appropriate to today's theme.
Right,
so we're going to have a lot of crypto people coming in and talking today.
So you are Satoshi.
No.
Right.
Yeah, no, I was not nearly technical enough for that. So, and then I went to New York City, and I started a career there in ad tech, and I had just left DoubleClick and had co-founded a company called Right Media in 2000, early 2003. And that was right when the vote was happening, right? So when Jason sent out the original article about, hey, maybe we should try to concentrate our efforts, in one state, I was on the original email distribution list for that. Mm-hmm. And so by the time they voted for New Hampshire in 2003, I was just starting a company, so it was like, okay, New Hampshire, that's awesome. I can't deal with that right now, and I literally just forgot about it for 10 years.
Oh, okay.
Like I wasn't. There was no news. I wasn't on any email lists. I wasn't paying attention on social media, whatever. Literally forgot about it. In 2007, I left New York City and I actually moved to Washington State.
Okay.
Which was tragic, and I blame that pretty squarely on the interest and dividends tax that we unfortunately still have here in New Hampshire, which is ridiculous. Like, I should have moved here in 2007. That would have been awesome, but whatever. And it wasn't until I started, trying to think about what I wanted to do next with my life, whatever, I returned to politics. I read Machinery of Freedom by Friedman. I read For a New Liberty by Rothbard. All of my libertarian, I had sort of come out of Cato with sort of seeing okay, maybe the whole anarchy thing, I don't know, but how would we ever get there, whatever. I read those two books, and it all just crystallized. It all just immediately was oh, right, okay, this is how it is. So I started going to some different political, conventions, and I went on the Reason Cruise. I went to Hans Hermann Hoppe's thing in Turkey. Mm-hmm. And then I came to Liberty Forum in 2013, early 2013, not having any idea what to expect, and was just completely blown away by how many people there were and how much buzz and excitement. And everyone walking around, with a gun on their hip, and I was just like, oh, this is on. Like, this is actually happening. Like, maybe I need to consider moving here within the next few years. Came back for Pork Fest later that year, and by September I had moved here.
We've talked about how important these events are, and I do recall. I mean, when we first met, basically that first day, I think it was just. I think it was sort of meant to be that I ran into you in the morning, minutes before I was about to speak. You came up, heard that, and said, I think maybe you should come and do this at Pork Fest. Yeah. And yeah, it was the same experience for me, this sort of way more than I expected. I felt much more aligned than I could have imagined. And it was like, sold. I was just immediately sold, and I think that story is just told over and over and over.
It's interesting to me that the Liberty Forum speaks more to the intellectual justification, but then PorkFest internalizes it. If you go to Liberty Forum and you see the speakers and everything, you get the intellectual benefits of it, but to really get that connection, PorkFest is just so valuable. So many people have.
Yeah, they are. It is a different experience, and Liberty Forum is very similar to a lot of the other events that I go to, around the country. It's in a hotel, it's in a conference center. There's a lot of talk about it, but you don't really see it. At PorkFest, you live it. You live it, and just the sheer number of people there. There's 1,500 people there, and you really get a sense of what people are really up to, because there is a lot of the actual hanging out around an actual campfire, and talking about all the stuff that just comes up in conversation about what people are doing all over the state. There's a ton of kids, a ton of families. It really is a different vibe, and it's just beautiful up there. It's beautiful country up there. It's the much nicer time of year.
Summertime. That's the summertime event, whereas this is the wintertime. I was thinking this morning, there were several people, yourself included, Carla Garrick, some other people that I wanted to speak to about, for lack of a better term, leadership within this community, and how that is a very much a different model with it, because it is a sort of voluntary, very voluntary, hyper radical voluntarism, right? How leadership sort of emerges. Yesterday we had BJ Mumford, who's the producer of this event. He used the term voluntold, sort of.
We do a lot of voluntold.
Right. How leadership is, in some ways, thrust upon people in that voluntary situation. Of course, you have the opportunity to say no, but I just wanted, you are one of the people who I think can speak to having been in sort of the traditional corporate mode, having done various different things, having participated by the educational strata that you were in, seeing these different means of how authority goes down and leadership. Can you speak a little bit about how that's different, and people who might be thinking about coming into this environment, how they can start to perceive that difference in how leadership occurs here?
Yeah, and that's a really great question, and I think it operates at several different levels too, right? There's the Free State Project Inc., the organization itself, versus or in relation to the Free State Project, the movement, right, of all the people that are moving here. And a lot of people, they're sort of it's a little confusing, right? It's like, okay, well, when people move, what do you tell them to, what do they do? And it's like, well, we don't tell anyone what to do, right? They move here and they do kind of whatever they want to do. We tell people what other people are doing, what other people are working on, and there's the whole spectrum of political activism, market economics, free market stuff. There's the unschooling stuff we were just talking about a few minutes ago. People can move here and do whatever they want. And the Free State Project Inc. isn't directing any of that. We're not saying, okay, well, you have to move to this town and you have to run for this, or we need people over here. We can help sort of guide people. We can inform them as to what's going on, or who are the leaders in the movement. But it is very decentralized. It is very you have a good idea, talk about it. Try to recruit people to to help work on it with you. And last night, actually, Nathan Fadal was here, and he's with the Leadership Institute, and he's he's organized like literally thousands and thousands and thousands of people all over the country to do, mostly on the political activism side. But he was talking about how to recruit people and how to really connect with them, and don't just say, hey, I'm doing this, whoever wants to help. It's like, hey, Vin, I'm doing this. Will you help me? I need you to show up at 4 p.m. on Saturday to hold signs, whatever. And within each of these different groups, whether you're, the Free State Project itself, that I was leading for a little while, or, if you're an activist promoting, marijuana decrim, whatever your issue is, there's very much this sort of, starfish versus spider, kind of thing, or cathedral versus bazaar, whatever metaphor you want to use, where you got to convince people like, hey, this is the right strategy and this is the right issue and here's what we need and I'm going to do it and I need your help. There's definitely a lot of that, and it can be very challenging, to have a non-hierarchical where it's like, if I had 20 people that I could just, I knew were going to be working for me for 8 hours a day, I would be able to do a lot of stuff. I don't have that luxury. It's like you got to convince people to show up. There is a lot of voluntelling, right? It's kind of, which is a weird term, right? Because it's like it really isn't forcing anyone to do anything, but it's a little bit like, I really need you to do this. Like, come on, I know you can do it. Help, do me a solid, help me out. We don't have anyone else to do it. Okay, fine. And then you end up getting roped into it, and then you have a good time, and then you're burned out a little bit, and then you got to step back a bit. And that it's natural ebb and flow for each individual within this community and for the community as a whole. And somehow, 16 years it's been, and it keeps happening. This event keeps happening. Porkfest keeps happening. Slow and steady wins the race.
And there is the opportunity to sort of step in, step out. I guess you've got the Free Staters, pre-staters. You've got obviously allies within the state, and then allies from outside of the state. People who travel up. We've been speaking with people who travel up on a regular basis. Some of them end up moving. Some of them don't end up moving. I know that you went in your time as president of Free State Project, which that was, so people understand, that's the Inc. part that you were talking about, right? That going out and outreach was a big part for you. What about people who, I've made friends in just the short amount of time that I've been associated with this, of people who just are consistently coming back up to New Hampshire. What about that? What about people who are friends of the movement, supporters of the movement, who want to participate in the movement, but maybe aren't able to make the commitment to come to New Hampshire?
Yeah, sure. There's so many people that are in that situation, and they either view it as, something that might happen sort of out in the future. Like I know people who think about it as far as like a retirement thing, because they're in the middle of a career and they've got another 5 or 10 or 20 years, but they want it to keep happening. Or somewhere along the way, they just came to Porkfest. They made a bunch of friends. They had such a blast and a fun time that they just they keep coming back, even though they really don't have any concrete plans to ever move. And I think that's one of the the whole point of the Free State Project, right? It's not just to save New Hampshire, although we're trying to do that. It's to demonstrate that the ideas work, right? It's to have the laboratory of liberty where we try to get some of these things enacted, both sort of on the political side, a policy side, but also on the community side, where it's like, hey, if you get enough people together who are all, transacting with each other in sort of a black market, economics kind of way with crypto, whatever.
Well, let's say gray market.
Gray market, whatever.
Let's say gray market.
I don't mean to say black market, but, where it's outside of the regulatory regime of the economy. That you do form this really powerful phenomenon, with a lot of different facets and aspects of it that are all self-reinforcing. That it's not just that's not just New Hampshire where you could have that is a thing that you can create. People who are living out there, whether they just love living in LA. Maybe not LA, but or a lot of people who are around the world. We get a lot of interest from international people who are like, I want to move there, and it's like, well. Right. Particularly with the the political environment that's happening here in the U.S. right now, like that's a tall order for somebody to figure out how to legally be able to come here and stay here.
But even with those challenges, we do have people that have come from Russia, Israel, different parts of the world who have made the move.
Yeah.
We also have people that have just come to visit for Porkfest or whatever. So, it's not just a U.S. thing. I mean, we are.
Well, I just sat down with a gentleman from Cambridge yesterday who's writing a dissertation on the Free State Project as a political movement, and so there is definitely a lot of interest from around the country. But I think that's one of the promises of the Free State Project is, yes, New Hampshire, but also we can show you how to do it wherever you are as well. And a big part of that is around the community, the community aspect of it. That said, I think if you're living in LA and you're hoping that, LA is going to be liberated by looking at what we're doing here, it's a ways off.
Probably not. Yeah.
Well, it's a ways off.
Yeah, right. So, I'm going to do some voluntelling of you, mainly because you sort of halfway volunteered that you would come and sit in. We're going to try a thing where I'm going to go out into the hall. We've got a remote camera set up to be able to do it live and maybe talk to some people at another part of the day. So thank you for joining us and starting this thing off. People can expect to see you back later, probably around in the afternoon time.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Matt Phillips.
Yeah,
and
thanks for having me.
We will see you back here. We've got some great guests today that we are going to talk to. I see Naomi Brockwell is sitting here. Would you like to come up and speak a little bit? Today is, people who know me know that if I can talk about crypto all day, I will do it. So probably people are like, oh no, he's started now. I don't think, have I said Bitcoin yet?
You just did.
Okay, but have I? But I'm saying, have I even? I may have said it 20 or 30 times during this broadcast.
I may or may not have had somebody.
Then you're amiss in your duties. I'm very disappointed that you haven't been.
Naomi Brockwell, welcome back to New Hampshire. You're influx? Are you moving?
So this is a long and sad story. I can go into if you want. So
Please go. Let's do it.
I, for a long time, have been watching the Free State Project from afar. I signed the pledge years ago when I saw them at I think it was the Students for Liberty conference in New York. And it's been something that I've been watching with great interest because I love the community here. I love, the drive of the people who live here who want change. They're not happy with the status quo. They're not happy to say, I'm just going to live in California because it's a nice place and who cares, I'll deal with the tax and I'll deal with the terrible government and all of that. These are people who've moved here and said, no, I want to be part of something bigger than that. And that was really exciting. So I've been trying my best. And
yes, I know. You've been
up
struggling.
And back, and I've been coming to Porkfest. I've been looking and... You know what? Just before Christmas, I finally found a place, and it was lovely. And I needed a place because I'm a film producer, and so looking for a place where I could have a studio and all of this. So I was going to move my studio here to New Hampshire, and then got a place, and then I went to Australia. I literally moved all my stuff in and then left for Australia for like 7 weeks. I was gone over Christmas, and then I went to the Satoshi Roundtable in Cancun, and like all of this travel, and then I get back to finally settle in and become part of the Free State Project a few days ago. And I walk in, and my entire house, brand new house, is flooded. Has to be completely gutted, and it will take 6 months before I can live in it again for them to rebuild. So I've lost everything. It's been the most terrible few days. I'm just trying to keep a brave face on, but it's been absolutely devastating. It's just been a nightmare. So my aim is to still be a Free Stater, but I don't know whether I'll even be in the state for the next 6 months. I'm going to have to go where the work is. I might end up in San Francisco for a bit. I don't know what's going on.
I have a feeling now that people know, I have a feeling that you are going to get a lot of outreach and a lot of support today.
One thing I will say is that the Free State Project community has been incredible. I was hysterical. Picture 48-hour flight from Perth to Cancun, 4 days of emceeing this conference, 3 to 4 hours sleep a night, and then flying to Boston, and then catching a bus to New Hampshire, and then all this, and finally arriving at my house at 11 o'clock at night. and walking in, and everything's gone, and the roof has collapsed, and
the roof came
everything is gone. This entire house, we have the skeleton, everything inside of it. Like it's a disaster. It's a disaster. So it was terrible. I was hysterical. I wrote to this online chat community that we have for people here. I was like, what do I do? How do I turn the water? Like, I just didn't know what to do. And I tell you, people immediately were like, okay, do this. I'll get you on FaceTime. I'll help you with this. Do you need a place to stay? Do you know, everyone just like immediately. So we're staying at a friend's house at the moment. They're out of town, looking after their 2 delightful cats, who have just been gorgeous. But people that, you know, we don't even know well at all, who've just said, hey, come stay in our house, just stay. You know, and so that's been incredible. And so I'm very much looking forward to the time when I can be part of that community and, you know, give back to these people who've been helpful to us so far, because it seems like a wonderful community for sure.
Well, this is that's an absolutely tragic story, and I'm surprised that you are your normal upbeat self.
I can't
you would
help
not have
myself.
Been able
it's
to
like I'm the type of person who'll be like, yes, and everyone I know died, and I'd say it with a smiling face. I don't know how else to deal with it, because it's just at this stage, it's like, you know, what can you do? You move on and you find more work and you rebuild, and I mean, there's no other choice. Or I can listen to a lot of very sad Taylor Swift songs, which I'm probably going to do anyway, let's be honest. But, you know, there's limited choices, so you do what you can.
Well, I think that it's all about that you really know what a community is about when things are hard. It's very easy to, when things are good, to feel like, oh, that's good. This community is great. But it's not until things go wrong and people need to step up that you see that there's a community. And I'm not surprised that the response was that instant, because it's been the same for me. You know, that of course everybody's going to have issues, troubles, need advice, need immediate help and assistance, and it has never been lacking from this community since I've been here. So that's I think it's something that people you just don't get. That is not something that people expect to be occurring in their life, maybe outside of their family or their closest of friends. And like you say, essentially strangers, although nobody in the Free State Project is a stranger, I guess, if you decide to participate in this thing, will step up.
Yeah, no, it's been wonderful. And I feel bad now because I've like hijacked the conversation, being like, so here's my sad story. Not at all. We were about to talk about crypto, though, which is like the most exciting thing in the world, you know?
Which is also very popular with our community.
Absolutely. So. I feel like we need to get back there to you know, take it back up a notch.
We certainly can, because, yes, another thing that certainly for me, one of the reasons that I came here, and I'm sure something that affected your decision to come up here, is I don't know. There are certainly communities that are amenable to blockchain technology and cryptocurrency in the various different forms, whether that's in Crypto Valley in Switzerland, or whether that's the things they're trying to do in Wyoming, whether that's from a tech side in various different places. But in terms of Bitcoin, in terms of cryptocurrency, in terms of people sort of, maybe what would I call them, fundamentalists in some way, New Hampshire's very different, isn't it?
New Hampshire's great. So I just moderated a crypto panel in the next room, and someone like Joel Valenzuela, who's part of the Dash community, I mean, he started out he was just fed up with his bank account. He was just fed up with traditional finance. And you have a lot of people outside of crypto who like to poke fun at Bitcoin and like to call it a Ponzi scheme, because that's a nice buzzword, isn't it? And they like to say, oh, well, this is a scam, because that's everyone's favorite word these days.
It's completely inaccurate description of the technology.
Yeah, and they kind of look at this from their ivory tower point of view, not really understanding the real world implications. You have someone like Joel who literally is living in the real world using this day to day. He got rid of his bank account. He no longer even participates in the traditional financial infrastructure. So here's just a great example of someone who's like, actually, this is very useful to me. Here are all the reasons why. And so that's been really illuminating, just to hear his perspective and just to see in the United States. Like, we had someone ask a question at the end of the panel saying, what's the value proposition for someone? You know, if every transaction you make is a taxable event, why would anyone use this? This is a dumb thing. And honestly, that's a great question. You've got to think about this. But in the United States in particular, you're getting more and more use cases every single day. So we like to look at other countries. Already there's tremendous use cases in other countries. You look at Venezuela, you look at China, you look at people who are using the black markets there, but black markets there consist of buying medicine and food and clothing and actually being able to live day to day. So obviously Bitcoin has tremendous use case there. But in the United States, when you have your Visa card, when you have PayPal, when you have, you know, all of these other very easy things, Apple Pay, like what's the value proposition? But you're seeing more and more, first of all, you've got the surveillance state in America. You have more and more us heading towards a cashless society where everything you do, everything you purchase is being tracked. Now, there is a large sector of society that is going to eventually say, listen, I don't want part of that. You know, they're tired of buying something online and then suddenly having 75 brochures sent to their house with their name on it, wondering how do they know where I live? How do they know what I'm buying? You know, this stuff is getting scary, not just from government surveillance, but just from the amount of our data that's out there. So there's a very serious use case. But recently, and I know that you're talking to JJ Hales after this, who created Bitbacker. So recently you're seeing a different kind of use case crop up, which has nothing to do with black markets, which has nothing to do with buying illegal things or getting out of the way of government. It's about not being censored. So you look at the purges happening on Patreon at the moment, where they're just kicking off all of these people saying, no, you can no longer be monetized on our platform. And you start thinking, oh, okay, so the CEO of Patreon must really not like free speech or must really not like certain political points of views. So that then you're like, okay, that's interesting. I'll just find another Patreon. And people did. They found Subscribestar. So people started using that. And then PayPal and Stripe pulled their services from the entire platform, not just certain people. They pulled from the entire Subscribestar platform. And then suddenly you're like, oh my goodness, is every Patreon alternative that crops up, are they just going to get demonetized?
Probably,
yeah. Yeah, you look at Google, you look at Super Chats, people who can no longer advertise on their shows, who can no longer receive payments in the forms of donations. I mean, this is becoming pervasive. This isn't just like a fringe use case anymore. This is something that is affecting a lot more people. And what's the answer to this? A money that can't be censored. That's cryptocurrency right there. That's Bitcoin. That's a lot of other cryptocurrencies. So now we're seeing a very real use case that is a legal use case. It's not part of the black market. It's just, you know, certain private companies who don't want to patronage or don't want to provide services for certain people. You know, what are their choices if the payment providers have such a stranglehold on so much of people's actions? Well, you've got to find an uncensorable money. And so you have lots of different platforms popping up. I'm as a content creator, I use minds.com and memo.cash and library and you know, Bitbacker uses all kinds of different cryptocurrencies. So this for me is the only way that I can really monetize. And, you know, I'm lucky because I also still have a Patreon account. They haven't shut that down, but I actually earn the same amount on Patreon as I do on Bitbacker now.
Interesting.
And you look at people like, so Naomi Wu, and I think Jeju will probably talk about this, she's from China. And she's an engineer there who has this awesome tech channel. She's very popular, has like millions of followers. And she was kicked off Patreon. She was earning all of her income on there. She was kicked off. And so what's she meant to do there? And she said, okay, well, then I'll start finding engineering work. I'll go back to programming. I'll do these things. Whereas her shtick, like the brand she'd built up, she was a content creator. She was providing these useful videos for people. And suddenly she couldn't do that. You know, she couldn't monetize on Google anymore. She went to Subscribestar. Suddenly monetization got pulled out from underneath her there. So she came to Bitbacker. And for her, she was literally saying, you know, well, first of all, she said after a week of using Bitbacker, oh, I can pay for my groceries this week. You know, that's a real worth. That's huge for her. And what was most interesting from her case is she's someone who hadn't used crypto in the past. She's not a cryptocurrency user. She is someone who just saw a use case in this alternative money and said, okay, why not? What have I got to lose? You know, I have no options over here, so I may as well try this other thing. And you're seeing more and more people doing that, who are, you know, being personally reached out to by people in the crypto community who say, hey, here's an alternative for you. You don't need to have your hands tied. You can pay for your groceries this week. You can pay for your rent. Come over, test out this thing. And you know what? They're loving it. And then they're spreading the word. And when you have a bunch of content creators on your side who are saying, I wasn't previously into cryptocurrency, but now I've actually used it, I think that this is a game changer. And we're just going to see this steamroll as more and more people realize that there are alternatives out there.
So you brought up some great topics, and I think that probably you just did the preview for half the day, because I see Chris Pacia walked in from BC HD and also Open Bazaar. Definitely going to talk about use cases. We've got JJ to talk about the combination with censorship. What I wanted to talk about specifically with you, having just come back from the Satoshi Roundtable, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency being magic internet money.
Magical internet money.
So much of the community engaging online. Right, so that the community is primarily online, but you get these few opportunities to interact with people in person. Now, for those of us who have cryptocurrency businesses or who are traveling around and going to conferences, obviously in those situations you get the opportunity. As you said, you just went to Satoshi Roundtable, also put on by a New Hampshire resident, Bruce Fenton, who's chosen to move his operation here. You're someone who gets an opportunity to interact personally. I know that there are people who are checking out the stream who are interested in cryptocurrency or who would consider themselves Bitcoiners, but maybe have never even met in person another person who is a Bitcoiner. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of making, even though it's magic internet money, making those personal connections and how that has informed your understanding of where this thing is going in the future?
Well, we have to realize that so much of the trust that we have with people is forged through this very subtle matrix of signals that we're getting, right? And we lose so much of that when we communicate online. And although I love the internet, I'm a big proponent of being digital and online, all that, there is something else that happens when you meet people face to face. You can judge, their personality better. You can read their eye movements. You get all of these signals that help you to form bonds and figure out, can I trust this person? You just get a lot more information. So I find that over the years, some of my most trusted connections that I've made, like if I'm looking at a new company saying like, oh, is this a scammy McScam face, scammer, what's that, whatever. The first thing I think, well, okay, who's the team behind it? Do I know them? Mm-hmm. Have I met them? What do I think of them? Because I think that's so important, to understand what the project is to understand the people behind it. So opportunities like the Satoshi Roundtable are just really, really wonderful. They're invaluable because you get to meet some of the people who are behind some of the most popular platforms out there, some of the most popular currencies out there. And it's really, really helpful. I mean, not just from building trust with different people and building connections, but also from perspective of if you think about online interactions and how ferocious and disgusting and awful people get as soon as it's like an avatar instead of their actual face, right? I mean, I remember at Consensus this year, actually, because I just tweeted out something. I dared to mention Roger Ver's name, and obviously that was just one must not mention he who must not be named. Right. Heaven forbid I should ever mention him or say anything favorable for that matter. So I just had all this vitriol on my wall for a long period. I got all these people saying you've lost your credibility because you took a photo with him and all this stuff. I'm like, all right. And so all these people saying unfollowed, you're the worst. Meanwhile, I think I gained 1,000 followers in 24 hours.
Because there are just as many people who
not
love
vocal.
Roger, and are not going to say anything except.
I find that it's a very vocal minority who feel that way.
Exactly.
And another example of when you actually meet someone face to face, you actually learn about them, you kind of change your opinion. But in that situation at Consensus this year, so I ran into someone actually, and we're chatting, and it's kind of looking at me a bit funny. We were chatting, and I think I must have mentioned this event because I think it only just happened, I believe. And he kind of looked at me sheepishly. He's like, I'm one of the people who said something. He said, I asked him what his handle was, and he's like, I don't want to tell you. I'm like, what?
I've had this happen,
and he said,
yes.
I'm a bit ashamed. And I said, what? And he said, well, I said something nasty and then unfollowed you. I'll follow you back. And all it took was just a face-to-face interaction of us getting to know each other a little bit. And now we're good friends. Well, I like to think we're good friends. We'll message each other a lot, and it's just so funny that it took a face-to-face interaction for that bond to be built. It doesn't matter how much you tweet people back and forth. It really is hard to form sturdy connections without some sort of face-to-face. It is possible, but it's harder. So I love the idea of something like the Satoshi Roundtable, getting like-minded people who are in an industry wanting to
some
build
who
it.
are not even like-minded.
Yeah, it's a good mix. I would say that most of them are probably very freedom-oriented, and then you've got new people coming in, and what's great about that is you have this established culture as well. You have this culture of crypto was created for freedom, crypto was created for a certain set of reasons, and people who might not agree with that suddenly coming in and being in the minority in a group and suddenly getting a new perspective. They may not come around to agreeing with this point of view, but just being exposed to that, I think, is really helpful to say, yes, there is another way of looking at this. We may not need the government to, protect us. We may not need a nanny state. Individual responsibility is okay too. So just kind of getting people who just believe in that so strongly and being exposed to that in person, building those face-to-face connections, I think is just so valuable.
No, I agree.
Two questions. So the first question, have you taken the world-famous Bitcoin tour in Portsmouth, New Hampshire?
Bitcoin tour? No, I have not, but I visited the year-old Bitcoin shop and the what's it called? Blockchain
Institute of Technology.
I'd actually done a live stream there before, so great places. I love all of the swag there.
Awesome.
And I actually went out to dinner with Joel a couple of nights ago, and he paid with Dash and kind of gave me a rundown of all the places that accept cryptocurrency in the neighborhood. So it's just a remarkable little hotspot for crypto, isn't it?
It really is, and throughout the state. I mean, really, we have a lot of crypto participation from average retailers. I mean, they don't have to be crypto people, but we have crypto people who are enabling your, run-in-the-mill mom and pop shop to accept crypto where they never could have earlier. The other question is around, like coin loyalty. So I've been in Bitcoin.
You talking about maximalism here? Are we going to have a maximalism conversation?
I don't want to hear about your shit coin. Am I allowed to say that on air?
Of course you can.
You scammy McScammer.
Exactly. Like, I never felt any need to have loyalty to a particular coin, so I've had many
But you've been in the game for, I think that's maybe true for people who have been in the game for a significant amount of time as users, actually have mined and have mined altcoins as well, so
I've done all the things, and so I've got a collection of different coins. And so then when I talk to somebody and they're like, I only use Bitcoin, I only use Bitcoin Cash, I only use whatever. I'm just like, why? Like, I don't get it.
What are your thoughts? You've been an agnostic out there that's been a vocal and friendly agnostic. I know you've taken heat.
I have taken heat indeed. Listen, I am all for whichever coin takes the control away from government. I am all for whichever one ends the monopoly on the money supply. I love the idea of competing currencies, and I love the idea of the marketplace deciding. So let's just let the marketplace decide. But part of the marketplace deciding is people marketing certain things and pushing for certain things. And that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing different camps who want to push their product and who have a lot to gain and a lot to lose from market share. I've never been you know what? I think I was a maximalist for a while, and I think I had in my head, like, I saw Bitcoin like as obviously the most superior thing, but then what happened was this emergence of what I like to call the Bitcoin Luddite. And there are different people in the Bitcoin maximalist camp. Some of them I think are very smart, rational people who have a great point, and I'll go into that later. But then you have these really dumb people who, it doesn't matter what technological advancement you suggest, they kind of dismiss it in this very arrogant way, as if like, I mean, we don't need that.
Cavemen.
Yeah, we don't need that technological innovation.
You don't need more than 64K of memory. Come on.
as if these innovations limitations are bad things. So there is definitely a stream of people who just don't like any improvement and who think there can be no improvement on Bitcoin. That's stupidity. Now, we can go on and talk about like security concerns of adding in some of that features. That's a completely separate topic. You know, I'm talking about the people who just dismiss something because it's new, because it's not in Bitcoin. You know, I think that's just the stupidest thing in the world. You know, but then there's a real legitimate concern of adding too many features, feature creep, security holes being introduced. I think that's definitely a concern, and I understand why Bitcoin maximalists in particular are very concerned about and very conservative about adding changes, very slow moving. They don't want to break the system. I think that's totally fine. Now, that doesn't mean that theirs is necessarily going to end up being the best system, because there's a lot of technological advancement out there that hasn't broken the system, that's been tested, that's working really great. So I do understand the need to move slowly and all that. I don't know whether they'll win in the end. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. One thing that I would say, like being at the round table, and I was chatting to one guy who, for the first time, I mean, he explained this Bitcoin maximalism in a way that I was like, okay, you know, that makes sense. And this idea that if you have, I mean, their opinion is that, well, his opinion was that that there's a certain set pie of crypto users, right? And if you want a currency that's going to succeed, you need network effects. So you really need everyone to go into the same one. That's the only way that we're going to get mass adoption. You're going to get, tip the balance and start to have more people moving over. If you have all these people in the same one, if you start to break away and have, well, I'm just adding this tiny little feature and I'm just forking the code slightly, and moving over, then it really does. It's not helpful to the community. The benefit of that tiny attribute that you've added isn't enough to justify the amount of people you've taken away from the Bitcoin ecosystem. And so I really do sympathise with that point of view. I do like the idea of having mass adoption, getting more people involved. But then on the other side of things,
a little bit.
And then on the other side of things, you have, this idea that all coins are created equal. You know, Bitcoin, it has a specific purpose and use case and is very helpful for that. But there are other coins out there that have different features depending on what you're looking for and what needs you want to be served. So this idea that everyone would just flock to Bitcoin if these other things didn't exist isn't necessarily true. There are some people who do want something because it is 100% private. Well, not 100%, there's no such thing as that. Right. But because it is a more private coin. That's a different consumer base to someone who's, using Bitcoin and is okay with transactions being able to be tracked back. And then there are all kinds of different things, different tokens, different ecosystems which have specific tokens. A lot of them are pretty shitty, but some of them are very interesting as well. And there are different platforms which allow you to, an easier way to change, like it has different governance mechanisms, so you can change the protocol a little easier than forking, or with a little less danger. For example, like things like Tezos, I think are very interesting. So there are, different ecosystems out there that are serving different needs, and this idea that, let's get rid of everyone's choices so they have to use this one, I think is a little bit backward, and I don't think is helpful. I think that if you have a good product, people will come over to your side, and if you don't, then it wasn't going to be a thing. You can't expect that you can just control the narrative and get rid of all of these choices for people, or that they're doing you a disservice by going to these other choices. If you didn't win over the consumer, you didn't create a good enough product to win over the consumer. So
high five.
No, 100% agree. I mean, we're here because we want to see what the free market can do. We're here because we believe that adults can make choices in their own lives. And I mean, in terms of winning people over, you've won over a lot of people in the time that you've been creating content and speaking, and we're so happy that you are here in New Hampshire, and we're gonna this community is gonna be sure that that you wind up here. Believe me.
I hope to wind up here.
You're valuable. For people who want to go and check out your wonderful content and the things that you're doing, where can they go do that?
They can go to my YouTube channel, which is Naomi Brockwell TV. And and find me there. Or I'm on Twitter as Naomi Brockwell, and I post all my content there. Or I'm on like every platform. So I'm on minds.com and memo.cash and library.io and a lot of these different Bitbacker. So I'm generally Naomi Brockwell on there. Sometimes I'm Sky Corridors. Don't ask. I like when you have like shafts of light breaking through clouds.
Yes.
It looks like a corridor in the sky.
It's beautiful.
I thought it was so lovely. Terrible branding decision. So my accounts are kind of split between those two names, but I'm probably easy to find on any of the platforms.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Naomi Brockwell, for stopping in. We will see you around Liberty Forum. Enjoy.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. See ya. So, okay, yeah, we've got a lot of crypto stuff today. Was JJ gonna? Yeah, Chris, do you wanna? I would love to talk to you this morning, Chris Pacia. You want to sit down with us? Chris Pacia of BCHD and Open Bazaar. We're calling us New Hampsters because we couldn't. Is it New Hampshireans? New Hampshireans? Hey, if you want to leave that door open, you can. I don't think there's too much. Yeah, could you open it? Yeah, I think the background ambiance is not too bad. Ambiance. Chris Pacia, welcome.
Thank you.
Lots of things going on in the ever turbulent world of Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin Cash apostates in the last couple of days.
I know.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a little too early for us to comment on that as of yet. I'd rather talk with you in private about that before that happens. But use cases. Naomi was just talking about use cases. Bitcoin Cash, one of the, I think, reasons that both of us are attracted to it is because we have all of these new use cases for cryptocurrency. Bitcoin BTC wasn't really allowing them. Other coins aren't really experimenting in quite the same way. You've gone so far as to design or to build out a new implementation in Google's Golang, which is going to make it much, much easier for people to participate and contribute in the process of actually building out the structure of Bitcoin Cash, as well as working with Open Bazaar. I know there are some things going on. Could we start out with the new developments at Open Bazaar, because there's been some great ones this last month?
Yeah, so
pull that mic a little bit closer.
Yeah, so we've released a new version of the desktop version of Open Bazaar that has this is the first one now you can use multiple coins kind of at the same time. Before you could kind of use one at a time and swap it out for a different one in kind of a little hacky way, but now it's like different currencies are all kind of equal now on the system. So you go in there, it's got Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, Zcash, and maybe Ethereum will be coming relatively soon. We've got code that we're testing out now for Ethereum, and maybe we'll add Dash or some other ones in a little bit. But it's kind of like you can go on there, and then when you want to sell a listing, you kind of pick which currency you want to accept type deal, and then people can pay you in whatever one that you choose to accept on there. So that's pretty cool. That took a lot longer than I would have liked to get that out the door. I really personally myself, I was kind of resistant. Just from a technical perspective, it's so much easier if you just have one currency to work with, right? Then you have to implement multiple ones. It's really a nightmare. But unfortunately, we tried just sticking to Bitcoin exclusively, but it didn't work out, obviously, because of the whole fee thing of last year, and then community kind of split into 1,000 pieces. So that's that. We also have a mobile app that's going to be coming out soon. That one, it's actually going to, the brand name for that one is actually going to be called Haven. Okay. It's basically Open Bazaar. They just, for internal reasons, we've decided to name it something else. Maybe to get it easier on the App Store and this sort of stuff. But it's using the Open Bazaar backend code, which is mainly what I work on. And that's compiled onto a mobile devices, and then they have like a React Native UI for it that's coming along. So it looks pretty good, and it's surprisingly working pretty well on mobile, even though like the Open Bazaar backend code was not really designed for mobile initially. So to have that seemingly be relatively fast on mobile, it's kind of nice.
So working in decentralized one of the original experiments in a decentralized marketplace within this space, and then moving out into as a someone living here in New Hampshire as a place where we are doing in-person point of sale. I mean, you can walk out this door and buy a beer for Bitcoin right within feet of us here. Yeah. You've also been instrumental in trying to move forward on something that I think those of us, one of the reasons that Bitcoin, that sort of the split that happened a year and a half ago now, I guess basically why it was so important to us was to enable those types of transactions. One of the things that needs to happen in that regard is instant. It needs to be instant. There's been some worries about that. You've been instrumental in trying to move this thing forward, and I think 2019 might be, I've seen the updates that you've had. 2019, what do you think? Is this the year when we can say, Bitcoin can do in-person, instant, point of sale? How close are we?
Yeah. I think we're pretty close. I don't know if you saw I put out a demo of the Avalanche, a little website.
I did see that,
showed that, yeah. I don't know if we'll get that in 2019. It's a lot of work from where we are to actually enforcing it as a consensus rule. It's a big change. You have to be kind of conservative with these type of big changes. Maybe by the end of 2019 we'll see it. But I think if not near the end of this year, next year, early next year is probably a good target for it. But it's maybe go back a little bit of the history. Okay. Back in it was, I don't know, 2014, maybe 2015, the Bitcoin community was starting to have these debates over zero comp, right? Mm-hmm. These are the transactions which have not yet been confirmed. And someone in the community, like Peter Todd is probably one of the more famous ones, argued that we need to basically break zero comp to save people from themselves, right? So that,
or just to not enable it to exist.
Yeah. So the idea is zero comp payments are not, they're not 100% secure, mm-hmm. and since it's not 100% secure, we have to make sure that nobody uses it ever.
Right.
And it's to me it was the argument of we kind of need to slash people's tires to prevent them from driving because there's a non-zero probability they might get in an accident.
Right.
So that was just a terrible argument from someone who is very much not. He's very out of touch with reality. Mm-hmm. Peter Todd is, in my opinion, and how people actually want to use these things. So I always felt the long-term solution, there was going to be a technical solution that was going to present itself at some point. I felt like this has to happen. And so in the interim, I was arguing for let's not intentionally break zero comp until one of these solutions presents itself. But they were always going around with the belief that Bitcoin should be transformed into a settlement layer anyway. So we're not even if a technical solution presents itself, who cares? We're not going to adopt it because we want Bitcoin to be a settlement system. So
as opposed to peer-to-peer electronic cash.
Yeah. So in the so here we are in Bitcoin Cash, and this has always kind of been on the back of my mind and in the back of everyone else's mind that if a technical solution to improving this stuff presents itself, it's something that we should be worth pursuing. And there's a couple of possible ways. We call this pre-consensus. It's the notion that before a block is mined, the miners and nodes are able to kind of come to a consensus on what the content of that block should be, or at least the set of valid transactions that the miners can choose from to put in their block. And there's different ways you can potentially do that. There was at least one person on the Bitcoin Unlimited side working on something called weak blocks. I've seen another proposal kind of based on Bitcoin NG a little bit, which has a single node kind of signing transactions. But the one that kind of interests me the most is Avalanche. And Avalanche is this new consensus algorithm that's was kind of dropped on the internet last year, and it's super fast. It can come to consensus within a matter of a couple seconds, and the proposal for Bitcoin Cash is to use this to. So let me kind of set the stage for this. So I think it was around maybe like March of last year, we all know, Craig Wright, who we don't like.
I was trying to not mention him today, but but it's fine.
Go ahead.
My favorite part of Craig is that he's so humble.
Yeah. He read his blog post yesterday.
Oh, and today you haven't read part 2.
Oh, I haven't read.
Oh, yes, yeah. Just wait.
So last year around like March, this was when he was still in Bitcoin Cash, promoting that. But him and Calvin Ayre, they announced that their mining pool, CoinGeek, was going to start like orphaning, or in other words, rejecting blocks that contained what they considered to be double spends. And I think just about every technical person in the community was like, that's an insane idea, right? Because you can't, the whole reason we have a blockchain is because different miners and different nodes see different transactions first. You can't tell what a double spend is without some sort of coordination, and that's what the blockchain does. It provides us coordination. So if they were to actually do that and implement it, it would have potentially split the chain, which I don't think they did when they were still mining Bitcoin Cash. But the basic idea of like, if we detect a block contains a double spend, we can reject the block, is potentially doable if you have a way of coordinating between all the miners and all the nodes that, hey, here's the set of valid transactions, or here's the set that can go into a block. Then if there's an agreement, there's a consensus, right, a pre-consensus, then you can potentially reject blocks safely without risking splitting the network. And so that's kind of the idea behind Avalanche, is to use this to come to a consensus on the set of valid transactions. So it would be, right now we have a larger kind of set of transaction, that's every transaction that makes it into the mempool, and then, or at least is evaluated by the mempool, right? Not necessarily accepted. But we have this large set of potential transactions that can go in a block. Avalanche would then narrow that down to a smaller set of ones that have been finalized, or essentially to which people have come to a consensus on. And then the miners could select from among that smaller set to build their blocks.
So there's, as Naomi was saying, there's, I think, a running criticism that I think is important from a libertarian standpoint, and I think that it's going to be one that people are going to have to weigh out on one side or the other. And I think that it's moving across the industry now, in terms of, it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
There are now people who are beyond technically competent. There are individuals who are actually able to contribute in big ways to improving things that could not have been, no one can foresee. Any software engineer knows that you're not going to be able to foresee what is going to be needed by users as your software moves out. That's why you have, that's why you version, that's why you upgrade, that's why you update. The criticism, I think, that is leveled against those of us, I think there's those of us on the one side of Bitcoin who say that Bitcoin is it's a march, it has to grow. A new generation, if this thing is going to work, is going to have to start tackling the problems that as they emerge, and that there's a proper place for that. Then you've got another side that says Bitcoin is set in stone. And it seems like that's perhaps an even more a growing movement, and they're not just in one coin that's saying that.
Yeah.
As somebody who's been involved in Bitcoin for a long time, as someone who has an intimate knowledge of Nakamoto consensus, as someone who is here in New Hampshire, who is a liberty lover, a radical libertarian, why is it important that Bitcoin is a march? Why are you participating in it and devoting so much of your life to it?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately I see it. I'm kind of in it as you know, like a path to freedom, or one possible path. It's you know, money is really at the center of the government's control over society, right? They control the money. You know, they control society basically, and there's a lot of negative byproducts that we have that come out of this. You know, I know many mainstream commentators refuse to acknowledge this, but like the chronic inflation is essentially a tax. It's a upwards redistribution of wealth. It's taking money from us and giving it to large financial institutions, through this inflation and the distribution effects of the inflation. It's constantly screwing up our economy. Like, we're probably primed for another big collapse at some point here in the next few years. We'll see if that happens. But, every time this happens, too, the response is always to consolidate more power. It's always to implement more controls, more regulations, and centralize more of our lives into the hands of the state. So to the extent that we can kind of undermine that, is an extent to which I think we're going to have a shot at kind of getting out from underneath this thing. So I see cryptocurrency as kind of a nice tool. In technology in general, technology has the potential to be useful to us who want to use it that way, but it also is useful to demonstrate that, hey, our ideas can actually work. I kind of like giving Uber as an example. Nobody was, except for a small fringe number of libertarians, no one was calling for an end to the taxi cartel before Uber came along. Now, I mean, we've got whole generations of young kids, millennials, they're like, government taxi, why? I don't understand why we need this, and it's that sort of thing that the technology is able to change people's opinions about the viability of this stuff. And I think if we can demonstrate that with money, having that same effect on money and having a whole generation of people grow up skeptical that we need centralized government-run money, I think that's going to pay big dividends for us going forward.
Huge. Thank you, Chris. Chris Pacia of Open Bazaar and also BCHD. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. We'll see you around, man. Always great talking with you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So we are here at Liberty Forum, Free State Project. Hold on one second. What are we...
So I think we're going to talk to Wade.
Yes. Okay.
And because I know that he's got a thing to get back to.
Okay. Yes. So let's do that.
We'll talk to Wade real quick.
Can you stick around for a minute? Absolutely. Okay. Cool. Great. All right. Yes, because we've got such great people to speak with. I've got so many questions for people. That's just it's almost like we should have two of these things going in parallel. All right. Have a seat, sir. Go ahead and slam that on. Pull that microphone up close so you're speaking into it kind of as we are as well. You can move that arm quite a bit. Fantastic.
Perfect.
And I'm going to do some stuff over here, so why don't you go on ahead, Dave,
sure.
And
start. All right. So we'll start off. Go ahead and have you introduce yourself. The topic is something I really am interested in talking about, so go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Dave. My name is Wade Borth. I kind of joke around. I said I'm the farm kid from Fargo, North Dakota. That's come out to the East Coast. Really surprised. Shouldn't be surprised what I find, but it's refreshing to find. It probably is the word of liberty-minded people.
For sure.
Again, you hear the East Coast, Northeast. It's not what you think. When you get here, it's like, man, it's a perfect surprise. It's a lot like being back home.
It is. There's a Midwestern kind of vibe to it all.
Very much so. Yep.
It depends. Like not in Boston, but more up here where there's normal people. Yes.
It's been one of the comments I use is that a mind that's been expanded by new thoughts and new experiences can never go back to its previous form.
That's very, very true.
And even some of the things I heard here today. The panel ahead of me was talking about cryptocurrencies, and it was like, man, that just blew my mind away. Some of the things they were talking about, some of the visions they see, some of the issues, all the things that maybe were back in my mind, but I hadn't really given much thought. So the panels and the people here and just the discussions out in the hallway have just been fabulous.
Awesome. So let's talk a little bit about what brings you to Liberty Forum this year and what kind of business you're in.
So what brings me here, I was invited to come and speak on a topic called what we call the infinite banking concept. And it's just really a way to take theoretical and move it into practical about how do we free ourselves from the existing banking system by creating our own privatized banking system and how we should think about money and look at what I call
I'm sorry.
Ooh,
go ahead, guys.
We good?
We're good.
How traditional banking is taught, again, from thousands of years ago, that banking system of putting money and then using money and putting it back, the non-inflationary aspect of money and banking, and how we can apply that to our own lives, and how we can structure it, and how we should think about it. And if we do that, we can, in essence, take that function back to a you and me level. So it takes Austrian economics, which is just a real belief and kind of a ground-up approach to relationships and everything we do, and it says, hey, I want to have my banking system be representative of my Austrian economic beliefs. This is the best way to go about doing it.
And this is talking about people using their own money, creating this store of wealth, and then being able to take loans against basically their own money.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. So it's like anything else. It's like, if you're using the traditional banking system, that's the non-fractional reserve, you're using somebody else's dollars to buy a doodad, buy a car, or buy a business, or whatever it might be. What we encourage is that you build up your own warehouse of wealth, your own dollars, and then use them to buy things and to invest in things that are going to create wealth. And then that way you're responsible. Again, one of the slides I talked about is it takes three things to make it happen. It takes time, money, and discipline. Because the time it just doesn't happen overnight. It's a whole thought process, right? So how long has it taken me to go from this Chicago School of Thought and Economics to this Austrian School of Thought? And I'm just, it's been 30 years. So it's a lifetime really of things we do and things we think about here. So the first step is it takes time. It takes money. Like you mentioned, you have to take your money and really believe what you're doing and say, I'm going to put my money aside. Then when I do put it aside, have the discipline being the third point, to say now I have to return that to that bucket of money, because if I had a loan at my credit union, a loan at my one of the big banks, you would say, yeah, I have to make that payment. You would make that payment. But the funny thing about people, not so much here, but just the general public, is that if they build up a shoebox full of money, they have very little discipline to put it back because, well, it's my money.
Right.
And I make the assertion that people love, I'll pick on Wells Fargo, they love Wells Fargo more than they love their own families, because you look at what they really do with their money. And so it's a strong statement, but the point being, we should treat ourselves and our own privatized, because we're all in the banking business if we know it or not. We finance everything we do. And so we have to treat it with better regard than we have in the past. And we just show them that system and then how to properly fund that system.
Yep. And people pay interest to Wells Fargo. They should be paying interest to themselves.
Oh, very much so. Why wouldn't you take control of the thing that's most valuable in your operation? If it's a business, if it's real estate or whatever it is, take control of that. Take that back to your control.
Yep.
Because control is freedom.
Absolutely. Now, did you write a book?
I did not write a book. I tell people I'm a good book reader. I'm not a good book writer. But there's a number of books that, R. Nelson Nash wrote Becoming Your Own Banker, The Infinite Banking System, and that changed my life about 15 years ago.
Wow. Okay.
If I always tell people, if I have to recommend one book, it's that one, because that's the one that I tell people. I said, I'm a German-Irish kid from central North Dakota. And I said, sometimes it takes a 2x4 to get my attention. And that book slapped me up alongside the head.
Can we get just a high-level view of like the gritty logistics of a definition of infinite banking? How does it work?
So what you do is you have to build up capital, put some money aside, put some dollars aside, and then when you need money, you have to take that money to buy something that's going to grow cash flow or grow wealth, whatever that is. I don't, start a podcast.
You can't
business.
spend it on cheeseburgers.
Okay, fair enough.
or Robert Kiyosaki calls them doodads, right? Okay. So don't buy doodads. Buy things that are going to grow your wealth, and then have a system set up and a thought process set up to say, how do I pay that back? How do I put that money back with interest and grow my inventory even bigger, so I can do a bigger deal the next time and a bigger deal the next time. So in a 10-second word, that's really what we're talking about. And we can talk about where you store that money, where you warehouse your dollars.
Sure. Where would that? So how would we do that?
So you can do it really anywhere, but there isn't a better place to put it than a properly structured whole life policy from a mutual insurance company.
Okay.
And the reason why I picked that, and the reason why the infinite banking communities pick that, is because a mutual insurance company is just that. It's a contract between like-minded people. Run for your benefit. And really, at the end of the day, what is a mutual insurance company? They're the largest financial institutions in this country, really in the world, that are non-inflationary, and they're safe. They've been around for 200 plus years.
So it's using sort of existing structures that are there. And would you say that this is a new concept of using life insurance this way, or is this something that people have been doing for a long time?
The wealthy have been doing it for a long time.
Okay.
I'll pick on Wells Fargo again. And this number changes, but you go to FDIC.gov, if you're familiar with what the FDIC is, but you go to their website, FDIC.gov, look up Wells Fargo and look in their assets. And in there, anywhere between 15 and 25% of their Tier 1 assets is held in life insurance.
Interesting.
So don't believe me, look at the banks.
Interesting.
Yeah, because they're not going to pick something risky. They're going to go for something extremely safe.
Well, they have the long time horizon. I think that's something that is certainly difficult. And I wonder your thoughts on that as someone who's spends a lot of time thinking about concepts that have these longer time horizons of not even years, but we could say decades or multiple decades.
Generations.
Generations even. I think that's even more important than when we talk about the most elite, wealthiest families, those sort of legendary families, they think in terms of generations. When we have people thinking in young people now, certainly minutes. I mean, let's be realistic. It's like how
I can't get my bank account. Wells Fargo, you couldn't get a bank account for a day, and people were in panic.
How what would you say for people trying to just even begin to put their minds into a state of let's start with years and then we'll go decades. I think generations is something you probably have to really work your way into. What do you say about putting how do we start to put our minds in that state?
Well, I think it really comes back down to looking at ultimately what's your why. Simon Sinek says, "What's your why?" And I ask people here, and I said, "What's your why?" We want freedom. And I said, well, why? Mm-hmm. And I was talking to a young gal. She was pregnant, and she said, so my son or my daughter, whatever it is, has a freer life than I have, or than I've experienced. Maybe not even freer, but not any worse than what I have.
Right.
So I think sometimes when we start having that conversation with people, we get them to kind of think, well, what's your why long term? And again, for somebody that's 22 years old, I mean, when I was 22 years old, I couldn't figure out my why. And it took me a while. And I think that's part and parcel of our education systems. They don't try to teach kids what their worth is and who they are.
Sure. And
a lot of times you don't figure that out until you're 30. I probably didn't figure it out until I was 30. I really know I didn't figure it out until I was 35 when I read Nelson's book, and that was kind of what hit me as a why. So each person's a little bit different, but I think ultimately when we stop thinking about ourselves and start thinking about what our legacy or generation coming down the pipe is going to have to deal with, I think it becomes a little bit easier. So I don't know that I have an easy answer for you to say.
I think that's a fantastic answer, actually.
Because it's hard. Because quite frankly, I talk about the three things that it takes to make it happen. It takes time, money, and discipline. Discipline's a hard thing, and sometimes and that's why I encourage people to get a coach in the IBC concept, because like anything else in life, we can get off track. I used to do a little, weightlifting when I was right out of college, and I loved it. And then I had a coach come in and says, well, you're doing it all wrong. It's because I convinced myself what I was doing was right. Why do we come to forums like this? So we can kind of reaffirm that what we're doing is right and we're going on the right path. Because I think as humans, we have a tendency to want to stray. So I don't know if that answers your question.
I think that was actually fantastic. If people want to find out more about you, about what you're doing, maybe to get some advice from you, how can they do that?
Well, I would start off by I'm a huge promoter in Austrian economics in the Infinite Banking Institute. I was one of their charter members. And the gentleman that was my mentor and that changed my mind was by a guy by the name of R. Nelson Nash.
Okay.
And he wrote the book, Becoming Your Own Banker, the Infinite Banking Concept. And so if you want to just learn about the concept, go to their website, infinitebanking.org.
Okay.
And you can find out more information on that. If you want to contact me directly, it's wborth@paradigmlife.net.
Okay.
That will get an email directly into my inbox.
Great. Fantastic.
So,
Wade Borth, thank you so much for sitting down with us. And yeah, some great concepts to think about. It's been a very big weekend for talking about finance and really sort of putting it into, I think financial sovereignty is really the theme, and I think we need to have that.
Well, I think part and parcel that comes with the fact that once your finances are free, just think about people that are what we consider wealthy. Their mind, and even look back 300 years when that financial freedom starts to happen, you have the capacity to start thinking of other things. You're not thinking about how do I put food on the table today.
Right.
Your mind is now freed up to think, well, how can I make a big impact in my legislature? How can I? Because once you're not having to worry about day in and day out needs, it frees your mind to think about other things.
Yeah, I think that's very, very true. Thank you so much for joining us.
You bet. Thanks so much.
We'll see you around. Enjoy the rest of Liberty Forum.
Thanks so much. It's been great.
Thank you, Wade Borth.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Do you want to sit down? JJ's, have a seat. Have a seat, man. It's always good to see people. While I'm not an old school. An old schooler, you know what I mean? I have now started to be around long enough to see new voices emerge and people doing new and interesting projects. If you could introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your very, very cool project, which people have already mentioned, which we are supporters of with ourselves, so it's always cool to meet creators, lots of creators in here. Go ahead and pull that mic up to you. Tell us who you are and how you find yourself here in New Hampshire.
So my name is Jonathan Hales, also known as JJ. I'm the creator of bitbacker.io, which is a crypto-based Patreon alternative. And yeah, that's pretty much where I am.
Which is funny because on our normal show, we do actually we use your service.
We do.
Yes.
So seeing you guys on there is fantastic. It makes me really happy.
We're supporters. Obviously, Liberty Forum, Free State Project, the people coming to New Hampshire. You know, in terms of the most important freedoms, I think. If you went around and asked people what is the most fundamental freedom that must be defended, I think everybody here, first and foremost, is going to say, top of the list, freedom of speech.
Absolutely. I mean, without freedom of speech, you can't even communicate what you're fighting for.
Right.
And this year, we've really seen it. You know, it's not quite government yet, but the kind of big state voices have really gotten a stranglehold, not just in the Silicon Valley companies like Patreon, but also in the payment processors, which is even more severe. And they've really just clamped down and they've really shut it down. So, bitbacker.io has really just come at kind of the ideal time. And I'm kind of fortunate to have started. We actually premiered about 2 weeks before the whole deplatforming started, just kind of on, hey, this would be nice for a lot of the creators in the space, and it's really just kind of taken off since then.
Yeah, the timing. You know, they say timing is everything. Yeah. And I think that people would look at Bitbacker popping up and would think, wow, this is really a reaction to things that had happened. But you guys, obviously, it takes time to, people who don't understand, it takes time to build out a system like this. It's not going to happen in a week. Talk to us about when you decided or what gave you the signal that, hey, this is something I need to be devoting my time and energy to and building.
Yeah. Well, there were some hints beforehand, but really the primary signal was I was looking around for a crypto project, and one of the things I've always heard is, solve a problem that people have. Don't just kind of do it. And I was talking a lot to Naomi Brockwell, who was on your show earlier, and she said a lot of things, a lot of people have been asking her, is there a crypto-backed Patreon that we could support you with? And so I said, that sounds like something that people need, and so let's do it. And just doing that, just good luck, just kind of came together, and so that I am where I am.
So we've got, I think when it really came into people's minds, it's interesting because we've had this weird thing happen over really just about the last month. I'd say maybe the last 30 days, where this conversation about censorship and about Bitcoin specifically, but cryptocurrency in general, has happened, where you had with this sort of thing that happened with Sargon of Akkad, and then obviously two huge individuals, Dave Rubin and Jordan Peterson, both saying we're dropping Patreon. I think Jordan Peterson was number 16,
something like that,
highest grossing on Patreon. I think he was making hundreds of thousands of dollars per month.
Yeah.
So to drop that based on principle, when he was not even being censored, right? To drop it on principle. And then for both of them, Dave Rubin even tweeting out a Bitcoin address.
Yeah.
Both of them saying, yes, we're interested in exploring Bitcoin and taking cryptocurrency payments. And then, of course, most recently in the last week, a week and a half, Jack Dorsey going on Joe Rogan. Jack, really the most... got ratioed on the downvotes on YouTube, by the way. I've never seen a Rogan video that, it was like 4-1 down thumbs.
Wow.
On the Joe Rogan, Jack Dorsey interview. So clearly he's a hated individual who immediately then goes on to his own Twitter. Jack Dorsey, of course, CEO of both Twitter and Square. He had mentioned Bitcoin on Joe Rogan's podcast, saying that he believed that it would be the currency of the internet. Then went on and proceeded to court the Bitcoin BTC crowd by, he's also a heavy investor in Lightning Labs, by, again, putting up a Bitcoin address, albeit a Lightning address. Is it happening? It appears to me that it's happening. The little Ron Paul, Ron Paul gif. It's happening. Is it happening?
I think there's that's the way to put it. It's a huge year for content creators in Bitcoin, and there's a lot to respond to what you just said.
Please, take your time.
The first thing I want to say is I absolutely agree with you that it was an incredibly principled stand by Peterson and Rubin and some of these others just leaving Patreon, and so I just wanted to give all credit to them. And the next thing I wanted to address is you said that they started tweeting out some of these addresses, and I think that's a really interesting first step. But I would say further that it's not quite the beginning. It's just, it shows that people are open to experimenting with cryptocurrencies, which is really the most important step. But just posting an address up there really doesn't get you there. And so I can, a few instances like Naomi, I remember talking to her. She had a cryptocurrency address just posted on her YouTube for years. And, she got a few donations there, but people just don't like to donate into a black void.
Right.
And I think even within the first month of Bitbacker, she, easily surpassed all, years of donations beforehand.
Well, we got to that point, we got donations within 5 minutes of announcing that we were doing our show on Bitbacker. It was quick.
Yeah,
we were on the air, and we were like, we're on Bitbacker. Here's the address, and then I was like, maybe let me go see if it's up and running, and it was like bing, 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 and we're talking about a brand new platform.
Yeah.
And it was what was so cool about it was that then we just sat after the show, and of course we do the show together, and I was like, it went from Bitbacker. I opened up my wallet that I had put it in. It was in my wallet, and I was like, "Here, Dave, let's see." Boom, and we just split it between the two of us right as the show ended, and it was fantastic.
That's fantastic.
Instant. Financial sovereignty, something that we've been talking about. You chose. I've been writing a lot lately about the importance of non-custodial financial services. Yeah. This is really important to me. I think that this is the biggest and most important use case for Bitcoin, for entrepreneurs. It's the one thing that Bitcoin can do that the traditional financial model simply can't. It's a 900-year-old problem that I believe is the fundamental problem that Satoshi Nakamoto solved. It's amazing because I'm seeing these new projects arising, all of them taking the stand that, yes, non-custodial is the way to go. This has to go directly to the people who are participating. Talk to us a little bit about your decision to take that route, as opposed to taking what has been the traditional route of a BitPay, of a Coinbase, that they're going to hold your money. Yeah. Talk to us about your feelings about why you chose that route.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, I'm just really happy that you noticed it, because I am very passionate about the non-custodial aspect too. The choice for non-custodial, there's actually a few reasons. One is just ideological, like you said. It's just important for, I'm a really big believer in personal sovereignty and people just having their cash right away. It also mixes very well with just pragmatic concerns. So I don't want to be hacked. And if I don't hold your funds, you can always hack a website in some ways, but the attack surface is so minimized that you really just can't do very much damage. And so it really just makes the website a lot more secure by instantly transferring the funds. And the other one too is it also becomes more secure from a regulatory point of view. I don't want to register as a money transmitter or whatever they're talking about. These have significant financial burdens, and I'm able to sidestep that. I think that Patreon, for example, has to pay about 5% to their payment provider, and so you start to get like really kind of significant pains, financial pains.
The idea of, I think this regulatory idea is very important. With my own business, Cointext, this was something from the beginning that we were interested in. It's something also that OpenBazaar took on very early, this idea of being ahead of the government, make the regulators catch up to us, which in some ways is fine, because let us be an established industry, and then at least we have some power to determine public policy because we have some funds coming in, and we can make a difference that way. I think is a very pragmatic way of going. You're part of a new breed of entrepreneur in the space. It's something that we haven't seen. At the same time, in parallel, we're seeing, I think maybe because of the bear market, a very strong push towards institutional money, towards people building projects that specifically fall in line with the ideas of the old banking, of Wall Street. Yeah. Let's go to Wyoming and get these. And hey, I have nothing against people going and trying to make the regulatory framework good beforehand. But I think that there are compromises that are made. You've taken a step as an entrepreneur. I feel like it's in the culture of, the early entrepreneurs, the Eric Voorhees, the Roger Veers, the rest of the people who have been doing this. What do you have to say to the person who wants to do a crypto project, who's young, who's an ambitious entrepreneur? What do you have to say to them about choosing the path that you chose, as opposed to jumping in and trying to morph and build their project within a regulatory framework?
That's a good question. So first of all, it's a great honor to be mentioned next to names like Voorhees or Roger Ver. These are just really incredible people that I've looked up to for a long time in the space. I also really want to echo that. I think that making ties to kind of traditional finance is an essential part. For me personally, it's just I have kind of too strong of a distaste for very heavily regulatory regimes to really be able to deal with it. And I'm, to be honest, a little bit glad that some people are doing that work. So I just had to move to an area that was a lot more free to do it. And furthermore, I do think that's also where you're going to see a large amount of opportunity. By its nature, these regulatory heavy startups are going to favor people who are already really in with these people, and it's going to be like you kind of have to deal with somebody who's kind of in the regulatory crowd but also has an eye for crypto. And if that's you, I think that maybe that's your right place, but otherwise you really need to go where you're going to get the most bang for your buck. And fortunately in crypto there's a huge amount of space for that. I also really like another aspect of the project that I like is that there's been so much of the past years of ICOs and speculators doing it, but we're really kind of focused on what I would consider more of a new demographic, which is kind of creators or podcasters who, especially libertarians have really gotten exposed to it, but there's kind of a new wave that maybe have been interested but really haven't quite used it yet. Kind of the gold standard for this is Naomi Wu on my platform. She's an engineering blogger out of China, and up until she joined Bitbacker, she really hadn't quite used cryptocurrencies before. But she's been deplatformed and various other things, probably a ton of other things in China, who knows. But it brought her on. And this was kind of this is one of my big proud victories is you start to bring in influencers like that to really just start playing around with crypto. I think that's going to have huge ripple effects.
If content creators are out there listening, and I would advise you, do it regardless, because it's not an either or. It can be an and. It's a supplement to whatever you're currently doing. How do they go and get themselves signed up for Bitbacker? What's the experience like? What can they expect?
Yeah, sure. So I've tried to take pains to keep it as simple and familiar to people as possible. I think when you come, you'll be greeted with a very familiar kind of site. Very little learn. Registration just requires an email verification, and you're good to go. And in order to start receiving money, you just have to post a public key to whatever wallet you use, and you're good to go.
Yeah, it's a great platform. I cannot wait to see it grow out. We're going to continue to use it. We really, really enjoy it. And thanks for coming in. Welcome to New Hampshire. Bitbacker.io is where people can go. JJ Hales, thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
We, I think, Dave. Well, we have till. Somebody is saying that the sound is bad. That our sound is bad right now? Really?
What's wrong with our sound?
I don't know. Did somebody?
Is it not loud enough?
Oh no, maybe not. No. I think that's for something. I think that's for something else. I don't think that's for us. At least I hope it's not. No, I think the sound is fine. What we're going to do? Oh, hey, how's it going? Okay, yeah. Before lunch.
Yep.
I think that we can do this. We have one guest before lunch. Sounds good. Have a seat. Pull up that mic so that you're talking into it. Great. And why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us how you find yourself here at Liberty Forum.
Yeah, my name is Carlos Morales. I'm out here at Liberty Forum, coming back to New Hampshire for the first time in 3 years. Very excited about that. Love seeing the growth. I am here because of my prior work as a Child Protective Services investigator, which led to me becoming a whistleblower against the agency once I realized I was being the bad guy in my life story rather than the good guy, and writing a book that accumulated into a book called Legally Kidnapped, the Case Against Child Protective Services, that can be found at legallykidnapped.net. So,
okay,
there you go.
This is an interesting concept. I think that the story, I've heard a little bit about your story, and we're going to hear some more. I think something that's near and dear to the hearts of libertarians, and an increasingly worrying trend, particularly in places like California, where we're seeing Child Protective Services being used as a real political hammer. Tell us a little bit about your story and how things changed for you.
Yeah, because when you got into it, you went into it to be the hero, the good guy.
Yeah.
Well, you still are. You still are. So you stuck with the principle of the hero. How did it change? Tell us a little bit about the evolution, if you can, briefly.
Yeah, absolutely. So, first part chapter. So I was actually a libertarian anarchist since I was 18. So I actually joined Child Protective Services after already swallowing the red pill, and I don't mean that in a men's rights kind of way.
Right.
And the reason why I did it, though, was actually because of all people, Stefan Molyneux.
So
I had known Steph for a bit, and he helped me understand a very important aspect, at least back in the day he did, which was that the state is pretty much a projection of unprocessed trauma, where we take out all the terrible things that were told to us and push that onto society as a whole. Basically, if you want to end the state's violence upon humanity, we must cater to the whims and needs of children in a much more empathetic fashion. So I became this kind of like really intense warrior for kids' rights. I remember one time I was at a grocery store and I saw some old man smacking his kid. And I remember just like getting on my knees because he was sitting down, his 4-year-old, and he's like a 6-year-old man just smacking the hell out of his kid. And it's asking, like, does it make you feel like a man to hit your child? He then threw me on the ground, started yelling, and the cops got called. Thankfully, I kept my hands behind my back the entire time because, a large Hispanic man walking up to an old man, I'm definitely the one who's going to go to jail here.
Right.
But the cop ended up telling me, hey, if you want to stop abuse, you got to call Child Protective Services or join them. So I did the worst possible thing. I listened to a cop. And after I got done with my degree, I ended up first doing an internship where I was doing counseling for sexually molested kids, and actually met child molesters, which is a pretty intense thing to do. And the thing, though, was that the counseling was great and the group was great, but you want to get into the action, man. Mm-hmm. There's a reason why all the suicide bombers are from the ages of about 20 to 27, and they're all mostly dudes except for the Tamil Tigers, right? Mm-hmm. It's because you have this really intense frustration, and if you don't have a direction, you're certainly going to listen to someone else who will give it to you so that you can justify your frustration.
Sure.
Right? And so I joined Child Protective Services. At first, it seemed like a good enough organization in that we were stopping child abuse. And we were being reminded on a constant basis that parents were basically these violent psychopaths. Now, within a couple months, though, the little contradiction switch started hitting in my head where I was seeing things that were in contradiction to my own values that I was having to do on a consistent basis. Because in actuality, Child Protective Services was really an arm of the drug war more than it was an arm for peace for children.
Explain that a little bit. Most people wouldn't think that.
Yeah, so if you take a look at the 400,000 kids who are removed from Child Protective Services care, for Child Protective Services care, 400,000, that's a lot, guys. And it's probably more because that was a 2016 stat. Only about 20 to 30%, depending on the state, are for physical or sexual abuse. The vast majority are for negligence. And negligence, in a large majority of the cases, means marijuana use and drug use.
Interesting.
So, in certain states, actually, as high as 42% of removals are for marijuana use.
So, smoke a joint, lose your kids.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. So we would remove these kids from these homes, and then there's some startling facts that we kind of find out, that I ended up finding out after leaving CPS. Because the thing is that I was seeing stuff, but I couldn't make sense of it. It's kind of like how kids understand history. We get random dates, but we never get the story. Mm-hmm. So you just get little pictures, little artifacts, then you accumulate those, then you come up with something. But usually it's not anything nearing the truth, if there is such a thing. When I left, that's when I started really figuring out some of the stats that started bothering me. So foster kids are anywhere from 7 to 8 times more likely to be physically or sexually abused than children in impoverished homes. They're about 6 times more likely to be placed on psychotropic medications because there's an incentive by the system to drug children. Basically what happens is that ever since the 1997 Safe Family Adoption Act, the federal government gives the state more money for removing a child swiftly into a new home because the argument was that the kids weren't being moved quickly enough. Best of intentions, we all know what the road to hell is paved with. But the thing was that they increase that funding whenever a kid has a disability. So if you're a kid who just got removed from his home, his community, his church, his school, now you're placed in this foster home where you're being abused. Turns out there's a chance you're going to mirror pathology such as oppositional defiant disorder, ADHD, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, insomnia. As a result, I knew 7-year-old kids on 7 different psychotropic medications, 5-year-olds on lithium, stuff like that. Really horrific stuff. And then just to go back to the foster home stats, about 50% of them end up homeless whenever they age out, and they're 6 times more likely to die than if they stayed in an abusive household.
Wow.
So you're looking at these statistics and you think about, you almost get biblical in a way. You think about the book of Revelations where it talks about how you're now able to rest day and night. And we kind of stuck these foster kids in the 7 circles of hell to where by the time they aged out, this is why there's so many homeless people who are in part of the foster system. Their brain becomes mashed by a system that didn't care about them. And we perpetuate a system like this only if we believe that human beings deserve a system like this, that we're not capable of something better. So as far as my story is concerned, you see these things. You see these narratives that are being that are being weaved around you and the life that's coming from it, the war state, progressivism, positivism, all these really unfortunate aspects of humanity, and you start questioning every basic premise of humanity. Not to the point where I'm going flat earth or thinking that Alex Jones, Satan, babies and pizza and stuff is a real thing. But what do people mean when they say, I want to protect kids?
Right.
What do people mean when they say, we need to protect women in these other countries? Because it's always amazing to me that when we talk about people torturing each other or female genital mutilation, all these things, the only way the government is able to deal with these problems in other countries is by blowing these people up. In the same way, domestically, the only time we talk about truancy for children, children not being educated, children not being fed enough, the only way we can deal with that is by throwing these parents in jail, right, and destroying their lives. So everything the state touches becomes worse. on a constant basis. And the worst aspect is at the moment the state takes over some facet of humanity, people then begin to believe that the state always needed to take care of that, and they couldn't imagine a time when the state wasn't running it.
The frog in a pot.
Yeah.
Frog in a pot.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's mission creep. There's another term.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's this perpetual vortex of hell. And so, you know, what I was talking about today was a little bit about how you're seeing these vortex of hell, this misanthropy, this, you know, you almost can become cynical and sad and everything else. But then at the same time, you also see like great stuff, like the microphones that we're talking to, the internet's been created, the spaceships that are shooting us around the globe and sticking us in different states, and the fact that, you know, global poverty is declining, all this good stuff is happening, and we're able to chill in this room right now and have these wonderful conversations instead of having to be farmers. So there's this like contradiction that happens again. But the thing, as Ayn Rand pointed out, contradictions don't exist in reality. You're screwing up the story. And so what I was talking a bit about today was, you know, listen, I've been kind of a martyr for activism for liberty for the last, I don't know, almost decade. I moved out of Texas. I moved into a commune in Asheville, North Carolina, working with the Blue Ridge Liberty Project. Then I came out to the Free State Project, worked with them for a while. Went up to Mexico to find some other kind of anarchist enclave, and then ended up in California. And it wasn't until I took a quick break, took a breather, to figure out how to financially become independent and get in a better economic situation, that I realized I was like, oh wow, it's going to be really hard to convert people to my lifestyle, to my world point of view. If my life's a complete mess, I'm unhappy and isolated and fiscally responsible. So that's when, you know, I started thinking about what are the things I need to do in my own life that people want to mirror me, because people are desperately seeking things like mentorship and guidance.
Sure.
So what is it that we need to do as activists to get a better point of view? And it's like, well, let's make activism our hobby rather than the job, because we know what happens for a lot of people when their lives are run off of donations and they have to be activists for hire. You get Stefan Mullen to become a massive right-wing Trump
I was
supporter.
just about to say. Yes, exactly.
A guy who changed my life, who convinced me to do podcasting, you know, who got me into all of this stuff. You get Adam Kokesh threatening 9-year-olds.
Right.
You get tons of other crazy things that happen, and you're just like, oh, yeah. When you become a beggar, your virtues go out the window after a while. And so I was like, okay, I need to make money in the market to prove that the market works. Because though it is comforting to think that our life is filled with agony and misery purely because of outside external threat like the state or Satanist or whatever, which is the conspiratorial mindset, that allows for a justification for a lack of really existing. But it's comforting in the fact that, well, it's not my fault. But if you take some own responsibility over your own life and realize the fact that you can prosper and be wealthy in this world, still, no matter nearly any circumstances, then that's when you can create a real change. So when I was, you know, running a business in California and working with people, they started asking me like, what's your thing, man? Like, how do you do what you do? Like, how do you think like you think? You're good at public speaking, everything else. Like, you know what? I learned how to public speeches through debate and crazy anarchist activism. I learned how to sell through selling the idea of liberty.
Yep.
I learned all of these great things actually through my activism over the years. How do you channel that? I learned how to recruit for a new business through recruiting people for the Free State Project.
Right.
So if you can turn all those things into the positive, and if you can find something to sell or do or trade or build that you can stick all that focus on, you can prosper there. And when you begin to prosper there, your anxiety lowers because you're doing something for the world that's tangible. And if you set short enough goals, if you're hitting your goals every single day, you're basically having a win every single day rather than just constantly fighting for, say, a libertarian office or something like that, where the business of politics is kind of the business of consistently losing, especially if you're working for the Libertarian Party.
Right, well, yes, in that case especially.
Yeah. So it's just like, okay, well, what if I just had a bunch of tiny wins all the time? And then when I talk to people about ideas of liberty or whatever, they're going, wow, this guy wins a lot. What does he think? And then you're like, you know, taxation's kind of not this great thing. And here are all these other ways the government kind of screws you over. It's like, oh, yeah, it's awful. Like, so what's your political thing? You're like a right wing or whatever? Because I'm living in, California. I'm like, I'm a libertarian. Like, what's that? I'm like, do you think that you're able to give away rights that you don't have? Like, no, that's weird, but no. I was like, cool. So like you own yourself, you own the fruits of your labor. Like, yeah. I was like, cool. So if there's a group that starts up that decides that all of those ideas that we just brought up are bad and they want to intrude on those, that wouldn't be good, right? I'm like, no, cool. You're libertarian. Awesome. That's pretty much it. And that's the whole political conversation. They're like, oh, okay, cool. I'm a libertarian now. Some people.
But I voted for Hillary. What?
I'm in the sales business. You don't run into people who voted for Hillary.
Right.
I'm in a very different market.
Right.
1099 people do not like paying taxes. That's why they're 1099 people.
Yes. No, I think it's a very important point. Libertarianism can be, especially if you don't necessarily have a community around you, it can be sometimes a depressing place to be. You can have the feeling that there's not a chance to have a win, to have the wins that you're talking about, especially if all the wins need to be on this grand scale, right? You might feel like you're not making progress forward. But one of the things that I've seen in my own life is, I think you're absolutely right, that it's making those small wins that are based upon your own internal libertarian principles, being able to change the world in small ways that do turn out to be big ways over time.
Yeah.
And no, I think that's a very important message. I think that it's it's part and parcel of why it's important to have a community. You're still in California now?
Oh yeah.
And so what is that? I mean, what is that?
It's the best. I love California.
Well, I mean, I'm a native Californian myself, but it's it has seemed that California, the state, is, of course, the weather, the women, the weed, right? That's the 3 W's. It's fantastic. You can't beat it. But I mean, in terms of your thoughts on the movement of the state, in terms of public policy, in terms of the laws coming down the pipe in California. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, they're insane.
Right.
Look, I'm in the solar business, and then they go, oh, by 2020, all of the new homes being built have to have solar panels. I'm literally, okay, I'm not going to say which company or this, but I know people who are deeply involved in like all of residential solar in the entire United States, like the biggest people in them, and none of them know what's going on. And I'm like, we've only got like another year until this happens, and we all have no plan for what any of this means and which company is going to do it and how the contracts are going to be handled. Nothing.
Right.
But that's just what they do. Right. They have $100 billion train plans, and they haven't even built the train yet. But they've already spent the $100 billion.
Right.
It is stupid stuff all the time. Because the bigger budget, the more money you make, the more the state spends. Because they're able to plan, right? That's why California has the 8th biggest GDP in the world, and they're the most in debt state in the United States, right? It's because they just spend money that they don't even have yet. They're just this humongous credit card. Stating that, I happen to live in San Diego, which I really love, and it's different than a lot of other spots. There was this interesting thing a while back where they were saying we wanted to separate, California into 4 separate states.
Yep, remember that.
And some people were like, that's wacky. But people in San Diego were like, yes.
That's a good idea, right.
Great idea. Let's get LA out of here. We'd be a lot less in debt. Because San Diego is a lot more conservative. What I found when I moved to San Diego was that the people who I found to be the most kind of anti-gov, that were most interesting, were veterans and Mormons.
Which absolutely, yeah.
I used to castigate and go against vets and your baby killers and all that, hippy-dippy stuff. But then you start talking to them and like, yeah, no, the state's bullshit. Like, this is all messed up.
Well, they would know.
Yeah, they would know.
Yeah.
In the same way I knew, right? Like, I worked for CPS. Why am I casting any stones?
Exactly.
It's super silly.
Right.
So, and there's a lot of the folks I work with. And, you find wacky stuff. There's weird, like, hippie stuff. But all that, even all that SJW, whatever stuff they talk about online, most people keep this stuff down online. And when you actually have conversations with the majority of these people, as long as you're not at a protest, because protests aren't places for conversations, they're places to yell, right? So if Ben Shapiro shows up and starts yelling at a liberal and they're like, #destroying libs, that's not reality.
Right,
that's just a Jew who's mad, who's making money off of his madness. And so what I found was like this type of online activism, for the most part, became incredibly exhausting. And that Just like in sales, if I get the computer out of my face and I go talk to people face to face, I end up with a lot more meaningful, wonderful conversations over, a beer than I would ever online, because the online world's a theater where people know people are looking at them, rather than here where people are willing to be vulnerable because you're willing to have that conversation. And if someone just throws a bunch of insults in your face, most people honestly, again, I'm a very 6'2", 200-pound Puerto Rican. Most people aren't cursing at my face and calling me a racist, bigot, or whatever, because they're just like, oh, that'd probably be a bad idea. And they're right. So they're willing to have more of a conversation if they're willing to have that kind of openness. But they're only willing to have that kind of openness if they can trust you. So if you can befriend them first and, let them know that you're genuinely listening to what they're saying, then there's a chance for some kind of growth. I wouldn't have went on this weird self-help tint of understanding consciousness and trying to get towards there unless I went out to California and got into brunching and yoga and healing and therapy and all that stuff. But it's pretty cool seeing the ways in which all of these things merge together. You hear about more people understanding the fact that a majority of what people believe is simply like a collective agreed upon myth. You hear about people talking about various lenses in which we can understand the world. People are dabbling or attempting to dabble in postmodern ideas that aren't Marxist, whatever, as Jordan Peterson would say, that help us to better understand reality. And people are trying and craving for that deeper understanding. That's why there is so much bad science out there, because there's people who are bad at explaining things to people who don't understand things yet.
I'll agree with that one.
Right? And that's a constant thing. You find that all the time. And so just like in sales and liberty and everything else, the majority of what we're doing is not introducing new information. We're trying to unpack bad information, reformulate, turn, and then get them to understand it. If you understand communication as bastardized telepathy, where we're attempting to try to create an image into someone else's consciousness, we can more understand our words as simply being moldable patterns and recognitions that we can agree upon. They're not these objective things. This word does not just mean word. It can mean something else to you. Sure. So if I can understand where you're coming from and you can understand my perspective, and I can understand the misery that you've dealt with and you can understand mine, then we can get to a better collective agreement upon where we're at. And so that's basically where I've been trying to attempt to get to. And so
I think libertarianism is a first and foremost. I've always said that certainly for me, it's been a spiritual journey more than anything. Right? It's we sometimes might. It expresses itself in politics, of course, because you reflect outside what's going on internally. But it is a spiritual. It is a spiritual path for sure. On the note of having great conversations over beer, I thank you because we are about to go to lunch, and I think that we will go and have some of those conversations. Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us.
So do you have a site or something that people can go to?
So actually, if you want to find everything, go to carlosmorales.me. I forgot that thing existed. carlosmorales.com used to be a gay porn star. Thankfully, that's gone now. He retired, and I got carlosmorales.me. You go on there, you can find my book, website. I have a couple hundred podcasts that I did. Don't really do them anymore, but there's pretty good stuff in there, history of Islam and all kinds of fun stuff, and a couple albums I wrote. So
fantastic.
Yeah, all the good stuff.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see those of you who are checking out the live stream in probably about 1:30 or so. In the meantime, a production from the Free State Project, 101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire. We'll see you later on this afternoon with some more great guests, and myself, Vin Armani, and David Butler from Liberty Forum here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
This film is protected under the Fair Use Doctrine.
No profits are made from it, and it's available to watch online for free. It was made not officially by the Free State Project, but by participants of the FSP for the sole purpose of reaching the worldwide liberty movement and getting as many people as possible to sign up and make the move. Please feel free to download, distribute, and show this film to as many people as you can. Thank you for watching.
After over 200 years of an experiment in freedom, the United States of America has wavered from its initial intent, culminating in an overtaxed and overregulated society. Even though it was designed to be a democratic republic, over time, the tendency has become to choose centralized control and bureaucracy over individual freedom and voluntary interaction. As a result of the social media boom, the spread of information has hastened, and many are waking up to the realization that the federal government has been thoroughly corrupted and clearly doesn't exist to protect the interests of the people. While the U.S. Congress has had an embarrassingly low approval rating, under 10%, many pro-liberty Americans have courageously tried to stand up to their overreaching power. However, very few have ever found success getting elected or effectively scaling back the size and scope of the government. And now, with the police state, the declining value of the dollar, arbitrary and unnecessary market interventions, unaccountable politicians, and the wars and their subsequent blowback, the feds march us towards oppression and the abandonment of civil liberties. With no apparent prospects for virgin land or truly free markets left on Earth, our world has become a bleak environment for the free-thinking individual. Fortunately, more can be done than simply awaiting the inevitable collapse into a totalitarian welfare warfare state. With the collaboration of concentrated numbers, groups of individuals can effect direct change in the economy, political process, and even the heart of society. Seeking to produce solutions to the problems we face, liberty lovers of all walks of life are migrating their families and businesses to a newly emerging frontier, New Hampshire.
In 2001, a PhD student at Yale University by the name of Jason Sorens published an article in the Libertarian Enterprise highlighting the failures that freedom-oriented candidates have had running for federal, state, and local offices. Outlining his ideas for a pro-liberty migration movement, he called for people with interest to respond. Later that year, the Free State Project was formed.
I was frustrated with the lack of political progress that libertarians had made. We have Nobel Prize-winning economists and famous philosophers, but even though our ideas have credibility and respect in academia, they weren't getting implemented. They weren't even getting a fair hearing in D.C.
It must have been around 2002. I was very involved with the Libertarian Party in New Hampshire. I was elected as the vice chair, and about the same time we were starting to hear about this thing called the Free State Project, and that New Hampshire was one of the states in the running. So I read about it. I started, meeting some of the people who were involved in it, and I decided that after doing some research that New Hampshire truly was going to be the best state for it. I went back to the Libertarian Party, and I said, well, I write resumes for a living. I'm going to write New Hampshire's resume. And as I started to do the research and I started to kind of gather the data, I realized that I had a whole lot more than that. And I ended up with 101 reasons to vote for New Hampshire.
After the Free State Project voted the Granite State as its destination, the list was renamed 101 Reasons to Move to New Hampshire, which has been displayed on the Free State Project's website for years. Frequently edited to keep up with the changing times, the resume was divided into 5 distinct factors to consider when choosing a place to live: government, politics, economics, geography and environment, and community and quality of life. Michelle Dumas's work has lived on, influencing thousands of people to make a commitment to liberty in their lifetime. This film will feature 101 of the reasons why New Hampshire is the right destination for you, your family, and your business.
As with any region occupied by a governing body, freedom of the individual is always under attack in some way, shape, or form. Luckily, there are already thousands of liberty-minded early movers and friends of the Free State Project already living in New Hampshire. Paving the way for the future of liberty, they are determined to hold state and local governments honest and accountable. While most state governments continue to legislate their constituents into a bureaucratic mess, New Hampshire remains one of the freest places to live in North America, touting a wide variety of historical political positions. Being taxed very little compared to most states, business owners and entrepreneurs in New Hampshire enjoy the prospects of operating without capital gains, inventory, or machinery taxes, passing the savings to the consumer.
Not having a capital gains tax is all part of not having an income tax. The government at the federal level is already taking a significant percentage of your income. Why give up an even greater percentage to the state? And the problem is all these states that have income taxes and capital gains taxes, they're going to just raise the rates. So to the extent that you can avoid any taxation of income, whether it's capital gains or just your wages, you want to do that. And of course, there are other states that actually have inheritance taxes. Here in Connecticut, we have one of the highest, if not the highest, inheritance tax in the country. New Hampshire has zero estate tax, and I think that's also important. And it's one of the reasons I got to get out of Connecticut. I can't afford to die in this state.
Even the right of a government to expropriate private property for another's private use, known as eminent domain, has been prohibited in New Hampshire. Yet another reason New Hampshire respects your private property more than most of the 49 other states.
In Indiana, my university decided to force an eminent domain case on a printing business called Hyatt Printing. My research showed that the school wanted to drive him out of business to get a monopoly on the printing. So I fought them using this information, and they immediately dropped the case. I'm glad that in New Hampshire, I'll never have to save another business because of the fact that that problem doesn't exist here.
Many of these great qualities are made possible by the fact that New Hampshire's legislature consists of 400 House representatives, each representing an average of 3,300 constituents of the total 1.3 million New Hampshire residents. While having some of the smallest, easiest to canvass voting districts and the best representation per capita of any state in the union, each elected representative is paid only $100 per year and is limited to serving a 2-year term per election cycle, reducing the perverse incentives for career politicians. All state budget requests must be approved by an executive council, abating the likeliness of fiscally irresponsible programs. Speaking of fiscal responsibility, in 2011, the state government slashed its annual budget by 11%, cutting roughly $1 billion. This is an example of why New Hampshire has one of the smallest, least intrusive bureaucracies in the country.
The process of trying to change laws within the system is a two-part process. You have a biennium, a 2-year legislative session where bills are introduced, they're considered, they get passed, they get rejected. At the end of that biennium, it's election season. All 400 representatives, all 24 senators, and the governor all have to face voters every 2 years. And the ones who have not been cooperative for 2 years, it's an opportunity to replace those people.
What separates New Hampshire from the other 49 states is that the vast majority of our legislators aren't lawyers. Every unsuccessful lawyer in every other state says, oh, I just can't do this real work thing, I'll run for politics. And they go and they get they run for politics and they win, because why wouldn't you elect a lawyer to write laws? Well, I can tell you why, because we have a lawyer industrial complex in this country, but not in New Hampshire. And that is an incredible distinction.
I can remember in my home state of Massachusetts, my grandmother having a problem and trying to reach out to elected officials and getting office staff and never getting an answer, or maybe 6 months you get a form letter. Hey, thanks for your attention, and oh, by the way, can you make a donation to my campaign? That's not New Hampshire.
All of those things make New Hampshire government extremely accountable to voters. Also, town meeting. The fact that at the town level, you as a voter get a direct vote on the budget. And in most New Hampshire towns, the voters are extremely frugal, and they will scrutinize every line of that budget.
It gets to the point sometimes where they want to get at every line item, and they argue about 50 cents, and it's sort of laughable at times. But they do get involved, and you get to know the people in the town, and there's something really special about it. I was on the school board. I finished out that year of that other person's term, and after that I had to run, and nobody ran against me, and so I got elected. One vote would have gotten me in. Again, like, a lot of people don't even want to take on these responsibilities, which means the opportunities are available. Anybody can do it if they want to.
Many believe that the Granite State's tradition of fiscal responsibility and respect for private property is a product of its rich history as an independent population. When the New Hampshire Constitution was written, it did not explicitly prohibit secession. Furthermore, Article 10 spells out the right of the people to alter, abolish, or establish a new state of government.
The idea, if you voluntarily get together, as in the 50 states voluntarily got together and formed the United States, you can voluntarily separate, right? Every 4th of July we're celebrating secession.
Because of the independent attitude of the Granite State's citizens and the presence of the Free State Project, politics in New Hampshire is quite different from other regions around the globe, boasting the tenacity of its constituents to wholeheartedly reject wasteful and irresponsible legislative efforts.
You know, the whole motto, live free or die, what it conjures up in your mind is there something worse than death? There are things that are far worse than death, and that is the inability to express your uniqueness, your gift, your talent, your love, your creativity, your innovation, your idea. Live free or die, I think, encapsulates that idea, and it's just a wonderful idea for our day.
From gun rights organizations to farm and garden clubs, New Hampshire residents are a proud, self-sufficient community of individuals seeking peace and prosperity. Economic and social freedom, the political lifeblood of Granite Staters and Free State Project participants alike, is exemplified in the culture, electoral races, and legislative victories across the state. This reputation and the success of the Free State Project has been recognized and endorsed by many prominent libertarian figures over the years.
Well, I guess a lot of you probably already know about the Free State Project, freestateproject.org, which involves having a lot of Liberty people move to New Hampshire, so that with a critical mass of us there, the idea is, in the words of the Free State Project, we might be able to achieve liberty in our lifetime.
When you first hear about it, it's implausible, right? I mean, oh, everybody should just move to New Hampshire. Yeah, like that's going to happen. Well, wait a minute. It did happen, actually. So I came here 2 years ago for the first time, and I was amazed and embarrassed that I hadn't seen the power of this idea. And already 2 years ago, it was taking off.
What is your opinion on the Free State Project? Yeah, go Free State Project. Wow, what a model, what a terrific model. I wanted to see that happen in New Mexico. It's now happening in New Hampshire.
You know, I think the Free State Project is the most interesting, liberty-oriented movement of my lifetime. It harkens back to me all of the best elements of a kind of 60s utopianism of not even getting back to the farm or back to nature, but like of people creating intentional communities that are vast and varied and just relentlessly interesting.
Impacting the national debates, New Hampshire leverages its status as having the first in the nation primary. With the influence of many pro-freedom organizations like the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, the political scene has become very congenial to independent voters and much more likely for liberty-minded candidates to get elected into office. As a testament to the success of the political participants of the Free State Project, more than 20 Free Staters have been elected as members of the State House of Representatives, as both Democrats and Republicans. To support liberty-minded candidates, there are 2 voter guides that are growing in popularity, making it easy for voters to make their decisions. The New Hampshire Liberty Alliance's annual Liberty Rating Report Card is based on pro-liberty and anti-liberty votes on legislation in the House and Senate. Liberty Ballot identifies candidates who will reduce the size of government and allows voters to download a sample ballot from each voting precinct in New Hampshire with their recommendations.
We are a nonpartisan, all-volunteer, grassroots lobbying organization. So we'll look for candidates for open slots throughout the state that are individuals that are very pro-liberty. And we will help them, we train them to show them how to campaign, how to garner volunteers so that they can have the best chance of winning their election. To run a reasonable state rep campaign, it costs about $2,000 as opposed to some states where you're looking in the $40,000 range. We teach people how to review bills. We teach people how to testify at public hearings. A bill is most vulnerable in a public hearing, and here in the state of New Hampshire, unlike other states, every bill has a public hearing. The committee chair can't decide, well, I don't like this bill, I'm just going to toss it out the door. No one will never see the light of day. Here, every piece of legislation is heard in committee. It does have a public hearing, and it does have an opportunity to have its moment on the House floor.
Ever since early movers began pouring into New Hampshire for the Free State Project, a decentralized coalition of activists organically formed to take on various markets of untapped freedom. From the city revenue racket of parking meters and speed traps to the warrantless searches and seizures that occur on roadsides everywhere, activists have brought about a public discussion on the local and national media stages. Much of the activism that goes on in the Granite State has set in motion the collaboration of hundreds of activists and artists in an effort to spread the philosophy of liberty and capture the imagination of the freedom culture around the world. One such example to mention is the protest and exposure of suspicionless search and seizures by police forces. Police justify searching every vehicle passing through a checkpoint. With the interest of the individual at heart, activists take to the streets, armed with a high-powered laser, to warn motorists of the impending checkpoints.
The state of New Hampshire conducts a series of sobriety checkpoints, and those are funded by federal grants, which they're suspicionless checkpoints, right? So vehicles traveling through are pulled over, stopped, and searched without any actual probable cause of suspicion of committing a crime. So, in order to combat this egregious threat, there's been a very concerted activist effort to warn motorists away from these checkpoints and to educate the public on these abuses of power that are being carried out right in front of them.
I can project pretty much any message I want on any flat surface up to maybe just under a quarter of a mile away. We took the green beam downtown for a police checkpoint and warned the motorists that the police were on the bridge by projecting giant text on the side of a building that says police ahead or avoid police, or turn now, that sort of thing.
Even though New Hampshire is one of the freest places on earth, it still has a bureaucracy that makes a business out of going after victimless offenders. Peacefully combating this issue, many activists in New Hampshire regularly greet and inform jurors of their nullification rights as they walk into the courthouse. Notably, the Granite State is the only state to pass a law with such strong supportive language as, in all criminal proceedings, the court shall permit the defense to inform the jury of its right to judge the facts and the application of the law in relation to the facts in controversy.
Jury nullification is when the jury disregards the facts of the case because they conclude that the law is wrong.
That's right.
And
that's right.
One of the most famous uses of jury nullification was the Fugitive Slave Act before the Civil War. Northerners were being prosecuted for being stops on the Underground Railroad.
Right.
And their neighbors, none of whom believed in slavery either, would, regardless of what proof the prosecutors would bring to court,
right,
the neighbors would give them this and refuse to, and that nullified an unjust law.
Right.
And same thing happened during Prohibition. A lot of times people would get acquitted of bootlegging because, and you know, they always play it like people were all afraid of them.
Right.
Well, some of them they were afraid of, and some of them they were just saying, I drink.
Yeah, right.
I can't in good conscience convict somebody of selling liquor.
There was a case in New Hampshire where an individual had been growing marijuana plants on his own property. He was a piano tuner. He had a family. He was an older guy who was well known in the community, and he happened to be a Rastafarian. And he tried to defend himself using the jury nullification argument, and his attorney, Mark Sisti, convinced the jury that he should not in fact be convicted, even though there was no question about the facts of the case. He was in fact growing marijuana.
He grew pot, it's true, and the people who were on the jury knew it. They may have believed that he was totally guilty of the crime, and yet they acquitted him anyway in a thing that is called jury nullification. So, you know, there's always that kind of like activism news, but this is big news any way you slice it.
New Hampshire has to be the liberty media capital of the world. There are radio shows, there are television programs, there's even a newspaper that's produced here, and as more people come in, there's more talent, you know, people that are creating things. I think is exciting because we really are building our own media here in New Hampshire.
What media is about really is having a conversation that, okay, this part of freedom, or you know, this part of our lives is going well, this part is not going so well. What are the experiments we can run to try and make stuff better? What can we learn from each other, both in a good way and a bad way?
You know, alternative media is a really interesting thing because 5-10 years ago it didn't really exist, certainly not to the extent that it does today. I'd actually use the terms old media versus new media, and new media I think has become incredibly powerful, and it continues to grow exponentially. At some point we're going to see old media either conforming to new media or disappearing altogether.
In addition to the abundance of independent media, the mainstream media has been very receptive of the Free State Project and its participants.
In my experience, New Hampshireites do agree with almost everything we believe. The mainstream of New Hampshire is fairly libertarian.
In New Hampshire, you've got an atmosphere where you can make of yourself whatever you want to make of yourself. There's a very live free or die attitude here. The people here are very, very self-sufficient. They're very independent, but on the other hand, they're pretty easygoing, they're pretty easy to live with, and in general, I have found them to be very congenial.
The lack of seatbelt and motorcycle helmet laws for adults is a testament to the character of the people living in New Hampshire. Even before the Free State Project chose the Granite State as its destination, many New Hampshireites already had a strong sense of self-ownership and a good understanding of why the right to choose is so important. Demonstrating a truly live and let live society, same-sex marriage is legal and accepted by the overwhelming majority of the population. And from opting out of federal programs like the Obamacare state exchange requirement and the Real ID Act, to allowing raw milk sales to flourish in a relatively unregulated market, the live free or die culture is embedded in the state's culture.
You folks are the vanguard. You folks are the people who are leading this state to prevent national ID from creeping across America and New Hampshire. You're not alone. The National Governors Association opposes Real ID. The conservatives oppose it. The Cato Institute, one of the more conservative think tanks, came up to New Hampshire and testified last week at the Senate hearing on this bill in opposition. And guess what? The liberals oppose this. The ACLU came up from Washington, testified again before the Senate and said no to a national ID.
The national ID was something that got buried. What people don't understand, and I hope people will learn, is the NDAA bill that everybody talks about. It's actually how they fund all of the veterans services, the military services, military pay. But what they use it for is a baby to attach things and hide things in. And what they did in 2005 was they hid the Real ID Act into that bill. There was about 7 of us and said, we have to fight this thing. How do we do this? See, New Hampshire was chosen to be a pilot state. So what we had to fight was a $3 million carrot that the federal government was dangling over the state's head. And when the local media saw the international media picking up on our story, that started the national conversation. When we finally got the money out of the picture, that's when we won the battle.
One of the things that's interesting to me about New Hampshire is, they ban technology that is ultimately only there for bad purposes, such as license plate readers, automatic ticketing and stuff like that. Automation is great for many aspects of human life. It helps us get on with our lives, be more productive, more efficient. When it comes to stuff like that, license plate, we know that these are phony things that are used to control people or to generate income and revenue for police departments and for towns. So I think it's actually kind of interesting that New Hampshire is saying, no, you know what, we don't need that kind of stuff for those types of purposes.
Just as personal preferences are respected, the culture and the laws are representative of a state that would honor the right of the individual to defend him or herself.
We have a very gun-friendly culture here, so most people I know have some sort of concealed carry license or else they open carry. Everybody hunts and shoots and fishes and camps, so that's wonderful.
A unique way to celebrate Mother's Day for a group of moms, all members of the Second Amendment Sisters. The women gather once a month at the Wilson Hills Pistol Club. They consider shooting both a sport and a passion and say they couldn't imagine a better way to spend this special day.
It's very important in New Hampshire that we have the right to defend ourselves, and in the Second Amendment Sisters, it's very important to me that the basic human right to self-defense is recognized. And that means that every one of us has a right to choose to live. And if a criminal is trying to hurt us, the fact that New Hampshire has great gun laws, great knife laws, we have preemptive laws that prevent municipalities from stopping people from being able to defend themselves, that we live in one of the safest states in the entire nation, shows that an armed society is truly a polite society.
The Second Amendment Sisters is a national organization that believes everyone has a human right to self-defense.
Now that the Free State Project has been active for over a decade, participants are beginning to see success in a wide range of political spheres. Recently, the nanobrew industry opened up to more producers at a much more affordable cost. At 170 to 162, the New Hampshire House became the first legislative body in the U.S. to pass a recreational marijuana legalization bill. Unfortunately, it wasn't passed by the Senate. However, shortly thereafter, both the House and the Senate passed a medical marijuana bill for patients seeking relief from terminal illnesses.
Tonight, we're hearing a powerful hospital bed plea from a former congressional candidate to Governor Maggie Hassan.
As New Hampshire lawmakers seem poised to legalize a restricted medical marijuana bill, Hardy Mesha, who has been battling cancer for months, says this is a bill that doesn't go far enough. So he's taken to YouTube, urging for changes to help cancer patients like himself.
The last time a lot of us remember seeing Hardy Mesha, he was a Libertarian candidate for Congress. Back in October, he also told us he was waging a different type of campaign.
I just came down with Hodgkin's lymphoma, so I started chemo a week ago.
That was 7 months ago. This is Hardy Mesha now.
Turns out it's a little bit more difficult than I had even planned, so...
Despite his weakened condition, Mesha posted this video from a hospital bed, speaking directly to Governor Maggie Hassan, urging her, if not begging her, to reconsider her position against legalizing homegrown marijuana for the terminally ill.
To get to sleep at night, sometimes it's the only thing that'll put me out versus some of the harder drugs that they give me, like the oxycodone.
Governor Hassan does support legalizing medical marijuana, but only prescribed from a controlled, licensed facility. Such dispensaries, though, could take 2 years to get up and running and would do nothing to help patients like Hardy Mesha.
He doesn't have 2 or more years to wait for state-regulated legal access through an alternative treatment center. Patients like him can't afford to wait. They need protection now. In 2008, we actually convinced the House to pass a bill that would simply reduce the penalty for marijuana possession, make it a violation and a fine, which several states around us had done, so we didn't think it was that radical of an idea, but definitely the governor at the time thought it was pretty radical and the Senate thought it was pretty radical, and the Police Chiefs Association reacted as if we'd just completely legalized marijuana when we were just trying to reduce the penalty a little bit. But that got the discussion going. The House has now passed similar legislation a total of 5 times since 2008, and the Senate is just now coming around to where they're willing to start considering it.
I started the 420 Foundation and the 420 Rally as a way to reach out to pot smokers in New Hampshire and also to reach out to libertarians elsewhere in America and, you know, let them know that we're doing stuff here. I just started going out on the square every day and smoking a joint with a couple of friends. And we started telling our friends, anytime you want to get high at 420, come on by the square, we'll smoke you out. As time went on, we got up to where we had 30 people in there. And a reporter from the union leader just happened to be wandering by the square while we're out there smoking, and she decided on the spot that she was going to write us into her article, which meant a couple of things. A, we were going to have a big police presence, and B, we were probably going to have an uptick in attendees, and that did happen. We had 150 people out the afternoon that the story broke, and this is in a town of 35,000. So basically the outcome of the 420 rally was that the Keenetown Square became basically a demilitarized zone for a couple of years in the war on drugs. We had very little police presence out there. We used to have nightcaps where we'd be out there drinking beer and smoking joints, waving at the cops as they drove by and say, "Come on, have a beer with us," and they wouldn't come. They just wouldn't come because they were so sick of going out there and having people not be afraid of them. It drives them crazy.
As you probably know, such a freedom-oriented culture is only sustainable if the population is well educated in the realm of economics, and New Hampshire leads the pack at #1. The people's economic understanding has led to the citizen legislature maintaining a freer market in more industries than most states in the Union. It's no wonder New Hampshire has the lowest poverty rate and one of the lowest tax burdens in the nation. New Hampshire also claims the #1 spot for the highest rate of disposable income per capita and the highest median household income at $71,322. The prosperity of the Granite State has afforded New Hampshireites the money and time to produce, buy, sell, and trade in a diverse market of natural food products and other local goods. New Hampshire has the third least subsidized farmers who join amateur growers, setting up farmers markets, home vegetable stands, and forming co-op groups and meetups. Along with all the varied economic activity, alternative currencies like gold, silver, and barter for goods and services are actively traded on a peer-to-peer market in New Hampshire. An even bigger impact, the Granite State has been taken by storm.
And if I wanted to use it outside, I'd have to just change it into what people call real money. And that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. Now, even when I'm traveling, wherever I am, I can find places of using it.
I love the fact that we can just trade or barter and use whatever payment methods happen to be convenient at the moment. If you are an entrepreneur and you're trying to do things on your own, make something, provide a product or service, whether it's big or small, you can find somebody in the Free State Project who is going to want it, and you can make a trade for it.
Alternative currencies are a very big topic here in New Hampshire among the activists. The big elephant in the room right now is Bitcoin, of course, but before that there was silver and gold, because if something else comes along, I mean, silver and gold was the thing back then, and no one could conceive of anything better. Who knows, in a few years something might supplant Bitcoin.
New Hampshire is already one of, if not the Bitcoin capital of the world, is certainly one of them. We have many of the early Bitcoin entrepreneurs, and it's just a function of the fact that in our new mover community, there's a tremendous overlap with interest in Bitcoin and alternative currencies.
I believe they're used quite significantly in New Hampshire, especially in our community, and that allows us to create a network effect that the more people use alternative currencies, the more useful they become. If you want to have an appropriate amount of voice that you should be allotted in this world, I believe you can't be using a currency that siphons off your work, your wealth, to a central organization, whatever that central organization is. Usually today, most currencies siphon off that wealth to governments and central banks.
So I think these alternatives are going to present themselves, and I was glad to see that Dr. Paul popularized the idea that legal tender laws are what the problem is. There needs to be competition in everything, including the money. And by people just understanding that, once they got over that hurdle, then you showed them a technical way that they could do it, and they showed the market for it.
Offering 5 free trade zones, low taxes, and a political friendliness towards entrepreneurs and small businesses, the New Hampshire economy serves as a prime example to the rest of the nation on how to step back and allow markets to flourish, culminating in a diverse job market. This contributes to an unemployment level far below that of the national average, which includes Portsmouth having one of the lowest unemployment rates in the U.S.
I found New Hampshire's job market to be one of the more robust ones I've seen around. It seems people who move here tend to get the job really quickly. The second day, 2 days after I arrived, I got a job.
One thing that I've witnessed in this community in a very short amount of time is the amount of agorism that takes place. Gourmet delivery food, to taxi services, to handyman work, to you name it. There's people going into business without seeking permission to do so. And it's, to me, agorism is the fundamental tool used to build, our free society that we really want to build. Like, we can always talk the talk as much as we want, but the agorists in the community, those are the ones really walking the walk.
The way new ideas come to the marketplace is not with great big full-blown large businesses. They develop embryonically.
An Austrian economist named Joseph Schumpeter spoke of capitalism as creative destruction. It was like a garden that's getting turned over, and what's left out of that is the creation is really going on in this country at the level of the small business. That's where the innovation is. Big business and government are the destructive part of creative destruction. I mean that literally. Businesses grow either until they get big enough to be ossified and bureaucratic and frozen themselves, or they get acquired by big business. But eventually they become big business, and when they do, they're not adding new jobs. Look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics website. The majority of it is that is disproportionately small business.
I salute any environment that unshackles innovation and creativity from industrial scale compliance and protocols to allow a very fertile germination tray for the disturbance of lots of different kinds of seeds and plants and ideas to germinate. It's a great environment.
A fertile business climate is part of what's known by many New Englanders as the New Hampshire advantage, drawing attention to the Granite State's considerably low sin taxes and lack of sales and income taxes. And with Manchester being the second most tax-friendly city in the nation, residents from surrounding states pour into New Hampshire to take advantage of the savings.
The New Hampshire advantage is something that's viscerally known to all our neighbors. We've got people coming up from Massachusetts, down from Maine to do their shopping, to buy certain goods and services that are prohibited in their states. There's even been discussion from time to time of posting warning signs along the border that as you cross, you're going to be losing certain freedoms, you're going to be paying new taxes. So it's known. I think our neighbors sometimes just view it as a curiosity, but the takeaway for us is, yeah, you know, if you want this to be your place where you can sneak around and buy your cheap liquor and shoot your firearms and be a liberty tourism destination, we welcome it and we benefit from it. It brings jobs, it brings wealth into the state. New Hampshire chose freedom, and it is now the wealthy state among its neighbors, which is almost like a microcosm of what happened with America and people moving from Europe. We chose freedom, and this is where the opportunity was, where anyone could come here and make a life for yourself.
Because the Granite State is such a prosperous region, you may think that the cost of living would be unaffordable. But according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, New Hampshire ranks #1 in both affordable and available housing options. Without an auto insurance mandate, the market is open for competition, incentivizing insurance companies in the Granite State to offer some of the most affordable coverage plans in the nation. This is partly why Forbes called New Hampshire the most affordable state to own and operate a vehicle.
Let's set aside for a moment the economic opportunities, the independent voter-driven political sphere, and the small government. New Hampshire is absolutely gorgeous year-round, and it's perfectly placed for outreach, activism, social events, and outdoor activities with 18 miles of beaches and coastline, an international border with Canada, and even a close proximity to the major metropolitan city of Boston. Because of the state's location and geography, New Hampshire residents have historically experienced a very low risk for earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, and other natural disasters. And the distinctive seasonal changes draw in skiers and snowboarders in the winter, leaf peepers in the fall, and people from all over the world for New Hampshire's spring and summer festivals and outdoor venues.
The constant change is really awesome. I thought coming from a city to a place that was going to be so rural would be boring. People were joking back home that, you know, they were like, what, are you going to take up bird watching? And yeah, I kind of did, and it's way more exciting than I thought the country would be, and I really feel a lot more satisfied here than I thought I would. And the winter's not that bad.
I moved from Florida, so it was an outdoor sauna every day that that I stepped out. I love the actual existence of seasons up here, and I take full advantage of it.
And it's gorgeous. Oh my God, it's beautiful. There is never an ugly moment at this. It's absolutely, I live on a postcard.
New Hampshire has it all, really. Where I live now in the Seacoast area, I'm like 15 minutes from the beach, and I can go and drive 40 minutes and be at a huge lake, and I can drive an hour and be right in the heart of the mountains. And we boat and we snowmobile and we ski, and I don't go to the beach that often, but it's there if I want to. There's something for everybody.
I love skiing and hiking and hunting. So we've got moose, deer, foxes, coyotes, all that good stuff.
The Granite State is a hiker's dream, featuring Mount Monadnock, the most hiked mountain in the Western Hemisphere, and Mount Washington, the highest peak in the northeastern United States. The lakes, rivers, and the fresh air, abundant potable water resources, and the seemingly endless views from New Hampshire's highest points have drawn visitors in from all over the world.
We do have a deep water port that opens us up to international trade. We have port facilities and a maritime history that give us certain advantages over other locales. It's really the pro-trade attitude combined with the geographic good fortune of the seacoast that has kept it being a fairly prosperous region since the colonial times.
Compared on a scale with the rest of the United States and also the rest of the world, New Hampshire is a small place, which is a good thing. The largest city is about 100,000 people. And it gives one the sense that they can be effective at whatever it is that they might do here. And I believe that that's important. It's important to feel that one is not overwhelmed by the trappings of a megalopolis like, you know, in New York, or Chicago, and LA. In New Hampshire, if you want to be effective at what you're doing, you can be.
You know, before the state vote, there was a big debate about, you know, which state should we come to, and Wyoming was kind of a leading contender among the western states. I liked Idaho, but one of the things about New Hampshire that was pointed out was it's kind of small. Some people saw that as a disadvantage, and now that I've lived here for 10 years, I can say with confidence it's actually a huge advantage because we see each other on a regular basis and you don't have to drive a long way to do that. Now there are, you know, cities in every state in America, so if you lived in one of those you might see each other, but the people way across the state are 6 or 8 or 10 hours driving time away, whereas here, for most of the state, it's an hour or 2. That's a big difference, and it enables us to get together on a much more regular basis.
Even before the Free State Project set its sights on the beautiful mountainscape of New Hampshire, there existed a unique and unmatchable quality of life. USA Today recognized this in an October 2014 article titled "The 10 States with the Best Quality of Life," rating the Granite State #1. Along with an extensive wireless infrastructure, New Hampshire ranks #1 for the highest percentage of households that have access to broadband internet. Traveling in the Granite State is a breeze, connecting family, friends, and colleagues. New Hampshire highways have the 3rd lowest fatality rates, which is complemented by 118 registered airports within its borders. Additionally, New Hampshire is a great place to raise a family, ranking 2nd in the nation for exceptional healthcare coverage and 5th overall for healthiest residents.
Right now we have local eggs, which is a pretty big seller. They almost always sell out. And so local chicken and duck eggs, goose, there's grass-fed ground beef. We have contracts, wholesale contracts with some local farms, and they are all beyond organic, no chemicals ever used, completely chemical-free.
I think this is powerful stuff. My family, we raise much of our own food. I have pigs at my house, and I find them, you know, fun and easy to raise. It's good for my kid. My wife has a large and productive garden.
Sporting numerous gun clubs and shooting ranges, New Hampshire is a shall-issue concealed carry state and requires no permit or fee to open carry. So, with high numbers in gun ownership, naturally the Granite State sets the bar for the rest of the country with the lowest homicide rate. As writer, activist, and mother Jen Coffey stated earlier in this presentation, an armed society is a polite society.
It was very important to me that New Hampshire was a very safe state before I moved. And it's still important to me today as I live in New Hampshire. One thing that really struck me is I did actually look at the numbers, and the murder rate here was 1/3 Indiana or Kentucky, the 2 places I've lived. Being a person that's not really a gun person, I don't really enjoy shooting. It was nice to know that the data was supporting the premise that if you have more firearms around, you generally have less murders and less crime.
New Hampshire's free spirit and friendliness toward the entrepreneur make it possible for consumers to find many small and unique family-owned enterprises, as well as most national chain stores, all within short driving distances. According to USA Today, the Bank of New Hampshire Pavilion at Meadowbrook, which hosts big-name musical acts from all over the world, has made it into the top 10 concert venues in the country, right alongside the Greek Theater, Fenway Park, and Madison Square Garden. There's no shortage of fun in New Hampshire, as the Free State boasts many fun attractions, including comedy clubs, Canopy Lake Amusement Park, indoor rock climbing, indoor surfing, indoor skydiving, NASCAR, many water parks, and Fun Spot, the largest arcade in the world. In addition to these family-friendly qualities, New Hampshire residents take pride in numerous available educational opportunities.
New Hampshire is very family-friendly, and that's important to me personally. I have 4 kids, so we got 2 that are technically school age, but actually they really all are. School starts at birth, or education really starts at birth. New Hampshire's homeschool laws have been deregulated since we've moved here, significantly because of Free State Project participants, actually.
My son has never been in the government indoctrination centers at all. He knows nothing of it, and I love it that way. So we educate him in the way that is best for him.
There's just a network built in of parents who are already doing that, so it's easier for you to get plugged in if you came here. And I think that's really important because one of the chief ways that the state keeps the system up and running is just every time the next generation comes up, they go through their procedures and they learn all the state-approved history and so forth. And so it's our job now as people in the liberty movement to sort of deprogram everybody and say, no, this is really what the truth is. And so if you're starting with kids and they don't have to learn all that bogus history and the way they classify the world, and they're learning things correctly on the front end, that just makes it a lot easier and it's more spontaneous and natural for them. And also, learning is fun. It's an adventure, and the government-run schools really do a great job of making you think it's a chore.
My son got into a top echelon university coming out of actually a public school here, which was not bad. We don't have a lot of the public school problems you have in other parts of the country. We interacted with the teachers, and like they weren't kicked out of school for having a folder or a book cover that had a picture of a gun on it or something, evil things like that.
Education is highly valued in New Hampshire. According to the Cato Institute, the state grants tax credits to corporations worth 85% of their donations to nonprofit scholarship organizations that help low and middle income parents send their children to the schools of their choice.
Well, I was trying to find scholarship opportunities for my twins. This was their senior year, and wanted to be able to keep them in the school that they were currently attending. As a result of some financial setbacks, that was not going to be possible.
Families make choices every day, right? From the food that they buy at the grocery store, to the car that they buy, to their children's preschool and college. I think families should have that same choice in K through 12 education as well. A family can use the scholarship at a public school outside of their district, or a private school, or for homeschooling. And really, ultimately, that's to empower them so that they're making the choices in their children's education and not constrained or trapped by their zip code.
As reported by the Annie E. Casey Foundation, the Granite State ranks #1 overall for child well-being. After a decade of growth, Free State Project participants and local communities are stronger and better connected than ever. Along with conventional communication methods, a set of rapid message distribution networks known as Porcupine 411, or Pork 411 for short, is widely used to notify subscribers of events, social gatherings, and urgent news. Mutual aid is very important to Free Staters. Hundreds of nonprofit organizations, like the highly successful Free Stater-founded Shire Sharing, offer a helping hand to those in need, without resorting to government redistribution of wealth programs.
So I moved to New Hampshire in 2009, and a little more than a year later, my dad, Kent Bolden, living in Texas, so my dad was diagnosed with cancer, and I don't know why I'm crying. Sorry. When he was alive, he was a hardworking, entrepreneurial, capitalist, opportunist man, and gained a lot in his life. And he always wanted to give something back to other people who didn't have as much as he had. About 10 years before he died, he started doing an annual, what he called the Basket Brigade. And he would rope all his friends and coworkers and employees into helping him deliver bags full of food to the doors of people who didn't have their own Thanksgiving dinners. He started out only delivering one basket. His first year, he and my stepmom made the delivery themselves. And then by the time he passed away, the last Thanksgiving that he organized, they delivered food to about 200 families in Dallas. They just knock on doors and leave the food, and if people didn't answer, they just leave the food outside. They never needed a thank you or to explain who they were. They just said Happy Thanksgiving and walked away. And after he passed away, I was really searching for a way to stay connected to him, because it was very unexpected. He was only 60. So it got close to Thanksgiving. I realized that no one would be doing the Basket Brigade in his absence in Dallas. I started pondering maybe doing it in New Hampshire, and I wasn't sure how much support it would get. And I talked to a couple of close friends about it and got huge response. Everyone thought it was a great idea. We put a little money together, and in the first year, I think we fed 52 families, and that was a rush. We rented a small bus, packed all the food into the back, and went to the homes of some people that I was connected to through a couple of private charities in New Hampshire. The Sunday before Thanksgiving, which is the day my dad always did it, so people have time to defrost their turkeys. There were maybe 15 volunteers there, and we loaded the food into the bus and went out, and it was messy, but we did it. We've done more than my dad ever did, and he built that up over 10 years and only reached out to maybe 200 families toward the end of it on an annual basis. And in our third year, we're over 300 families. I don't know what we're gonna do next year, because there's just so many people willing to volunteer their time, so many people willing to donate money and help me get this accomplished. I think it's grown so big that it's gonna take an army to get all that food delivered. When I help someone, it's a selfish act because it makes me feel good, and I feel good that they feel better. I'm proud of myself when I do it, so I receive something when I help someone else out, and that's I think why charity can still be part of a free society, a society that doesn't involve coercion, because it's so rewarding. And I think that's because it's purely emotional for everyone.
Every year, the Free State Project officially hosts 2 major Liberty-themed events, inviting Liberty lovers from all over the globe to attend DIY classes, live musical acts, panel discussions, and keynote speeches from prominent figures and celebritarians like Ron Paul, Tom Woods, Judge Napolitano, and John Stossel, just to name a few. During the summer months, the Porcupine Freedom Festival, a week-long family-friendly outdoor festival, is held in the northern White Mountain region. And for the winter months, Liberty Forum is a formal conference scene hosted in downtown Manchester, the state's largest and most active city. Newly added to the long list of Liberty events are the 2 annual fall conferences, the Free Coast Festival and Keenvention.
PorcFest is the short nickname for the Porcupine Freedom Festival. It's an annual event held in New Hampshire. I've been to a lot of libertarian conferences where we academically discuss what a free society would look like down the road in the future. Hypothetically, at PorcFest, you see it.
I brought my son with me when I went to PorcFest. It was very family friendly. He enjoyed it thoroughly.
There's so many things that I really loved about PorcFest. The beat vibe, the fact that it's rural, the discovery, much to my delight, of a genuine anarcho-hippie crunchy community.
This is my first PorcFest and I am totally knocked out. I mean, it's an incredible vibe that is simultaneously laid back and high energy, a raft of interesting people. Everybody is polite and engaged, and there's just fantastic conversation going on. And I know just wandering around talking to people, looking at stuff that they're selling and listening to the speakers, I've learned more in the last 3 days than I probably have in the last 3 years about what freedom means in an applied format.
So I wasn't sure what to expect with Liberty Forum. This is my first Liberty Forum. I've been telling people over the past, because I get messages from people all the time, like, I'm thinking about making the move, how do I do this and that? And I'm always telling them, I think that the best advice I can give you is just to come here and meet people, because I can try to point you in the direction of like job boards and message boards or whatever, but you could just come here and like meet your next employer, or come here and meet your next, landlord or whatever.
The idea is to show off New Hampshire, but we want people to come here and see New Hampshire during the winter and realize that, hey, it's not so bad. A little snow, we can plow it out of the way, and if you keep the fires of liberty burning, it'll keep you warm.
So I went to Liberty Forum this last February, and it was fantastic. I got to hang out with people like Jeffrey Tucker and Davi Barker of ShinyBadges.com. These are these people that are creating the free world, and I'm rubbing elbows with them.
I am so much in support of the Free State Project. I'm so much in support of what is happening here in New Hampshire, because it's not just about New Hampshire. It's about demonstrating to the entire country the power of bringing these ideas into not just the marketplace, but into state houses, into local communities and county commissions, and they are fighting to restore their own liberty. They're not waiting for a savior. They're not waiting for some messiah to come along and be their answer. They are the answer. What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is, right? physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of pontificating. There's a lot of people thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it, and that's why it's so exciting.
These people, along with thousands of others just like them, have signed the Free State Project's Statement of Intent. They made the move, have gotten active, and joined the existing Live Free or Die community. Of course, the Granite State is not perfect, and we have a long way to go in recovering certain liberties, but we invite you to join us in making history, showing the world the universal benefits of freedom.
I moved from California, Orange County, California, and while there is a liberty movement there, I felt like I was the only person planning liberty events, and I was working so hard for so little payoff. And I moved here, and I've only been here about 2 weeks, but I've been to an event every day that I've been here.
It was really something else to land and be instantly plugged into a community that in other places I'd lived, I had taken years to build up that kind of network of friends and colleagues. And here I was, I just showed up, and within days I was already plugged into a huge network of people who to this day remain some of my best friends and business colleagues.
One of the things in life is you have to take risk to get results. And fear is a very paralyzing force. Unless you actually try things, you're not going to have results in your life. So I think that people should take a risk on something. And the Free State Project is still a project. It's not a proven thing. Even if we don't achieve more freedom in my lifetime, I mean, it's still awesome to be around all these great, positive people. You know, that's the reason I'm here, is for the people.
That's the thing. That's the key to all of this. Everything we have here that's great and wonderful can be even better. All it's going to take is for more people to show up.
Working alongside our many New Hampshire native friends, we are consolidating the efforts of 20,000 liberty-minded activists in a small, low-populated state with an active pro-freedom culture. We've built an amazingly energetic and supportive community that enjoys having fun in many different ways. So of course, porcupines love a good move-in party. We'll help you get settled in and familiar with the region so you can hit the ground running.
When I first moved here, I did it alone. I wasn't involved in Facebook yet, so I didn't have the FSP welcome wagon, I didn't have the job boards or anything. But I found the environment of New Hampshire very welcoming. I was able to get a place to live the day I got here, easily, and it's been a wonderful experience helping other people to move in and making them feel welcome, because I know how it feels to move 1,000 miles and be someplace completely new. And they really appreciate it.
We're on our way up to West Lebanon to welcome Jason and Mary Sorens. They're finally moving to New Hampshire.
We moved to New Hampshire in August 2013. We had about 60 people show up to our move and moved everything out of the moving truck and into our apartment over the space of about 20 minutes. Then they held a party. There was a guy doing balloon animals for the kids, and people brought food, and it was great. I couldn't even meet everyone who came to the party, but it was fantastic.
We invite you to be part of this historic movement. Please visit freestateproject.org/join, sign up, and ask your friends and family to be an active participant in achieving liberty in our lifetime. Thank you for watching.
Is freedom necessary?
As far as I'm concerned, it is, yes.
Is it necessary for a productive society?
Yes, I should say it is. I mean, a genuinely productive society. I mean, I think you could produce plenty of goods without much freedom, but I think the whole sort of creative life of man is ultimately impossible without a considerable measure of individual freedom.
Hi, I'm Derek J. I'm an activist originally from Philadelphia. To me, an activist's calling is to actively work to advance a cause. The cause for which I work is personal freedom. I believe my life is best when I engage in voluntary interactions and self-government. I reject the idea that anyone else has a higher claim to my life or my body than I do. I see people who call themselves the government as a threat to my personal freedom. I realize you may feel differently, but my relationship with the people who call themselves the government is completely involuntary. I don't want a politician to represent me. To me, government is the idea that one group of people can coerce everyone to comply with an edict, or face increasing punishments up to and including death. Despite perhaps the most noble of intentions, the best government services are a far cry from what could be provided for by voluntary interactions. Besides, the people who call themselves the government wage wars and put peaceful people in jail for crimes involving no victims. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Mr. Huxley, in your new essay, you state that these various enemies of freedom are pushing us toward a real-life, brave new world, and you say that it's awaiting us just around the corner. First of all, can you detail for us what life in this brave new world which you fear so much, or what life might be like?
Well, to start with, I think this kind of the dictatorship of the future, I think will be very unlike the dictatorships which we've been familiar with in the immediate past. I mean, take another book prophesying the future, which was a very remarkable book, George Orwell's 1984. Well, this book was written at the height of the Stalinist regime and just after the Hitler regime. And there he foresaw a dictatorship using entirely the methods of terror, the methods of physical violence. Now, I think what is going to happen in the future is the dictators will find, as the old saying goes, that you can do everything with bayonets except sit on them. That if you want to preserve your power indefinitely, you have to get the consent of the ruled. They will do it by bypassing the sort of rational side of man and appealing to his subconscious and his deeper emotions and his physiology even, and so making him actually love his slavery.
While living in Philadelphia, I had some unwanted interactions with law enforcers. I was detained while walking home with a sign that read, "Legalize freedom." I was told that even though others could walk down the street, I had to take a detour by myself down an alley.
Going that way, sir.
Why can't I go this way?
I give you an order and you're going to obey it. Do you hear what I said? You're going back, sir.
The police were thuggish and put their hands on me. I don't like strangers putting their hands on me.
This is my street. This is where I live. Go back.
I'm going home to my house.
Well, you have to go around. Go down that way and make a left, okay?
Thank you very much. Can I ask what's going on?
It's for your safety, sir. So that's why we're here.
Hello?
Why is there a camera on me?
I don't have anything to say to you, sir.
Who told you can go this way?
The missus in the officer's uniform over there.
She said you can go this way? Did she tell him he can go this way?
Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. I keep telling him.
You told him he can go this way?
You told me he could go down there.
You told him he can go this way? Okay, let's go.
Thank you, miss. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Obama held a rally in Philadelphia on November 10th, 2010, which I was determined to attend with a group of friends holding signs. We were denied access to the event because of our signs. I asked if we were on public property, but my question about property rights was answered by a command.
Is this public property?
You cannot bring signs into the rally. You can stand right there. You can stand right there and perfectly.
But I'm talking about over there. Is that public property?
You cannot do it. I'm
Is
sorry. We cannot let you bring signs. No signs are allowed. I'm sorry, sir.
Is it public property?
You're holding the line up.
That's fine with me. You're really holding us up here.
I had always been told that the government exists to protect my rights. Now I was seeing that these men, who have no higher claim to the earth than I do, were willing to steal my property to enforce an edict, which conflicted with my right to free speech. Lysander Spooner wrote, "Whether the Constitution really be one thing or another, this much is certain, that it has either authorized such a government as we have had, or has been powerless to prevent it. In either case, it is unfit to exist." I realized that the problem wasn't those on high, it was people like me down low. The problem wasn't the chain of command, but the chain of obedience. To create the kind of change I wanted to see in the world, I stopped looking outward upon politicians and law enforcers, and started looking within. I thought that if I can achieve personal freedom, then I can give others a path to follow or inspire others to make their own path, and then we can all live free from at least institutionalized coercion. During my time in Philadelphia, I was working as a fundraiser for Greenpeace International and the American Civil Liberties Union. I'm passionate about the issues of overfishing and secret prisons, so I was able to raise about $250,000 for the organizations collectively over 2 years, but I didn't feel satisfied. After stumbling across some YouTube videos, I learned of a group of freedom lovers moving to the same geographic area to get active for the cause of liberty. Their zany videos of average people challenging authority while promoting the concept of non-aggression captivated me. I had to be a part of it. After about a year of watching YouTube videos of people in New Hampshire living free and taking the consequences, I started preparing to move in January 2011.
Derek said he was calling from Keene, New Hampshire, but I don't think any of us here have met Derek yet, and we're doing the show from Keene, New Hampshire. Are you a Free State Project mover?
Yeah, I just moved here a week ago.
Oh, no. Wow. And so what are your initial impressions?
I love Keene. I was really scared that I wouldn't be able to find a job, but I already scored one at JCPenney. So
Sweet. Congrats. So cool, man. Well, I'm sure you've been to freekeen.com. You know, there's a calendar of things that go on there, and I'm sure we'll end up seeing you at some point.
I couldn't believe that in just about 2 weeks of moving to Keene, I had connected with a community of activists who I had idolized on YouTube. I had watched these people being arrested and committing acts of civil disobedience that made my heart leap out of my chest, and I wanted to be like them and inspire others to get active in the cause of advancing freedom. We all came from different places, but I felt I had more in common with them than even my closest friends elsewhere because of the shared value of the non-aggression principle. One of my first videography attempts in Keene was covering the weekly peace vigil at Central Square, which occurs every Saturday at 10 a.m. This particular day, the vigil was followed by a Tea Party rally, and I had the opportunity to check the political pulse of the area.
What's on the top of your personal list for taxes that need to be cut immediately?
Actually, I don't think we should cut taxes. I think the whole
While Tea Partiers are considered radical by many, I was not impressed with their mainstream views. On 4/20, I went to the rally in Concord, started by another inspiring Free Stater activist named Rich Paul. A group of about 400 activists smoked cannabis on the lawn of the State House and then walked inside, en masse, toward the governor's office. This was my introduction to the Shire Choir, a group of individuals who sing songs of peace, freedom, and justice. So I'm here with Rich, who was just playing guitar for the hymns that we were singing inside the State House.
Right. The plan was to sing out in front like happened last year. And one thing led to another. Actually, I didn't have the guitar when I should have had it, because we were going to sing right out here then. And then next thing you know, everybody's inside, and we decided why not just do it inside.
That's a great idea.
Soft Santa Claus, soft Santa Claus, there's no criminal here. He was some pot, so what? It's not that some say he has beer. And your farming isn't harming anyone noticeably. Good folks live and that's why Santa Claus must be free. And soft Santa Claus, there's no criminal here.
Well, the basic message is to end prohibition.
Awesome.
That's what it all boils down to.
The next day, April 21st, 2011, I went to my first Keene City Council meeting, armed with my Walther, my flip cam, and a Keene High School baseball hat. I interviewed then Mayor Dale Pregent to let him know that I was new in town, revealing that I had seen a YouTube video of super activist Pete Eyre being arrested for wearing a hat in court. Pregent blew me off as soon as he heard the word arrest. A citizen who was wearing a hat. I would later take my first ride in MARV, the Mobile Authority Resistance Vehicle, to join Shire activists in holding signs outside the Cheshire County House of Corrections, also known as the Keene Spiritual Retreat. There, an activist named Emperor Evan was being caged for the crime of wearing a hat, which is considered contempt of court. Who doesn't have contempt for court? For recreation and practice, I joined some of the gays for a monthly target practice event called Firearms Church. We're about to shoot these targets. In mid-June, I moved into a room at the Keene Activism Center. It brought me closer to the community. It's a hub of activism where people meet to eat, socialize, strategize, and produce media. Living so close to a media studio helped me develop my skills filming and editing video. Bo Davis was arrested on Monday, June 27th, 2011. I met Bo while being interviewed for a French TV news channel about public 420s in the square. He settled in Keene after a stint with Liberty on Tour. Bo was sentenced to 5 days in the Cheshire County House of Corrections for contempt of court. The next day, I was there at District Court doing Don't Take the Plea Deal outreach with Rapture. When Rapture returned from handing out flyers to people in the court lobby, he told me that a demo of copblock.org was being arrested upstairs.
Just as I'm about to walk out, a demo's like, "Hey, Jason. Man, I'm like, hold on. I look, a demo's on the floor, handcuffed. You know, and at that point, a demo filled me in on what had happened. He's like, dude, he's like, you aren't going to believe this. I got arrested for nothing.
I handed off my camera to Rapture, and he filmed the arresting bailiffs in the lobby.
Can anybody tell me what's happening with my friend?
Recorded.
Is that a policy that I can't record you?
I am saying under federal law, you have the right not to be recorded.
Okay, if you show me that policy, I'll be more than happy to shut this off.
I just told you what the federal law is. Now you got 2 minutes to shut it off, or I'm going to arrest you. Violation of my privacy.
Okay.
What you want to do?
A demo was arrested for asking Judge Burke questions about wearing a hat in court and how that constitutes contempt.
Judge Burke, can I ask you a few questions about a hat and how that constitutes contempt? You think people want to pay for someone to be in jail for 5 days for wearing a hat? It's kind of ridiculous to waste taxpayer money on something like that, isn't it? Sir, I just want to have a conversation.
Bailiff, this person is threatening me about a decision that I just made.
I'm not threatening you. I'm asking him questions. Did I threaten you?
He's threatening as a criminal offense.
What was my threat?
Come on, sir, you're in custody.
What was my threat?
You can in custody, sir.
I went to investigate myself and was arrested for video recording. So,
Apparently Jason was just threatened if he didn't turn off his camera. I want to go see what this is about up here.
There is no video and audio allowed in this lobby.
There isn't?
Now shut it off, you go and get arrested.
Where's the statute?
It's right on the wall.
Oh. Can you show me?
I said.
Can you show me where it is on the wall?
You're under arrest.
No, sir.
Okay.
I just want to see where the law is.
You're under arrest.
No. No. I have work today.
Well, you ain't gonna make it. You got your
what? No. Wait.
You're on the counter. Now.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Let's just be friends here.
He was dealing with a couple thuggish security agents that one of them, decided, I don't know if they're homophobes or whatever their deal is, but they arrested Derek, I think because he was skinny and easy to pick on compared to Rapture, who was much larger in that particular case.
Although Ademo was originally charged with improper influence and the charges were eventually dropped, he still spent 2.5 days in jail. My charges were dropped the day before court. In late July, Dale Everett of Anarchy in Your Head comic fame asked me to join his new GLBT talk radio show, Prometheus Unchained, which later became Flaming Freedom. I was nervous and pretty silent at first, but after listening to a few episodes I got comfortable and found my voice for radio, and discovered the chemistry of the group to produce an entertaining broadcast. This first radio gig introduced me to the most active of the Shire's gay communities, such as co-host Neil Connor, Jay Denonville of the activist website mail-2-jail.com, Andre Rosa of notesforrobots.com, and Buzz of Buzz's Big Gay Dance Party. Having come from the gayborhood of Philadelphia, my perception is that the Shire is overwhelmingly straight by population, but very accepting of gays. My time on Flaming Freedom also led to a guest appearance on the podcast Puke in the Gang, and it wasn't long before I was discovered by Free Talk Live's Mark Edge.
I wish I could take credit for Derek being on Free Talk Live, but I was in jail at the time that he was added to the show. So it was a pleasant surprise when I got out to discover that Derek had been added to the cast of characters, which I think he's probably one of the best, if not the best, co-host we ever had. I mean, he's so exuberant. He's got a real, the guy's got talent. He's great, but I deserve no credit. Mark, my co-host, made the decision to bring Derek on while I was in jail, because when I was in jail, he needed more help here in the studio, and so it was a really good move on his part.
Ian Freeman of FreeKeen.com was caged August 24, 2011, after a jury trial in Superior Court for the crime of standing in front of a police car. Ian was non-verbally expressing his displeasure with the actions of Keene police when they kidnapped a peaceful local woman, Heike Corser, for enjoying an alcoholic beverage in the park.
I was at the trial of Ian Freeman today with about 30 other folks from the community, and I was to video record the entire thing. There was a lot of restrictions, but there's a 3-page order that the judge gave me in response to my motion, so I wasn't even allowed to move the camera at all. Pan or zoom is ridiculous.
Before sentencing, Ian had explained that he would be appealing the decision, and so I expected he would be free for at least another 30 days. However, when the judge's gavel fell, Ian was taken into custody and began serving a 90-day sentence for obstructing government administration. He spent 59 days in jail for his victimless crime. With Ian unexpectedly caged, Free Talk Live's Mark Edge scrambled to fill in the gaps. Mark asked me to fill in on Tuesday nights, which was previously covered by Dale Everett of Anarchy in Your Head and Flaming Freedom. I was excited to join the cast of characters on FTL, improve my skills on radio, and help bring the message of personal freedom to an expansive audience. At the same time, I rebranded my YouTube presence by creating a new channel called Freeman TV, where I would specifically cover stories of peaceful resistance. Bo Davis made a killer intro and an outro graphic which became the signature of Freeman TV videos. Over time, the videos produced on this channel would be used frequently for featured and guest segments on Free Keen TV. The infamous Live Free or Dance arrest happened Friday night, September 9th, 2011. Free Speech Friday had been shut down earlier in the day. I missed the gay clubs of Philadelphia, and rather than complain, I decided to have a dance party in the center of town.
What?
Who complained?
City complained about the use of power, and a citizen complained about the lights.
What do you mean the city?
They kept probing by asking questions of the crowd, such as, whose property is this?
Why you guys are here?
So if it's
fine, and just take care of it. Both bars. Just take care of it, and don't use the power, and you're all set.
What's with the threats, guys? Don't appreciate it. People are having a good time.
Okay. Who's making the threat?
You guys are making threats.
Okay, that's good. So
that's good.
That's not that you're making threats. I don't have an hour.
Who's being
shut it down? Then we're all set.
Who's being hurt?
Citizens complaining about it.
All right, is anyone being hurt here?
Hi. You can come here and use force against us.
Excuse me?
Hi. Hang on a second. So,
we don't require your services. You guys. Go ahead.
I still haven't figured out what.
Nobody's being really bugged here or anything. I don't think anybody's complained really.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's none.
Yeah, I can't imagine who really complained about this.
You guys all said not going to use the lights and the music anymore.
What ordinance says you can't use the lights and music?
You can't use the power. You're going to bring generators.
According to what? Your guns?
I don't know. I don't know.
Derek in the studio, because Derek, apparently there's been some run-in with the Keene cops, and you were right in the middle of it.
It was a swell time until they showed up, and so they were asking whose property it was that played the music. And since no one really claimed it at first, they were saying that one of the gentlemen who was arrested earlier that day had claimed it, and so they were going to take it for him.
Right.
And I was like, why are you trusting him? This is my property.
Some guy, he just makes some claim, and that's what they call police work now.
Right, that's their investigation. Eventually, one officer, Michael Kopcha, attempted to take the property for which I was responsible.
Hey!
I held my property to protect it from theft.
Whoa. Hey! Leave him alone, man! He's not doing fucking anything to you, man!
Hey, guys.
Hey!
More force?
Hey!
Is this the answer? Sir, let go of the bag.
Get your fucking hands off him! He's not fucking doing anything!
This is my property! You will not
You have
take it!
no right to take that!
So
You have
took
fucking no right!
You took someone else's word and then put this man to the
That's
ground?
correct. That's correct.
These guys don't even know what kind of example do you set? Putting people to the ground, trying to take their property?
Exactly. I don't know that it's his property, man.
You don't know that it's the other guy's property either, but you put him to the ground?
That's the information I'm working on right now.
So, yes, you can see the video where he tugs at my arms and he's saying, let go of the bag, and it's right on video. I'm not holding the bag, but he's ripping my arm behind my back anyway. So walks me over to the police car. It says, get in the car. And I say, I don't want to get in the car. He said, get in the car. And I say, I feel like I'm being kidnapped. I don't want to get in this car. And so I stand there, and he says, well, then I'm going to mace you. And he does. Even after the mace, I was remaining standing, and because I did not want to come in. I'll walk home after being maced. I would much rather, but no, he then just pushed my shoulder in because I couldn't see anything, and I'm in intense pain. My whole head's on fire at this point. 5 days after the Live Freer dance party, a crowd of marijuana enthusiasts gathered in Central Square at 420 to openly smoke in remembrance of lost liberties. Adam Kokesh of Russia Today's Adam vs. the Man was in town to document the civil disobedience for which Keene is famous. The police presence that day was unusually massive. The peaceful crowd shared a group hug, a commitment to peace with a show of hands, and also voted that the police presence was a service neither necessary nor desired.
Can you agree to that? Since we don't really know each other, I won't put my hands on you, and you won't put your hands on me. Can we make that agreement? Because one of the goals I would like for this space is to keep the Common a peaceful place. I've heard that there's some violence here that happens, so I want to set a good example by making sure that no violence or initiations of aggression ever happen here. So I would like for everyone here to make the agreement that they won't put their hands on one another.
I agree to that.
I think that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think people ought to be, Does anybody else agree to that?
Yeah, can I?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Just raise your hand.
Yeah.
No violence.
No violence today? show of hands. If we're going to be peaceful and violent, show of hands if you
don't want any violence here today. Would you raise your hand? If there's going to be no violence here today, do you agree with no violence today?
Violent people here.
So let's take a vote. Let's take a vote. Do we need these police officers here anymore?
No.
When one of the officers assigned to the drug task force sat down beside me, I asked him if he would mind if I smoked. He said I could do whatever I want. I asked him what the consequences would be. He didn't answer. I began packing a pipe and singing "Give Peace a Chance" when an officer took the pipe from my hands and ordered another cop to arrest me. I kept singing, my Bic lit like a candle, and rose to serenade the officer who would be arresting me. I walked slowly towards City Hall, where I had hopes that others would gather with me, but along the way I was handcuffed.
A chance. All I am saying is give peace a chance. All I am saying.
We've had a 420 rally going in Keene, New Hampshire since September of 2009, where people have been coming out and openly smoking cannabis. I was arrested twice. There have been several other people arrested. Eventually, the cops stopped coming. They realized that we were just going to tie them up in court and take up their time, and they accepted and internalized apparently what our point has been all along. It's not worth the time and money to mess with pot smokers. Well, yesterday, for the first time in almost 2 years, they came out to the Keene Town Square and they arrested my friend Derek Freeman for smoking pot here, which hasn't been done in a long time.
About your calls. And Derek J., one of our normal co-hosts, is on the line, calling in from jail. Derek?
Hello. How's everyone doing tonight?
Pretty soon we're just going to move the equipment into the Cheshire County Jail.
I wanted to tell everyone that I will be getting out of here as soon as bail is posted. And I just really appreciate everyone's support, all of those who watched the video, those of you who are making the move to Keene because of the activism that happens here.
Derek, what sort of motivated you to be basically the only one at this 420 event to actually pull out allegedly marijuana and proceed to try to smoke it, it looked like, from the video?
Well, what inspired me was that I came there to smoke. I mean, and I wasn't going to be scared by the presence of these thugs in costumes. That doesn't change anything about me smoking a bowl being a peaceful act. But yeah, it was that no one else was doing it. And I was like, what the hell's wrong with everybody?
September was an eventful month for civil disobedience. Jason Talley of Talley TV was arrested September 23, 2011 for walking through a security checkpoint at Cheshire County Superior Court with a camera clipped to his belt.
Jason Talley, our Friday co-host here, he actually was among them. I guess he checked some video gear at the desk, but had his personal camera that he was going to use to take pictures of some things at the clerk's window. The bailiffs demanded that he give the camera over. He refused. They subdued him. They put handcuffs on him. He then went to the ground, and then they drug him by the handcuffs out of the door. And according to some passerby, they roughed him up. So as I understand, he is refusing to process, which means give them his name, rank, serial number, and all that stuff.
This came less than a month after the First Circuit Court's ruling known as the Glick decision. The Glick decision makes explicit the rights of individuals to act as members of the free press, in accordance with the First Amendment, to collect information regarding actions of government agents during the official course of their duties. It was around this time that Free Keene TV began to take shape.
He was a new mover, came to town, and he was very quiet, just kind of absorbing what was going on around him, and then finally deciding that he was ready to do something. And he got involved with Free Keene TV early on. I extended a welcome to him to be on the show, and initially Derek helped with the cameras, the setup, and then quickly became a switcher. So his role was just vital to the show. He became very much a person who wanted to be involved and who not only wanted to be involved, but he excelled at whatever he was doing, and he was very committed.
Several times I was a guest on the show to report on my ongoing victimless crime spree. One day, I received a letter informing me that my application for a license to carry a concealed weapon had been denied. I went to the police station to inquire as to why, but was turned away with no answer except that I am a known drug user. I appealed that decision, and a hearing was scheduled. At the hearing, I was informed that one of the conditions of bail imposed by Judge Burke during my Give Peace a Chance arraignment was a restriction on possessing a firearm. Burke then informed me that because of this fact, I have filed the wrong paperwork. I would need to move the court to reconsider bail conditions. Instead of simply handling the matter instantly, Burke insisted that I file another motion and schedule another hearing for the purpose of reconsidering bail. I did, and it was denied. On November 5th, a crowd gathered in front of the State House in Concord to protest drug prohibition. I gave a speech and then walked along with members of the Shire Choir through the streets singing songs of peace, liberty, and justice. Upon arrival at the building called the New Hampshire State Liquor Store No. 1, some of us decided to sing some chronic carols to the people inside. The peaceful songs of the Shire Choir brilliantly highlighted the irony of the situation. People calling themselves the state of New Hampshire will cage peaceful people for using one drug, cannabis, all the while selling people another drug, alcohol, which is far more dangerous. My peaceful singing that day inspired an investigation by the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, which led to my being served with a no trespass order for all New Hampshire liquor stores.
Prohibition, poor and slingered song. It may be a failure, but I need my job. He didn't take long to come up with a plan to stir up a frenzy for something to ban. Amendments won't matter.
Alright, got 3 more songs.
Well, they got 3 more liquor stores.
Well, how about,
You don't have
sorry.
authorization here, right now.
What are you talking about? This is a public sidewalk.
Right on here is state property, okay?
State, what's the difference?
The store is state property.
What does that mean? What's the state?
I'm not trying to argue that. You're not being
I'm not
argue
arguing.
that. I do have some names that you have questions. In the state store there is.
Around this time, Jason Talley of Talley TV moved into the Keene Activism Center. I joined him on the relaunch of the website fr33agents.com, a website networking liberty activists around the globe. I worked on expanding fr33agents.tv by collecting videos with voluntarist messages together in one place and showcasing liberty-oriented media. Later, I would produce a daily 5-minute podcast for Free Agents which covered stories of peaceful resistance. Free Agents Radio News was later scaled back and put on hold due to distractions from Legal Land, which required my full attention. Around this time, I was asked to speak on the topic of civil disobedience before a group of students at the University of New Hampshire.
I moved up from Philadelphia to New Hampshire to live a freer life. I felt like if I was moving to a place where there are other people who are willing to disobey the men with guns, then I'm a little bit safer when I do the same thing. I'm not trying to push like, oh, the Democrats are going to legalize marijuana. I don't care what the Democrats do or the Republicans do or the people in office, because they're not, in my opinion, interested in a free life for any of us. I think they are controlling people that they don't even know, and they do it by threatening men with badges and guns to come in and knock down your door and take you into a cage. I don't think that benefits anybody, and I think you would agree.
In late November, I was leaving Keene District Court after filming Beau's arraignment. The judge having left, I slung my camera bag over my shoulder, put on my hat, and walked out of court. Before I was able to leave the lobby, however, I was detained by court bailiff Ron Dusevich.
Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to leave this place. I do not.
He restricted my freedom of movement and insisted that I remove my hat.
If it's important to you, you can take it off. You can take.
Thankfully, Rich Paul walked over, asked my permission to remove my hat, nabbed it, and walked away, placing the hat on his own head as he left. I was recording with one of my wearable cameras, so I caught the bizarre encounter on film. Ron Dusevich is the same man who arrested me for filming in the district court lobby in June. December 9th, 2011, I covered an open carry demonstration at the campus of Plymouth State University. Brad Jardis, a former New Hampshire law enforcer, and Tommy Mazingo, a veteran, announced they would wear guns on the campus in defiance of the university's unconstitutional policy banning firearms.
Thank you, everybody, for taking interest in this, whether you agree with us or not. We just want you to have the right to choose whether or not you want to defend yourself.
Thank you for coming to campus without the weapons. Thank you.
That you know of. For all you know, I could have an MP5 on my back.
And I appreciate your civil disobedience and your willingness to do this through a legislative process.
If all good people carried guns, criminals would be out of business tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Here.
How can students who have no wish to carry or to protect themselves through the use of guns benefit from the right of others on campus to be able to do that?
In states like Utah, where there's a legislative decree that students at universities can carry guns, or states like Oregon, where the appeals board struck down the entire university system regulation scheme, which is quite similar to New Hampshire, and this happened in September, people know that, oh, geez, you know, people of the criminal mindset know that, oh, all these people could be carrying guns. This is not the low-hanging fruit. You know?
Does everyone feel safer because the cops carry guns because they've had a training course? So if everyone here had taken a training course, we would all feel just as comfortable as that man standing right there. He's standing there in confidence because he's taken a training course and he's held a gun before.
Like, guns aren't that scary if you learn about it. You know what? They're afraid of losing control. They want to control you.
Yeah.
And they're afraid they're losing control because we're pointing out that they're doing something specifically that they can't. They want to control you and tell you what you can do, where you can go, when you can do it, and if you don't do it, you're going to sit in a cage. They're doing something they can't do, and they're getting called on it, and now they're calling us domestic terrorists. Doesn't that strike anybody as odd? I mean...
And wasting a lot of resources.
Yeah.
A lot of supporters attended the demonstration, and a small group of counter-protesters gathered with signs, but their messages were quickly silenced by their own organizer, a PSU English professor.
We're good. Hi, I'm recording for the Shire Free Press.
Oh, sure.
Just wondering if you'd like to comment on your sign here.
Well, it was made by Robin DeRosa, one of my faculty members, and I think it kind of sums up my point. Please don't bring guns onto my campus.
What's your concern?
I'm concerned about exactly what just happened at Virginia Tech. I'm concerned that our really, really safe campus is going to be kind of demolished and just have a whole different feel about it. It's a very holy place to be, and I just don't think it should be just infected with guns all around campus.
Is everyone with a gun a bad guy?
No, not at all. The hunters are great, and people that...
But we don't really feel safe talking today, so we might want to just... We're having a silent protest, so we hope that you'll respect that.
Excuse me, who are you?
Some literature?
I'm recording for the Shire Free Press.
Would you like some literature?
Sure. Who are you?
We're having a silent protest today. Thank you.
Well, I was just talking to this gentleman. Would you like to give me your name?
Yeah, it's Josh Cooley, but...
That's great. And does this woman own you, or are you speaking for yourself today?
We're having a silent protest today.
Okay, well, why the change? Were you not having a silent protest earlier, and now you are?
It's just early in the morning.
Okay. Well, have a great day.
One day at Superior Court, activists Kelly Voluntarist and Jason Talley refused to stand for the judge and were arrested. Because cameras were still banned from the court, no video of this encounter is available. In response, peace activists decided to court block by asking the court bureaucrats questions as they walked from their cars to work. We sang chronic Christmas carols to the sheriffs and were eventually unlawfully banned from entering Superior Court property for alleged persistent harassment of court personnel.
How are you guys today?
Great. Good morning. And happy holidays.
Thanks. You know, I'm so sorry, but I won't be interviewed. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Arnold, do you have time for a few questions? Maybe the least you could do. How about you, Tebow? You got a few questions? Oh, you're not so tough when the camera's out today, are you?
Oh, we're just wishing folks a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holiday, and and asking how you feel about peaceful people being arrested in courtrooms for not standing for judges.
I have no comment on that, but I do appreciate your right to ask a question.
You think it's the right thing to do to
Good morning.
who doesn't stand for a robed man across the floor in handcuffs? Is that the right thing to do? It's a serious conversation. I mean, we need to be talking about this stuff if we want to live in a peaceful society.
I agree.
Cool.
It's a worthwhile conversation.
You guys know, I've been out here a few times now, talking to everybody coming out, and
yeah, we're wishing folks a Merry Christmas.
Just talking like a normal person, not like you're being an interview status, okay? I appreciate that. Just to inform you, do not get in their way of going to the vehicles.
Sheriffs are here.
Do not stay at a close distance to them. You need to keep your space from them, okay? As long as you guys do that, I mean, don't follow them to their vehicle, you know, at close distance and getting in the way and doing all that stuff, okay? They have a right to their freedom of movement to their vehicle and getting in and leaving and going home.
Of course. I don't think anyone would interfere.
They're no longer a public.
Have you seen anyone getting in someone's way?
Yeah, I'm just telling you, if you guys continue with an aspect of getting in their way, of constantly trying to intimidate them.
Whoa, intimidation.
It's like getting broader and broader. Get bigger, okay?
I just want to know what you mean. Like, I just have some more questions about. Look, okay, so you said don't get in someone's way, and so my understanding of that would be that you're in my way now if I'm walking toward that car there, for instance. But if I were walking this way, you wouldn't be in my way, right?
No, but you guys.
Okay, just want to clarify what that means.
Do not strategically position yourself along these routes where these people are going to walk, so that they are going to have to walk by you, so that you can ask them questions.
Well, now that sounds like you're suggesting that we shouldn't be able to move to whatever place in the public space that we would like.
That's censoring of the media.
And I don't intend to get in anyone's way, but the real concern for me is to suggest that it would be intimidating or stalking to ask someone questions in public.
In 2012, I was kicked out of 2 election campaign events by presidential hopefuls. Rick Santorum came to Keene Public Library on January 6, 2012. Some activists and I went to the event with signs and song sheets. The Associated Press reported that we were forcibly removed by police with no reason given. The law enforcer Fenton P. Moore Jr. inexplicably claimed to be working on behalf of the Santorum campaign.
Are you asking or ordering? We're telling you to leave. Is that a lawful order?
Based on what?
Let's go.
Excuse me, don't put your hands on me, sir. What are you doing? Putting your hands on me? You are a stranger to me. I don't like strangers putting their hands on me. I don't want strangers putting their hands on me. I don't appreciate this type of behavior.
Far enough now for your pleasure?
You need to back out further because this is going to block all this.
Why can you be there?
I work here.
Well, I work here.
Nobody. Once they get past, once they get past it, I'm going back down.
Yeah, well, I'm okay, but I didn't appreciate having them.
The bottom line is, they're having a political meeting down there. The political team has said that you guys were being disruptive because your chanting was drowning out.
Is the First Amendment disruptive?
I'm just telling you what this is. So
the First Amendment is not legitimate at a political meeting.
They had the authority to say, we want them out. They're being disruptive. We want them out. So I acted on behalf of the campaign team.
Hey, they won't let us down either. Not protesters, not press.
There's plenty of press people waiting.
Yes, and we were there. You see, we're adding no one to the room because we were just there. Thank you.
You go over there, talk to the chief.
We sang to Santorum, and Ian Freeman and Bo Davis both had the opportunity to ask Santorum if he has ever Googled himself.
The public wants to know, have you ever Googled yourself?
I encourage people to search out my website so they can learn more about me.
Teach courses, dare endorses, turn your own parents in, not unlike the old Soviet Union. No police state, join the free state, this is where freedom's been. Stop the drug war before it stops you.
John Huntsman came to Keene State College on January 8th. I went with a group of activists to the event holding signs.
This is a good place for signs right here. This is perfect.
were told by some staff that we weren't allowed to have signs. They claimed that even though the college is funded by taxpayer dollars, it's not a public institution where the First Amendment applies.
What was that?
We don't allow signs inside.
Who's we?
The campaign.
Oh, is this your property?
Oh, no, but I'll be happy to have you.
Oh,
The police were called, and we were escorted out of the event under duress by 4 police officers.
We have a space for you people if you want to occupy that space.
Oh, I think this is fine right here.
Nope, it's not. You have to leave.
Watch out for a second. Oh, yeah. Now, who funds this university? Who funds this college?
It's public though, right?
Yes.
You have to leave.
Based on what?
Based upon what my supervisor told me.
I'm not going to argue it. Just move or go with us. It's going to be considered trespassing.
Isn't this public property?
I don't necessarily think it's public property. I think...
don't my tax dollars go to this building?
I don't think that your tax dollars necessarily go to this building.
Yeah, they do.
So I'm done, Ian. So we're going to either go down to where they said you can go.
I'm not holding a sign.
No, they've asked for all you guys to move.
Oh, so now we're being told to move even if we don't have a sign?
Isn't that correct?
Anybody that has a sign.
Oh, a sign? Okay.
Well, I'm not really clear on where her authority
You are very clear. You've done this many times before.
Well, I'm a sovereign individual, and I don't appreciate the threats.
Who's threatening you?
Well, she's saying that if I stay here with the property...
Ladies and gentlemen, I thought I'd like to let you know we are currently being threatened by these men with badges here for simply standing here quietly with signs.
Now you're being disorderly, so go.
Disorderly, so
go.
I was just speaking.
I know, but when you start doing this stuff, we're we trying to be nice to you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to talk to the crowd. Nothing's going on here.
You know why won't you allow signs in here?
Watch it completely. Gone.
Off the property. You told us we could go downstairs.
It's changed now, Ian.
Why is that?
You're off the property.
We're done.
You're off the property.
Why is
Go.
that?
Because we're
I'm here as the press.
Because
do you want them to start doing criminal trespass?
Have I threatened anyone?
Stop and go. Thank you.
Have I hurt anybody?
Well, you're
Stop and go. What do you mean? What does stop and go mean?
2 words.
I don't
Stop talking and go.
for holding aside.
Aren't you guys embarrassed about what you're doing here today?
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Any respect for people who make
I
threats.
have no powers of arrest. I'm not threatening you.
This man right here will put me in a cage, and you know it. And you're threatening me on his behalf.
He doesn't even have to
freedom of speech, right?
Jason, hey Jason, did you ever end up looking up what liberty means? I know at my trial you said that you didn't really look into that.
Oh, I didn't think about it because I feel like I have liberty. I'm good.
He has that thin blue line. It's all right for him.
Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum.
All right. Well, you guys have a good night. I hope you think about your actions. You guys are ridiculous. Guys, you're being great. You look ridiculous behind those badges.
Please think about it.
Extra right. So much for freedom of speech, silent protest, right to assemble. It's all a big joke.
My Live For Your Dance trial, as it has come to be called, began with a song by members of the Shire Choir. The song we sang that day is called Free Derek J, with lyrics by a prolific peace activist named Sam A. Robrin. On January 18th, 2012, I had a bench trial for the charges of obstructing government administration, resisting arrest, and refusing to be processed. The first 2 are Class A misdemeanors, meaning they each carry sentences of up to 1 year in jail and up to $1,000 in fines plus court fees. The charge for refusing to be processed is a town ordinance, which means it cannot be brought before a jury, but instead must be ruled on by a judge, like the infamous Judge Burke. Like the judges in your town, he has caged innumerable peaceful people, some of them my friends, for victimless crimes against the state.
Liberty, peace on earth, peace to all. Free Derek J. Ba ba ba. Dope laws get enforced by dopes, by dopes, by dopes, by dopes. But I can say, ba ba ba. Heroes like him raise our hopes. Stay sure.
Some witnesses made notable comments. Stephen Corrigan said the volume of the dance party was much quieter than the fire siren that blasts through Central Square, sometimes multiple times per day.
It was much lower than the siren.
Jason, Tally TV, described how the cops used their flashlights in what seemed like a coordinated effort to impede the lenses of the cameras.
The videos that we watched earlier, I was live streaming them, so I have documentation of all this, but it was a peaceful event, and then the police showed up and was using this device as a camera. The officers, I believe at least 3 of them, shined their lights in the different camera angles. So the officers' lights would have been shined right in my face and at the camera, making it obstructing my view.
Ian claimed ownership of the equipment and revealed that it was currently in his house, it wasn't stolen, and that I had his permission to use it during the dance party.
Did you recognize the piece of sound equipment that was featured in the video? Had you seen it before?
It's mine. I own that piece of equipment.
Okay. Your property was returned to you?
It was, however, I was not compensated for the lost ability to use that property.
I moved that the court dismiss each of the charges several times, and each time they were denied. Even the most basic of my motions were denied. I moved the court to consider the text of the law to be relevant. Denied. I moved the court to consider the U.S. Constitution relevant. Denied. Since I was in court anyway, I moved the court to consider modifying my bail conditions so that I can carry a gun to defend myself, which was also denied.
I'm here today under duress to answer to charges by the state that I disturbed the peace and dignity of the state. As I believe I proved today by calling witnesses, making motions, and sound argumentation, I am a person dedicated to peace and dignity. The alleged charges took place at one such celebration of peace, dignity, and freedom. Not only am I innocent of the alleged charges, but as evidence will show, I was the victim of aggression by agents of the state who acted outside the law and put into effect the tremendous waste of time and energy and resources of this court and the taxpayers of this town. I posit that it is impossible to interfere with government administration when law enforcement is acting outside the law. No victim can be identified in these cases except myself.
Judge Burke found me guilty on all 3 charges and sentenced me to 90 days in the Cheshire County House of Corrections for obstructing government, another 90 days to be served after that for verbally resisting arrest, and imposed a $1,240 fine for refusing to answer questions. All but the fine were suspended upon the condition of obedient behavior. Shortly after the Live Free or Dance trial, I decided to strip down to my underwear and join Kelly Voluntarius at the Manchester airport to hand out literature about the Transportation Security Association while Rapture filmed.
This is the new uniform everyone's going to have to wear if you want to travel. Have you gotten this yet? No. Alright, then that's for you. Have a great rest of the day.
Collectively, we handed out about 200 flyers in just 1 hour. The reception by travelers was overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah, if you want to travel by air, you have to wear your underwear. Have you read about it? Just makes the whole job easier, right?
We were asked by a police officer to move to the free speech zone. We respectfully declined and were not hassled any further. A few days later, I was sitting at home when my house was inexplicably visited by 3 law enforcers, one of them Fenton P. Moore Jr. I avoided any interaction with them, but Adamo and Kate went outside to investigate. They learned that the law enforcers were looking to serve me with a no trespass order from Monadnock Regional High School.
me.
Mean it! Get it away!
You just assaulted me.
No, I don't care. I don't care. He's not gonna I have a right. He is not gonna videotape me.
You do not have a right. You're in public and you're a public employee.
I am on school property.
You're on public property.
No, this is school property, and he's a jerk.
Why is he a jerk? He's just doing his job.
No, I am, and you're in my way.
I don't see him being in your way.
And I will call my boss at the police station. You guys think you're so great, and I'm a jerk.
Well, what's being...
You just came up to me and assaulted me.
You're the one
No,
who's
I didn't. I asked you to get the camera out of my face.
I didn't see him anywhere near your face, actually.
Oh, yes, he was.
You approached him.
Oh, I don't even want to listen to you.
You walked right up to him.
Yeah.
And you swung your stop sign at him.
No,
and
I went like this.
And you hit his camera.
I don't care.
I saw it all happen. Now, clearly you don't care.
No,
you're the one.
you're all
I think you're
jerks.
projecting, man.
I'm not even going to listen.
I think you're projecting when you call us jerks.
Are you infringing on my freedom of movement?
No, we're infringing on... You are not able to distribute materials unless you have approval.
Well,
Do
we're
you
not
have
talking-
approval from the superintendent's office?
Why are you getting up in his face?
That's what I'm saying.
No, I
Do
don't
you have
appreciate you getting
Do you
in
have
my face,
approval
sir.
to be here?
I'd like to walk around you.
Do you have approval to distribute materials?
Does anybody want some information that this man would not like you to receive? This is just some information your school's trying to censor. If you'd like it, you're free to take it.
Policies to regulate this are...
What is your name, sir?
Put on board by the school board.
What is your name?
Regulated by the people of the 7 towns.
Who are you?
You're infringing on the people and the policies governing the school.
How is anyone being infringed upon here? This is
Because
public property.
No, you don't have permission to be here.
Well, I pay taxes, so why do I need permission?
Because of the school board's policy regulating distribution of materials to minors. That's why you need to investigate it with the superintendent.
Why does it matter what your policies are?
Because the people of Swansea elect school board members to elect policies. There are policies governing this. You need to go.
I'm going. I mean, I'm trespassing. Well, wait a minute. How am I trespassing on public property?
Because you're in violation of the school board's policy to
your
distribute materials.
That's your board.
No, it's the people's
It's not
board.
my board.
It's elected.
It's your board.
Where do you live?
I live in Keene.
Well then, you need to talk to the elected officials
No, that's
from
just that's what
Swansea.
you've said. I don't know. How am I supposed to know you're telling the truth?
I'm telling you the truth.
Well, you know,
telling
I
you
pay
the
property
truth.
taxes.
There are
so
policies governing this. You are off. You can't be here.
They're your policies. They're your board. They're yours. It's
They're
your
the people's board.
And we're back at Monadnock Regional for another episode of Liberty Outreach. And we've got a petition today as well for an anti-bearcat petition.
Let's go. Flyer. Cool. Oh, it's going great.
Good afternoon.
For the day.
How are you? Have you heard about the bearcat?
Got some information for you. That's a question for you.
Thank you.
Cheyenne,
I'm busy right now. I'm working. Do you have
permission to hand out the material?
Thank you. Some flyers for you. There you go, guys.
Do you not have permission to hand out?
Enjoy.
Then you need to leave.
What are you doing, man?
Do you have?
Did you just block that woman? That young lady? You were blocking her
Do
from
you have
receiving
permission to
information?
pass out material?
All right, guys. How's it going?
Don't need it. Free speech.
You do want public property because
don't want you to see.
This property is governed by a school board who's elected by the people.
For that school board, sir.
Well, you're not currently elected, so you don't have permission to pass it out.
I'm here.
You need to leave now. You're trespassing. We'll call the police if you don't leave.
Property.
Are you going to leave or not? Very good.
Free speech.
Thank you, Hall. Can I have another one?
You sure may.
Here's my mom.
Here, there you go.
Hey, who wants some information? Oh, yeah, I'll take one. Awesome. All day, buddy. Yeah, tell us not to take it. Thank God I hate the school. Why doesn't your school
Everybody
want you to
take a
have this?
flyer!
Everybody, don't listen to the school. How's it going? This is some information your school does not want you to receive. It's for you, though. You're free to accept it. Nice jacket. Everything was great. I handed out a big stack of flyers. Kids were ready to take them, real receptive to new information. You know, ready to question things that their school's trying to censor.
Not having yet been served, I went to Monadnock Regional High School days later and was detained by 2 law enforcers who wanted to serve me with the no trespass order and order me to leave the public property under threat of force. I was handing out literature pertaining to the upcoming Bearcat meeting and the free agents campaign, thanksbutnotanks.com.
I don't know what that is. I would like to walk away. Conflicted by freedom of movement. I don't know what you're talking about. I would like to walk away.
You're not welcome on the property.
What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? I don't know. I don't want that piece of paper.
You need to leave now, okay? Go with him,
I don't want it, but I'm going to leave now.
You have been served. You are not welcome on the property. If you come back, you're going to get arrested.
All right, I'd like to
You're
go.
more than welcome to stand out there and pass out the stuff, okay?
So I would like to leave. Where am I supposed to leave to?
Right here.
All right. Thank you. Would you clear me a path here?
There you go. Take your friends with you. Go ahead.
That's the way to go, okay?
This is how you go. Look, the people with guns are going to push me off the property. Is this the peaceful world you want to live in? Think about it. Think about it, guys. Look at these men
stand out
with
here
guns.
at the exit and pass out your stuff.
Appropriate.
Derek, you're more than welcome to stand out here.
Look, I don't have anything to say to you. Guys, these people have guns. I have papers with information. Think about it.
Sir, you're a little uncomfortably close to me right now.
So I know Derek and Ian and a number of other folks went out to a lot of the area schools multiple times, never really had any problems. I went out to Keene High School myself a couple times, and when we went out to Monadnock Regional High, there was a lot of pushback from the school administrators, who demanded that we first get permission from one of their colleagues. My point was, this is public property. We have the right to hand information to somebody who voluntarily takes it.
The Bearcat issue energized and united the community. In December, Keene City Council quietly voted itself a Homeland Security-funded armored attack truck called a Bearcat. Only one council member voted against it. His son started a petition for the city council to reconsider the Bearcat vote, which was signed by hundreds of townspeople within days of its creation. One of the members of Keene City Council was quoted on the record as saying, "We're never on tank."
Ruled by force and not by law.
Members of the Shire Choir and I made news on WMUR for singing to the bureaucrats at City Hall.
It's time to say no more. We won't take or give any more. That's why we're singing thanks, but no thanks.
Activists like Bo Davis created media showcasing public disapproval for the Homeland Security-funded armored attack truck. Tally TV was live streaming video the day of the Bearcat reconsideration vote. Free Keene TV also reported on the meeting, which for the first time ever was packed beyond capacity and regulated by the fire marshal and police. Activists associated with a variety of projects collaborated to make the Bearcat issue front-page news. FreeKeene.com, LadiesInKeene.com, and CopBlock.org wrote blog posts, recorded podcasts, and created videos while free agents ran a campaign to unite it all under the banner of thanksbutnotanks.com. Bo Davis designed a logo which appeared on buttons and t-shirts sold at local stores and worn around town. Members of the community were disheartened when the Keene City Council voted for the Bearcat to stay, ignoring the wishes of the community. Just 4 days before that Bearcat vote, photojournalist Carlos Miller of Photography Is Not a Crime and activist Ross from Freedom's Phoenix were visiting Keene and decided to challenge the unconstitutional ban on recording inside Cheshire County Superior Court. A demo of CopBlock.org joined Carlos and Ross in filming as Ian and Kelly walked into Cheshire County Superior Court to conduct some business despite their having been served with, albeit unlawful, no trespass orders for singing.
Or at least recently they wouldn't. Then they recently changed the rules again about cameras. But either way, we're still...
So we are allowed to walk in with cameras?
Well, we'll find out. I mean, Daniel's in there with a camera right now, so he may be getting into it with him already.
But what is the official law as you speak?
There is no law. It's just men with a robe, doing whatever it is they want to.
But the court order, has that been removed?
No, not at all. I was threatened last week when I was here.
Yeah, and you're not allowed
handing
here.
out flyers out in front of this courthouse and was threatened with arrest.
You're not allowed here for
I'm
trespassing.
already technically, violating their trespass.
And what do you do? You gonna walk in? Yeah. Sir, how you doing? Are we allowed with cameras in here or no?
Yeah, they can't be turned on.
They can't be turned.
Recording now, sir?
Yes.
Will you turn it off, please?
We can't record.
No, you can't record in the building.
Okay.
Would you turn it off, please?
Yes. Is that a court order though? Is that part of the court order from a few months ago?
Yes. Would you turn it off, please?
Yeah.
Now?
Would you treat WMUR cameras the same way, Fredrickson?
Yes.
I'm a reporter from Miami. I'm just doing a
Would
story.
you turn
here.
it off now, please?
But can I ask you a quick question?
I'll answer your question after you turn it off.
Well, I want to ask you before because I want to get on the record. That's the whole point.
Okay, you can turn it off now, sir, before I call the deputies up here.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
What's up? I don't need permission. I'm here on business. Your sheriff refuses to contact me.
Sir, are you recording?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcer Caleb Dodson threatened Carlos Miller for filming the arrests going on inside.
Talk about this.
Turn it off.
Under what order? Under what order are we going to do this?
Sir, if you not turn that off, you'll be arrested.
Sir, we're talking.
If you not turn that off, you'll be arrested.
Sir, can we talk outside here?
If you not turn that off, you'll be arrested.
Sir, I'm going to continue recording because I'm doing a look. First of all, I'm doing a journalistic report. Okay.
Outside the building. There's no reason
Okay.
inside here.
But sir, are you aware of the Glick decision? The Glick decision versus Boston. It allowed us to record in public spaces. Sir, look where I'm at. I'm outside here.
Outside of the building, if you can record. You come in again, you'll be arrested.
But under what order? That's what I'm asking you. Can you please tell me what order?
My goal was to stay at a safe distance so that I could capture the entire event on camera, even if everyone else got arrested. To my surprise, 2 sheriffs exited the courthouse to chase me on foot, demanding that I stop for them and allow myself to be kidnapped. I ran from them, believing myself to be free to go.
What are you talking? Stop! What? What are you talking about? Get away from me! You're trespassing. You're scaring me. Why are you running from me? Because you scared me. I'm telling you to stop. You have a gun. I don't like you. You don't look like a peaceful person. I just want to be left alone. I would just like to be left alone.
I was able to outrun them, so I walked back and did an interview with Carlos Miller.
I didn't go inside because I didn't want to violate a no trespass order, which could result in me being arrested and then losing my $2,000 that I posted for bail last time I was arrested. So while I was standing over there on the sidewalk outside of the court.
And welcome back, everybody. This is New Hampshire Liberty Forum 2019. This is the winter event.
My name is Vin Armani.
Yes, Vin, I was going to say, you have really done a lot with yourself. You're looking good, you poofed some hair up on your head,
I've been going to the gym. And
yeah, it's fantastic. A little Rogaine going on up there? Or what do you got going on there?
No comment.
No comment. All right. So, we are back. We are live. We are broadcasting from lovely Manchester, New Hampshire. This is the winter event of the FSP.
It's the windy event today.
The windy event, absolutely. Yeah. And last night, oh my God, I saw a guy walking a dog, swore it was going to fly off like a kite, and he was going to be like holding the dog. Yeah. Oh, man.
You need a bigger dog.
Bigger dog, much bigger dog. All right, so we are going to welcome our first guest right away. Oh, real quick, though. Real quick. Matt, you want to just... kind of introduce yourself?
My name is Matt Phillips. I'm on the board of the Free State Project. I'm a former president of the Free State Project, and I am doing a temporary fill-in for Vin Armani while he goes and takes a little quick break. But I'm just going to keep his seat warm here and help with some of the questions.
Awesome. Sounds perfect. So let's, let's do, there we go.
Yes.
All right. So, coming to us in our special guest chair.
It's a special chair.
It is a special chair. So, Herschel, how about you introduce yourself? Let people know who you are.
Hi, I am Herschel Nunez, and I live in Pelham, New Hampshire with my wonderful partner, Norman. I'm also a state representative, first-time legislator this year.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, how did you find yourself coming to New Hampshire? What is the story that kind of turned you on to liberty and kind of brought you this way?
Well, my story is just a little bit different than everybody else's. I actually moved to New Hampshire for love and found liberty after I got here. I moved in with my partner back in 2001 before the Free State Project was formed. I think it was in the forming. The thoughts were there, the papers were out, and there may have been some voting things happening about states around that time. And I actually moved here because I was in love with someone, and shortly thereafter was introduced to this wonderful project that actually made a difference in our lives. So, you know, we found liberty. Norman was very libertarian-ish already anyway, and I was not, but I soon found out why he was and agreed with him, and things moved forward.
That's interesting, because I find that happens quite a bit, at least in my journey, right? Because I've been kind of all over the political spectrum, and I had actually arrived at kind of libertarianism before coming here to New Hampshire. But then after coming to New Hampshire, like everybody I meet has their own interpretation, their own expertise, and so I've been able to learn and grow all along the way, and take new information in and integrate it into my own belief system. So I think that's a phenomenal way to do it.
The community that has been offered to us is like no other. We have 5,000 best friends around here, and we are very active within the Free State Project community, within the Liberty community, and in this past election campaign cycle, I was approached and recruited and by another FSP supporter, Free State Project member, not member, signer,
Free Stater?
Free Stater, participant.
In the loose.
Those words.
It's hard to
whatever
tell
that word
these
is.
days, yeah.
But Marav Yakov, who is a very strong liberty person in this state, was a helpful guide to me in the campaign process, and she saw me through it. Her and Mark Warden and a few other people saw me through it, and it worked. I was elected, and now I'm up in Concord trying to find where the liberty is or where the liberty isn't.
That's awesome. Yeah, we talked to some people from the NHLA yesterday. I understand that you receive a gold standard quite often, and that helps inform the votes that you would be making. Tell us about what kind of topics that are coming up for a vote, things that people might want to pay attention to this.
Before you answer that, I just want to make one clarification. We talk about a lot about libertarianism, but you actually ran and won as a Republican.
That's true.
It's an excellent point.
Which is a lot of what the political activism in the state is. There's a lot of libertarian, big L libertarian party stuff, but a lot of the activism happens sort of under the umbrella of the Republican Party, and
it's a way that people get elected, but it's also a way that more of us can have a voice.
Yep. Nice. So, what are the issues that are like top of mind?
Oh goodness, we lost our legislature this year to the Democrats, and they are pushing some really crazy bills through, or trying to anyway. Red flag laws are coming through left and right. The minimum wage is coming through, hikes in minimum wage, state income tax.
So, real quick, the red flag laws, for those that are not aware, to me, my understanding is that if anybody has any concern whatsoever, the government can come in, the state can come in and confiscate their weapons, whatever, with no due process, no proof of anything, just a suspicion, and then people have to work to get their stuff back.
That is the way the bills are written, and it's not just a family member that can do that. It's a neighbor. A neighbor can get mad at you and call the police department and tell them that they think that you're a nut, and then the police department comes over and they take all the guns out of your house. And they can do that if these laws get passed. Right now it's not that way, but if these laws get passed. One other thing is that I am one of the 9 litigants that are filing suit against the Speaker of the House, forgive me, against the Speaker of the House for the change in Rule 63, where we are no longer able to carry our firearms into the House chamber. The difference this year which is different than the past times when it's been challenged in the past, is that when the Democrats pushed this rule through the last time, we were an open carry and a concealed permit carry state. We're now a constitutional carry state, and our Constitution says that we should be able to carry anywhere that's not federally prohibited. If you look at it in that context, we have a House rule that says all House rules must be constitutional. So for this rule to be applied, I think we have a challenge to it this time. So, so I joined onto the team, and we're being represented by a wonderful attorney by the name of Dan Hines, and we are going to move forward with that lawsuit.
Excellent. So, Matt, anything top of mind as far as I know that in past years, you have had some very strong opinions about certain topics that have come up and come through as bills. One thing that gets people super fired up is the sales tax, and nobody wants that, right? We're one of the few places left that has no sales tax, state sales tax. So,
well, and then there's for the context, there's also the Wayfair decision, which is sort of a national phenomenon that's impacting us here in New Hampshire because we're one of the few that don't have sales tax.
That's right, and this is going to be a huge undue burden that's going to be have to be applied to our businesses here in the state, having to be able to process these types of taxes for all the different states from people that may order online or see something in a catalog and send a check in or something like that. It is just a nightmare. The state of New Hampshire, the people in the state of New Hampshire are doing a good job of trying to hold their own through this. And I think we have to watch it and follow it very closely to be able to make sure that this doesn't really get implemented here.
Absolutely. And so you as a business owner would be negatively impacted.
Absolutely.
So let's talk a little bit about your business and what you do there.
Well, my business, I'm actually retired, and we do some homemade product sales, things of that nature. One of the reasons why I inserted myself into the legislature this year is because of a situation that my partner and I ran into when we were trying to open a business in the town. The whole thing was so messy, it cost us a fortune, and we wound up not being able to open that business.
Because of regulatory compliance requirements and permits,
and because of bad decisions on their part. We were actually zoned into a building that we bought that we shouldn't have been zoned into. And when we went to apply for our licenses with the state to operate our business, they told us that we couldn't operate our business in that building. Not that we couldn't operate a business, but it can't be in that building because that building should not have been zoned for the type of business that we had.
Even though it was.
Even though it was by the town, right? So fortunately for me, I had a wonderful thing happen to me this year. On Organization Day at the State House, I sat down next to a man by the name of Mark McLean, who is a representative here in the state. And we had never met before, and we shook hands, and he said, hey, you're new, and I've got this bill. And this bill is about holding municipal workers accountable if they do something that causes a grievance against a citizen who's trying to do business in the state. And I said, you know what, I've got a story for you. And
funny you should ask.
Funny you should ask. And it was a moment that somehow the synergy of the room pushed the two of us together. Well, I co-sponsored the bill, and we did testimony on the bill a few weeks ago. And I took our story in, gave written testimony out to the committee members. I took our story in, and the first exec session vote came through, and it was 18-2 not in favor of our bill. And we couldn't figure out, because we thought, this is a perfect example of how government is not treating the citizens the correct way. So we went back and talked to the committee. They said, well, it's not because we didn't think that this wouldn't work, it's because some language here and some language here. So we said, well, what if we amend that language and we resubmit it to the committee? We came out last week with a vote of 9-9 on that bill, and It goes to the House floor this week. And we'll be speaking to it on the floor, and hopefully we'll have some type of passage of this bill. If we can get enough Democrats on our side, we'll have passage of this bill, and then we'll be able to say to the town workers, yes, you should know how to do your job correctly.
Nice. Very nice. So if people are interested in picking up some of your homemade products, do you have a website that you want to plug on?
Well,
here?
what I'll say is we are here at Liberty Forum. Shire Soaps is our company, and I think a lot of people in the Liberty community know who Shire Soaps is. We've been around for quite a while. We deal with organic making of products, and I think that we have a really great following. We're very, very blessed that people of our community support us the way they do.
Speaking of community, there's the community market days.
We're a host of the Liberty Markets. We host a market in our backyard once a month during the summer months. Our house isn't big enough to do it in the winter, so in the summer months we do Liberty Markets in our backyard. But there are other markets that go on around the state at the Praxium, at one of the locations here in Manchester, and we participate in all of those markets as well. And we also come to Liberty Forum and Free Coast Fest and Pork Fest. And
so the answer to your question, Dave, is how could somebody acquire those products? Come to New Hampshire.
Come to New Hampshire. We no longer sell them online. Okay. We took our website down. They kept trying to get crypto hacked, so it was just a mess. So we took the website down for a little while until we could figure out some security on that. But yeah, we're selling locally here in the state, and if people want to come to any of the markets or come to Liberty Forum or move to New Hampshire, because it is the best state to live in,
it's true.
You can find these products and products from other vendors, other great people here who do things like this, that believe in free trade between each other that is not governed by a state.
Nice. Well done, sir. Thank you very much for your time. And I think we are going to bring on Jody Underwood next. So thank you. Have a fantastic rest of Liberty Forum. And yeah, it's good. Appreciate it.
Keep on going.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Herschel.
So coming up next, we're going to be talking to Jody Underwood about education and the state of education in the state of New Hampshire. Education is a huge topic. We actually had a new mover on yesterday who was talking about unschooling and how she had done a lot of work on this, getting her degree and giving her dissertation, and it was practically an unknown concept in academia, and then she comes here, and we've all heard of it.
Right.
We're all familiar with the concept. A lot of us are practicing it, so
right.
It's phenomenal. So let me introduce real quick here, Jody Underwood. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Fantastic. So slide up a little bit to the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Or pull it towards you.
Yeah, either way.
Well, thank you.
There you go.
There we go. How's that? Is that better?
That's great.
That's fantastic. So tell us a little bit about yourself to the listeners who may not have any idea who you are or what you've done in the state and all the things that you've done. I know it's hard to believe, but there may be people listening to this who just are not aware. So
no, I was more like, how much time you got?
Oh, plenty.
I'm Jody Underwood. I've been on so I live in New Hampshire. I've been here since 2007. I moved here for the Free State Project. I've been on the school board in Croydon, New Hampshire since 2010. Oh my goodness. They laugh knowingly. We implemented school choice in my town, and the state didn't like that we included private schools, even though they had actually given us permission to do it, and took us to court. So we had a great court date with them. I mean, again, I could talk about this for a long time, and it was it was one of the most absurd things you've ever seen, where the judge, this is a superior court, the judge asked the state lawyer but not limited to means. So in other words, there's a part of the law that says that school boards can make contracts with public schools and it's blah blah blah, but not limited to public schools in other districts. So what does not limited to mean? And she said, I don't know what it means, but it couldn't possibly mean private schools because we don't do that. And of course, this was the issue: was private schools, right? And then we lost. It was absurd. At any rate, during that time, we also, I shepherded a bill through the courts to get it passed that we could roll back the law to what it used to be, where we could use private schools for town tuitioning, and that did pass. And so we've proudly been doing school choice, town tuitioning in Croydon with private schools ever since.
Awesome.
So that's one thing.
So what does, so for anyone who may not be aware, what does school choice actually provide? What is the benefit of having school choice?
School choice provides options. It creates competition. The public schools provide a one-size-fits-all solution. Not all kids fit. And if they don't, then parents should have the option to send their kids someplace else. I mean, that's the general idea. There's many flavors of school choice.
Right.
So, what we have in Croydon is town tuitioning. So there's a law, and it's been around forever, that says if you don't provide a grade in your district, you can send kids to public schools, private schools, whatever, in other districts or around the state for those other grades. So school choice has always been in New Hampshire at that level. Mm-hmm. And even private schools, honestly, just to add this, the border towns have always been able to send their kids to private schools in the other states, but they just excluded inner towns from
in-state private.
Yeah. Anyway. So then we also have the education tax credit, where private money goes to give scholarships to kids to go to schools of their choice, including religious schools or homeschools. And that's been successful, although it's being fought this year. They're trying to get rid of it, chip away at it. We have a very unfriendly legislature right now, who are, public schools über alles. They have a religion that I just don't understand.
And that education tax credit, I just learned, was recently expanded, actually, to allow a credit against not just the business tax, which has what it's been since the beginning several years ago, but was recently, just in the last year, expanded to be a credit also against the individual interest and dividends tax, which is one of the few small little actual personal income taxes that we do have here in New Hampshire. We haven't gotten rid of it yet. I think we're the last state. Tennessee got rid of theirs. We're still the last state that only does that one little carve out. But you can now do the education tax credit to apply that 80% of it against your interest and dividends tax, while also donating to a very worthy cause that works to help underprivileged kids get out of public school and into a private school that is better suited to whatever their educational or behavioral needs are.
Right. Not just private school, though, homeschool too.
And homeschool, yeah.
Yeah. And private and religious, just to add that. Town tuition, you can't do religious.
Both
and so on.
Subtle but important points. Yeah.
Yep. So please go testify when they actually already had the testifying for education tax credits to keep them here, because they really are trying to fight them. So what we talked about today, though, in the panel was about education savings accounts, which is a different brand of school choice. And for that, it basically, tax money goes to the parent, sort of like the tax credit. So the parent gets to choose the school, and in the states where it is currently implemented, religious schools, homeschools, it's all good. Textbooks, tutoring, I mean, you can pay for everything approved. It has to be sort of accredited.
Sure.
Just like with the tax credit. And that did not pass last year, but it was, there were some interesting arguments against it, and so we had a debate, pro and con, and we did a vote at the beginning to see how many people were for it with a general definition, and then more and more people came into the room because they came back from lunch, and we took a vote at the end after the debate. The debate was great. We had pro and con, and they were just all fired up on both sides, and I really asked them to stick to their pro and con because I knew they agreed in general, but I really wanted the fire to get there. And it was good. It was really good in the end. So even though the numbers were higher, the ratio was the same.
Interesting.
Nobody got their minds changed, and the vast majority was for them.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So what do you see as the next thing? So what are we going to be working on for the coming year? We've just started 2019. Where do we go from here?
Legislatively?
Or in any way. We're not restricted to just talking about a specific thing. You can literally talk about anything you want to talk about.
Nobody warned me.
If you want to think, I'm going to toss out this factoid, which is that to give a sense of sort of scale and why education is important beyond just, the fact that it's important for people to have education. At this combined state and local spending here in New Hampshire, this data might be a year or two old, but ballpark, it's correct. 34% of money that we spend as a state and as the 230 towns that make up the state combined is about 34%, which is about twice as much as the number two thing we spend any money on, which is healthcare. So looking at it from that perspective,
Education, you're saying public schools, whatever?
Yeah.
34%.
It's a lot. This is a really, when we're looking at trying to reduce the size of government and to reduce people's tax burdens, et cetera, not, wasting money that is being spent, on the public good, quote unquote. This is a big deal. This is like, one of the big nuts that we, that we need to crack.
So I have a few other hats I wear.
Yes.
One is I'm president of the School District Governance Association, and what our mission is to help school board members discover their powers. So what happens now in the vast majority of towns or school districts, the school boards there's the New Hampshire School Board Association, which is a national organization, and they're a lobbying organization, but they take tax money from the towns, yet I digress. But they go into, they lobby, and it's amazing. What they tell school board members is that they should listen to the superintendent, go along to get along. And it's like, I'm sorry. We have school boards because we pay tax dollars, and those school boards are supposed to hold the administrations accountable, not go along to get along. They've just turned it on its head. So we need good people on school boards, right? To start. I mean, we're working with people who are on school boards. We're trying to attract the friendlies because many of them think we're nuts, right? They've called us all sorts of fun names. And, the president is a Free Stater, even worse, right? So they call it a Free State organization. I'm the only Free Stater in the organization, but still. So, I would encourage people to get involved in their local school districts. They want warm bodies. Anybody, like any of us, can get on school boards. And everybody nods at me, and they're like, yeah, that's a great idea, but I'm not going to do it, right? That's what you two are doing, right?
Well, I'm in Bedford. That's a different story.
Kind of. So
Matt, I give you a pass on that.
I just actually moved to Washington, New Hampshire. We bought a house in Washington, and my buddy Ross sent me a link to the upcoming city council meeting, and I definitely am going to go for that because of the budget approval meeting. And I would also like to get involved in the school board. How would I go? I've never been on a school board. I don't have the first clue. Where do I go? What do I do?
Well, I'll tell you what I did, because I was the same way as you. I have an education background, right? I have a PhD in education. Did I mention that?
That's pretty awesome.
My day job is education. I design software for learning, like games. It's actually fun. I started going to school board meetings to see what they actually do. I went for about a year. And then one of the school board members was leaving the state, so the rest of the school board gets to assign somebody to fill the seat for the rest of her term, or not the term, the end of the year till elections. And so they asked me if I wanted to, and I was like, sure. And that's how I got on the school board.
Wow.
And once you get somebody on, nobody has ever run against me.
Wow.
Actually, I'm in the middle of my third term.
And so these are like announced in the newspaper or whatever, and so you can find...
It's on the ballot.
It's on the ballot. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. And you got to sign up. And right now, we're in an election cycle right now. At least in Croydon, I don't know how it works everywhere in the state.
Most of the states, except for the top, I think, 12 cities, have their elections in
now.
The beginning of March, right? It's the second Tuesday of March. First Tuesday of March.
It's actually some Tuesday before the second Saturday or something weird like that.
It's like Easter.
Don't quote me. Yeah. But the thing that's now is it started because the sign up ended January 31st for school board. So for those schools. But you're right, Nashua is in November, I think, or June or something.
There's 10 or 11 cities do it in the fall.
Right.
I don't know why that is.
So go see what they do. Ask questions. Learn about it. It's for me. It's not very time consuming. It was when we were in court cases and bills and whatnot. But yeah, and ask me questions. There are Facebook groups where there's some active people there. Yeah, I got your name, Dave.
Yeah. So that's awesome. So you wear many hats, and are there any of the other hats that you want to feature for the folks listening?
Sure. So I also do some work for Granite Institute, which is a think tank in New Hampshire. It's funded right now by EdChoice for my position to try to expand town tuitioning in New Hampshire, specifically getting towns, both changing to town tuitioning and those who already have it to add private schools to really just try to expand school choice a little bit. So the 4 guys who are in the room right now, not really, 3 out of 4. Sorry, I saw 4 people were on my panel last.
Excellent.
And they were all told that they would be interviewed, but
Absolutely. We're taking volunteers. So if anybody has some time, would like to step in and say a few words, we would be super happy to have you. So Jody, thank you so much. Everybody truly appreciates everything that you do for all of us, and I think that you are one of the people that does an awful lot, and not everybody is aware of everything that you do, and I think sometimes you don't get the recognition for all the effort that you put in. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to transition now to another member of the education panel that just occurred in the ballroom. The Liberty Forum schedule is packed full of amazing guests, and it really does need to be experienced in person. So we are going to welcome our next guest. And if you could, so Glenn, if you would just take a couple seconds and introduce yourself and tell us why you are here at Liberty Forum, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Thank you, first of all. I'm Glenn Cordelli, and I'm a state representative in my fourth term on House Education Committee.
Nice.
And I represent Tufton Borough, Moulton Borough, and Sandwich up in the Lakes region.
Okay.
And I was here to take part in the ESA panel, and definitely on the pro side of that argument, and that I have authored 4 ESA bills. And
so ESA for the folks
yes,
online.
Thank you. Education savings accounts, similar to health savings accounts, and that money would go into an account for the parent to find the best education solution for their child.
Whether that would be public or private or religious even.
Religious even, or homeschooling even.
Yeah.
Yes, and they would have a list of allowable expenses ranging from tuition to curriculum, if it was a special needs child, assistive devices, etc., would all be allowable expenses for the parent to find the best education solution for their child.
Wow, so it really is very similar to the concept of the health savings account.
Yes, yes, without question.
Now, is it like deductions, tax-free deductions from your paycheck? How's it get funded?
This would be the money that would have gone to your local school district to educate your child from the state, would in fact instead go into your account.
So it's still a publicly funded mechanism, but it at least allows the sort of market, if you will, for education to apply a little bit of competitive pressure on the other side of how it's actually spent.
Maybe giving you back some of your tax dollars to educate your child, yes. And I think that it'll definitely spur a education marketplace. It'll spur competition. I think the public schools could maybe use a little competition. And we have seen around the nation where there is school choice and there is competition, public schools have improved.
Interesting. So has this I wouldn't say health savings account, education savings account, is there a model that we're basing this on?
There are, I think it's 6 states, 5 or 6 states around the country that have ESAs currently, and they range. Actually, most of them started out with special needs children being the eligible population and have expanded from there. There is also the universal model where any child is eligible, and we have actually had 2 bills in New Hampshire. One was universal eligibility and one was targeted to special needs, and we're still working hard to try and get something passed to try and get that first step toward providing greater educational freedom for parents.
Very nice, very nice. So with the Free State Project, education has always been one of our key issues, where the Free State Project itself is not a political organization, but the participants tend to be very active in their communities especially. And, education has always been a hot topic. This is something that I think I would assume that your talk was well attended. this is just one of those issues where anyone with children, even, like me, my kids are grown, they've been grown, I've got grandkids now. So now my concern is what kind of education are my grandchildren going to be able to have? And, so I think it really speaks to everybody.
And on the flip side, as somebody who doesn't have kids of my own, I'm also concerned about how my tax dollars are being spent to educate other kids, and I want that to be done at least efficiently.
Because we've seen over the past couple of decades funding for public education increasing dramatically, but the results, it's basically flatlined.
Right.
Right. So this is an alternative. This is a step to, and we called our education savings accounts education freedom savings accounts.
I like it.
Because that's, what we're aiming for is education freedom for parents. Decades ago, Milton Friedman, Nobel economist, said that the government has a responsibility probably to provide for a public education for citizenship and literacy. But government can fund that education, but it doesn't have to administer it, which is where we are today for 90% of the kids. And I think that if we move in the education freedom direction, all kids will benefit. And we know even a great public school is not going to be the perfect fit for every child. I know my 3 kids all learn very differently, and I think that's what we've seen for many families. And those families deserve the opportunity to find the best education for their child.
Absolutely. So one thing that we find is that schools in different parts of the country are of varying qualities, right? And I went to junior high and high school in the Midwest in Iowa, traditionally really great schools, but they're not great schools because of the funding or the government programs. They're great schools because of the people, the teachers and the individuals that are there. And what this, to me, it would seem like this would actually provide an opportunity for parents and concerned people to seek out the best people to educate their particular children or whomever.
Right. And in the Education Committee in the House, we've had that discussion about funding. And many of us have recognized that it's not just funding that's going to improve public schools, but it's leadership in that school with the administration and the teachers who can turn around a public school. So I think that this helps in a number of regards. We can't just rely on funding for public schools.
Absolutely. It's only part of the equation. And also measuring the outputs, right? So if the input is the funding, and we've increased the funding, but yet our output has remained constant, then what's the problem? We need to get in there and fix the problem. And I think this is a fantastic way to go about fixing it.
Right. And as our panelist from the Cato Institute has pointed out, study after study after study demonstrates that when there is school choice, the public schools improve because of competition. Desegregation improves, mental health improves, civics improves. It's really a good model that we need to pursue here in New Hampshire.
That's awesome. In fact, that's an excellent segue. I mean, maybe we can have him come on and talk about some of those studies, I think it'd be great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So while we get settled here and positioned behind the golden microphone.
This is nice.
There we go. All right. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me. I know Glenn was talking a little bit about the scientific evidence on private school choice, and that's mostly what I've been doing. I review the literature, and I do some of the studies myself, too. So I did my PhD at the University of Arkansas, the Department of Education Reform, and my advisor there was Patrick Wolf, who is one of the biggest school choice researchers in the nation, and I would say in the world as well. That's
awesome. So, Matt and I are huge nerds, so let's get nerdy. Let's talk about some of those studies.
Yeah, so the best studies are the random assignment studies. So when you want to determine whether a medicine works, what do? You randomly assign the drug to some population, and then for the other population, you give them a placebo, a sugar pill. And the way that you know whether medicine works is you compare the average outcomes for the people that took the medicine versus the sugar pill, and you can say that's the average treatment effect. Similarly with school choice, when you have more people that want the program or the spot in the school, they are mandated to use random lottery to determine who gets the program or the spot in the school. So you have a medical trial type of examination where you can say it's the effect of the school and not the parent background. So that's the first important part. The test score evidence is mostly in favor of private school choice, that if you win a lottery to use a voucher to go to a private school, there's 17 studies in the U.S. that use this type of methodology. 11 of them find, so the majority find statistically significant positive effects for some students or all students overall or for subgroups. Only 2 of these studies find statistically significant negative effects, and this is in D.C. and Louisiana, which gets to another point because Louisiana was the first one in the world, one of these random assignment studies, to find negative effects. And we've kind of talked about, what happened in Louisiana. And some researchers have said that, well, we just didn't regulate the choices enough. But I've kind of said that, well, Louisiana is one of the most regulated programs in the United States. They require standardized testing. You have to take the state standardized test. You can't pick your standardized test. You have to use random admissions for students. You can't, have any particular admissions criteria, and you have to accept the voucher amount as full payment, even if you're a super expensive school. So what happened in Louisiana was 2/3 of the private schools didn't even participate, and the lower quality schools, the ones that were most strapped for cash, were the ones that were more likely to participate. So that's the theory I've laid out, and I've done some other studies to kind of, because that's correlational, right? Louisiana
confounding variables.
Right, we don't know if it's the regulations that caused the reduction in test scores in Louisiana, but I have another study I can talk about that's random assignment that gets to this regulation question, and I think that Louisiana really messed up.
Okay, let's do it.
So again, we've been bickering back and forth in the school choice community about what happened in Louisiana. This is over 3 years now. It's the first study that came out with a negative effect. And, you got the technocrats that argue, well, if we would have just regulated it more, we could have forced people to make high-quality choices.
Because that fixes everything. Because whenever anything is broken, if we just regulate it more, it gets better.
That's their argument. And that's a legitimate argument because there's no counterfactual. We didn't observe what happened in Louisiana absent the regulations. So I sat around with Lindsay Burke and Patrick Wolf. Lindsay Burke's at the Heritage Foundation. She's their director of education policy over there. And Patrick Wolf is my advisor, who's still at the University of Arkansas as a professor over there. And we said, well, we can't randomly assign regulations to private schools. It's not politically feasible. One private school will say, oh, look, I got 5 regulations. My buddy over there only got 1. That's not fair. That's not politically feasible. No program has ever done that. And I don't think we had the political capital to get anything like that to happen. So we said, let's do the next best thing. Let's randomly assign a survey to private school leaders in a specific state. We chose Florida because they already have a lot of school choice. They have over 100,000 kids using private school choice right now in Florida. So they know what school choice is over there. And there's 3,080 private schools in Florida. And we randomly assigned a survey. The control group was, hey, what's your background, yada, yada. The final question asked, would you participate in a voucher program next year given there's no additional government regulations? You can do what you want, so there's no regulations attached. But then we randomly assigned standardized testing to a different group. We randomly assigned random lottery admissions to a different group. And we randomly assigned the copay prohibition, you have to accept the voucher as full payment. And the findings were stark. They were huge. And the biggest one was that random admissions mandate. The schools really care about their autonomy and their mission and remaining specialized. So the schools that were randomly assigned that regulation had a 70% reduction in the likelihood of being certain to participate in that program.
Wow.
And the testing was about a 50% reduction. So huge negative effects. And we dug deeper and found that the higher quality schools were more likely to be put off by the regulations because, hey, they're already serving their customers well, they already have a body of paying customers, and they just stayed out with the regulations. In the control group, the high quality schools tended to stay in and would accept the money. So the takeaways of this study is that while regulators intend to improve quality of programs through regulations, the unintended consequence is that you can reduce the average quality level of schools that participate and the number of schools that participate in the programs.
Wow. That is actually stunning. I mean, those numbers are crazy.
It's huge. And it's the first study that has done something like this. Everything else has been correlational. You know, people have just observed. Louisiana has fewer options. They only have 33% of the schools that participated versus Indiana has 80%. And they say, oh, well, maybe it's the regulations. But then naysayers can always say it's something else. Louisiana private school leaders are just different, is the argument. So I think it's really important to advance the debate forward.
So where do we go now that we have actual studies with actual results and they are statistically significant? Where do we take that? I mean, I assume we are using that for ammunition in getting some of these bills passed.
Yeah, and I'd also like to say that the non-test score outcomes are a lot more positive for school choice. So if you look at the meta-analyses of things like civic outcomes, of things like racial integration, I know Glenn talked about that earlier, and the competitive effect studies on the kids left behind, it's actually much more positive than the standardized test scores. And I think that has something to do with parents don't give much of a crap about standardized test scores, and for good reasons. They don't measure all of these non-cognitive skills that are like hard work that are important for long-term success. So I think, I guess these studies can be used as ammunition to help pass certain policies. But I think it's just really important to educate the public, because you have the teachers union saying over and over again that school choice doesn't work, school choice is a failure. But then the evidence is overwhelmingly on the side of freedom.
So it actually kind of leads into a discussion of general aptitude and IQ, right? Because IQ is like one measurement. There are many measures of a person's particular aptitudes, and having the freedom to seek out the particular schools or programs or teachers that will teach your child the best way for your child is completely different. You cannot take a cookie cutter approach to this at all.
I completely agree. And everybody knows their individual utility curves better than anybody else. And what you essentially have in the traditional public school system is everybody focuses on one metric. It's that standardized test scores.
Right.
And what they want to do with the voucher programs is regulate them based on standardized test scores. But parents may be choosing based on the skills ability, the educational institution's ability to shape civics and other types of
music
or whatever the kid's interest or needs may be at the time. And so they're closing down schools and closing down voucher programs based on things that they think that the kids should be focusing on, rather than what their parents actually know that they need to work on.
Right. And if you are trying to build a worker bee workforce, then that's the way you do it. You make everybody do the same test in the same way. And, but if you really genuinely care about the talents of an individual, then you create an educational program that is geared towards those particular aptitudes.
Yeah, the current system is a uniform system that assumes that every child has the same needs, interests, abilities, and long-term prospects, right?
Because everybody wants a minimum wage job when they graduate.
Right, and that's essentially what the traditional public school model kind of prepares you for, to be a factory worker or to just sit there and listen to the manager. It doesn't really teach you how to be the manager.
Right.
And people may be interested in other things that the experts might not know right now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So if people want to learn more, if they want to learn more about you, about your organization, about what you do, where would they go to find out?
Yeah, you could just go to cato.org and you can search for Corey DeAngelis. You can also just go to Google and type in Corey DeAngelis, and the Cato website will be the first thing that pops up. And so they have links to all of my journal articles, op-eds, and any talks like this that I've done before. So you can find my work there.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it.
Fun.
All right, I think we are going to have one more of the education panelists come up.
It's Education Hour.
It is Education Hour. It's fantastic.
Isn't every hour Education Hour? Otherwise, why are you doing this?
So this is our guest, Ian Underwood. And I'll tell you, just like that, you tend to cut to the heart of the matter pretty quickly. And that is a particular skill, my friend.
Thanks. It's nice to be recognized for it.
So welcome to the show. And so if you would, give our listeners a brief intro to who you are and all that stuff.
Who am I? I'm one of the people from Bardo Farm. Started Shaolin Rifle Works. Mostly I'm I was an artificial intelligence researcher and a learning scientist.
Until you realized that it was going to take over the world and destroy us all?
Yeah, I wasn't so worried about that. The part of artificial intelligence that I was involved in really was using it as a way to figure out how people learn. So the idea is to make psychology a testable science, where you say, well, here's the thing that people do, here's the mistakes they make, here are the things they do well. Let's see if we can build a computer that will have the same problems, essentially, and do the same, like will fall prey to the same optical illusions, or will have the same problems processing language. So you get some insight into people. That was the part that interested me, not so much building Skynet, but, trying to figure out things like, just everyday things. One of the things that got me interested in it was one day I was at somebody's house and something came on TV in another room, and I immediately recognized as like, that's the guy who played Carlos on The Flying Nun, which I had not seen since I was a kid. And just the idea that you can, a brain can that quickly, you can walk into a movie and within 10 seconds know what's going on, or whether you've seen it. So that idea that there's all this information, you can pull it out in these crazy ways, that's what got me into it. So,
it's a fascinating topic. There we go. Now we got the right shot. Sorry. I'm trying to do multiple things and control this. Anyway, so you take two people and you show them a black and white line drawing of other people, like in a room.
Yeah.
And if you show this to a computer, it would be like others. 4 things shaped like people, and there's a table and there's a couch, whatever. But if you show it to a person, they might say something like, oh, this is a room and they're having a family get together, and, like these two people are brother and sister and these two people are having a conversation.
Right.
And there's like all that other context that is so difficult to teach a computer. And, that essentially was what you were kind of trying to work on.
So you look at something like that and you say the reason that you do that is because you're always trying to make sense of what you see. You're not just trying to identify, there's a face, why am I here? What am I doing here? Why would I be in a room with people and there's a table? Why?
Are you a threat? Are you food?
Yeah, exactly. Wait, are you
food or threat?
Are you a friend? Are you a friend of a friend? An enemy of a friend? Are you a friend of an enemy? Right? And this is, in fact, there's a book I read on evolutionary psychology that I thought was interesting, in that it essentially convinced me that the reason you have a cortex is largely to keep track of who you should be nice to and who you should not be nice to. And that was a salient moment for me, because suddenly reality television made sense to me for the first time. Because really, your brain is there for you to keep track of, okay, you're nice to him and he's nice to me, so I should be nice to you. And but he's sleeping with your girlfriend. And so
Again? Damn it. I can't take you anywhere.
So, but that's what your brain is for, to keep track of that. And so it's interesting, that people use it for things like physics and music and whatever, but that's really what it's for. And so reality TV is kind of like crack for your brain. It's just like, that's what I want. That's what I want. I want to be in situations where I'm keeping track of who's doing what. Wow.
That is, and then, trying to translate that, into something a computer can understand, and then using the computer model to actually understand what drives people en masse, right? Because you're trying to figure out, okay, so for groups of people, how can we build a model where we can meet their needs, first understand their needs, right, and then meet their needs. And it's incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's just a fascinating thing. Brains are so fascinating, it's never really enough to just play with your own.
That's true. That is true.
You always want to play with other people's brains.
Absolutely.
As well. Which is, what I was trying to do, just to segue to this, so like, and speaking of cutting to the heart of things, right? So I was using an example of perpetual motion. Okay. That I could put a perpetual motion machine here and I could say, I don't have to tell you that it doesn't work. You know that it doesn't work. What you don't know yet is how it doesn't work. right? And that could be very difficult, and you might have to wait a while to see how it slows down, right? But you know it's impossible.
It's not possible. Yeah.
And so the point I was trying to make is in the same way, you can back out and say, I don't care what these studies say, or the study of this thing's been going on for 3 years or 10 years or whatever. Here's a question to consider. Has it ever been the case that people have set up a program to take money from some people and give it to other people where it's worked out the way you thought it would? And the answer is no. And I actually think there's a very close parallel there, right? That the second law of thermodynamics is a statistical argument. You could sometimes go from less order to more order spontaneously, but there are so many more disordered states that the odds are just, infinitesimally small. In the same way, you could put 100 guys in a room in Concord or Washington and try to make a plan that doesn't have any holes in it, but then you've got 1 million or 100 million people trying to find holes in it. It's possible that you could come up with a plan that can't be gamed, but the chances of doing it are temporarily, and then
in a short term, maybe the medium term.
Yeah, but as people who are, and so the people, if you set up a game, right? Richard Feynman's father once said to him, if there's something to eat, there will be something to eat it. And I think that for me is like the first rule of politics, right? If you put something out where you say, I'm going to take a pile of money and put it over here, there will be somebody to get it, and it won't be the people you wanted to get it. It will be the people who are really good at finding piles of money.
For sure.
Yeah. So from my point of view, I'm sitting there, well, what problems is this going to cause? It's like, I don't know. That's why they're unintended consequences.
Right.
But they will be there, and there's a 0 chance that they won't be there. We just don't know what they'll be yet. It's sort of like with markets. People go, well, what's the market solution for this? And it's like, we don't know. That's how it works.
That's why we need the market.
Exactly. So an interesting corollary to that, right, is that, yes, you could put a perpetual motion machine here on the table, start it up, and we know it's not going to work. However, there are people, and this is a weird psychological thing, and I'm not sure you could teach a computer to do this, but they will believe anyway. And they will, say, that is going to work. I know it's going to work. I can take my extension cord, plug it back into itself, free power.
Right.
This works. And they are willingly fooled.
I don't even know if it's willingly fooled. There is certainly, you want certain things to be true, and everybody wants certain things to be true, and that introduces biases, right? And so, I actually think that people aren't learning that because they're busy learning things like how to play the tuba, or how to throw a fastball, or somebody's interpretation of the First Amendment, or whatever, whereas they should be learning about things like logical fallacies, right? So if it were up to me, if I were going to start a school, and I might someday, my entire curriculum would basically be around how do you know when somebody's lying to you, right? Because that encompasses everything that people need to know. You have to be able to think about statistics, which means you have to know algebra, which means you have to know arithmetic. You have to be able to read. You have to understand rhetoric. You have to understand how people hook your emotions and persuade you. So, it's sort of like you learn to cheat at cards, not so you can cheat at cards, but so you can spot when other people are cheating, right? That's my entire
I was
curriculum.
way too far into my academic career before I realized that the point of it wasn't to learn. It was to learn how to learn. Nobody ever really explained that to me.
No one teaches you how to learn.
Right. Isn't that amazing? Well, a lot of people don't know how to learn, but this is
what I'm saying,
and this
it should be taught.
Yeah. Right. So this would be the thing. I think it has less to do with money, and I think it has less to do with, all the rhetoric about every child is a beautiful flower and we need to do what's best for the child. That's not the perspective I'm trying to spread around. The perspective I'm trying to spread around is, why are you taking my money? You don't take my money to make somebody's life better. You take my money to protect me. What are you protecting me from? You're protecting me from people who can't read, who can't follow, basic arguments, who are illiterate, innumerate, irrational. That's what you're protecting me from. So that, I still would object to using taxes for it, because taxes. But if you're going to take taxes, right, I can sort of hold my nose and swallow that you're going to protect me, right? Teaching somebody to play the tuba doesn't protect me at all. We have a kid we know, perfectly delightful kid. She's taken Spanish for 3 years. I'm like, so what can you do in Spanish? She's like, well, I could order in a Mexican restaurant if they have pictures, And it's like, I just paid for that, why? What was the point? So again, and again, thank you for noticing it. If you go back to these central, fundamental questions that nobody asks, right? So two questions that I've been trying to get out into conversation are, and this comes from Andrew Valinsky has been running around doing this dog and pony show, trying to change how schools are funded, and he put up one of his slides as a picture of a cracked chalkboard in a school. And at the presentation I was at, somebody stood up and said, "Cracked chalkboard, luxury. Abe Lincoln had a shovel and some coals," right? And it got me to thinking. And so there are two questions that almost never come up because everybody's obsessed with money. And that is, if somebody wants to learn, if a kid wants to learn, can you stop him? You can't.
No, you can't.
And if a kid doesn't want to learn, can you make him?
No.
So how much money would you have to spend to make kids learn something that they're not interested in? There isn't. You could spend all of it, right? So one of the things I'm trying to get people to do is say, like, okay, maybe money isn't the issue, right? So you look at the famous Cato graph where we tripled spending, no change in achievement. There's a graph you can graph like NAEP scores for states against the amount they spend. New Hampshire is closer to failing. Everybody's failing, but we're closer to the failure mark than most other states. But like Kentucky, I don't know, maybe it's Kentucky. Some other states are spending $6,000 a kid. Some states are spending $23,000 a kid. Same results. What does money have to do with it, right? And there's another, there's a great graph that Jody and I put together.
Wow.
What
was that? I don't know. Let's not do that again.
There's a great graph we put together where, again, adjusted for inflation, you can show that every district in the state is now spending more than even the richest districts were spending before Claremont. Every district is a rich district. If money, it's right. Wow, it's nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects to see this, but it's like everybody has more money than anybody had before, and it hasn't done anything. So maybe money isn't the issue, right? So
it's motivation, and
I think I think the teacher of the future is Tony Robbins, not the chemistry teacher who's standing up there telling you something that you could learn quickly and more quickly and better from the teaching company for $69.
He's getting in a little bit to the AI situation there, but I was listening to Peter Diamandis on a podcast talking about his vision for what one of the things that could potentially exist is to once we develop the tools, like an AI tool to help educate people, it's difficult to develop, but it's free to clone, right? So once you do it once, you can give every kid in the world the same tool. Yeah. And if the computer is presenting a lesson, whatever that lesson is to the kid, and it's measuring, not just how they're talking about it or answering questions about it, but things like pupil dilation and facial flush response and heart rate and blood pressure and all of that. The computer will know, the AI is good at learning those kinds of things, and it can go, you know what, I don't think you got that last thing. Let's back up one.
Yeah, or you're bored.
Or you're bored, or let's present it visually, or let's switch topics and do something else for a while.
Yeah.
And, that there's this huge untapped potential with technology. There's a sort of a scary, creepy Black Mirror aspect, potential to it. But there's also a really positive potential to it that we could deploy technology in a way to obviate the need to have schools at all, potentially.
I think that's true. I think one of the things there's a guy, Terry Winograd, who was did one of the first successful AI programs, which was really just letting you talk to a program and it could understand instructions like put this on this, take this inside or out of that. And he then went on to Stanford, and he eventually convinced himself that it was kind of a cop-out, I thought, that it's just too hard to teach computers to be smart. Even though he spent 150 pages laying out how you'd actually have to do it, but then he concluded it's too hard, and then his meta conclusion was, what we need to do is use computers for what they're good at, and use people for what they're good at. And I'm on board with that. I don't think computers or people are particularly good at delivering content, and especially the fact that you've got networks and you've got infinite, copyability. It's crazy to think that the guy who happens to live in my town
is the best one to deliver it.
Yeah, as opposed to like the guy from Harvey Mudd College who just won 27 straight Best Teacher awards, So I think one of the things that we need to be doing is saying, look, okay, there's delivering content, and then there's helping people become motivated. And this is why, I joke that Tony Robbins is the teacher of the future.
Right.
You need a Tony Robbins in there to say, so the kid's bored, and he's like, why are you bored? What interests you? What doesn't bore you?
Right.
And that has more to do with NLP techniques or something than it does with pedagogy. Right. You get the kid, so you get the hook through his lip, and it's like, okay, you go off, now I'll work with that kid. So yeah, I would like to see us move in that direction.
Well, and I think not just kids too, but adults. We're about to, I think, witness this tsunami of automation caused unemployment. Right. I mean, such huge sectors of the economy are gonna be obviated by the same phenomenon, right, of artificial intelligence or automation technology. And what do we do?
Well, the new Green New Deal will take care of that. We'll pay people who don't want to work. I thought that was the answer now. But I like there's a thing Blaise Pascal said once. He said 90% of people's problems are caused by their inability to sit quietly for an hour. So you could make the argument that by teaching people to think and ponder and have useful conversations, okay, now you've got all this free time. Why don't you do that instead of like playing a video game or just watching TV and buying
not
stuff?
Fall into the logical fallacies that you talked about earlier.
Yeah. So because what if what you could do is learn just to play with each other's brains in a sort of a constructive, entertaining way? That is an education right there. And as there's less and less to do, people will always, maybe they'll keep a few. The machines will keep some of us in zoos just to observe. But there is creativity, right? And that's the hardest thing to put into computers. And it's one of the things that makes it difficult for certain things that are really easy for people to do, right? So when this all started back in like the 1960s at MIT, and Marvin Minsky's like, well, it's a summer project. We'll hook a camera up to a computer and it'll be able to recognize a dog. And it's like, you can sort of do that now, but it turns out a lot of those...
Can you? I don't know. Google keeps asking me to look at pictures of dogs. Which of these pictures have dogs? You don't know?
Right, because they're still training.
Yeah.
And what does a fire hydrant look like? And it's like, that was supposed to be the easy problem. And it turns out the hard problems, what we think of as hard, like calculus, those are easy. Those are the first things to do. So there is room, I think, for creativity, and even in a, maybe everybody works for 2 hours a day. I don't know, or maybe they just don't work at all. And
well, I mean, there are many ways to provide value to yourself and to society. How do we how do we measure that? How do we incentivize that? How do we capture that? How do we help people in whatever way to live a good life?
Right. And so that's what, that would be, it'd be nice if you could graduate, 10 million people a year who are actually qualified to think about that question. Whereas now, even the ones who are graduating, going on to, Princeton or Harvard or something, have not thought about that, have not been trained to think about it, don't even realize that it's worth thinking about.
Oh, we're not teaching thinkers, we're teaching, minimum wage laborers.
Yeah, and so I think that's, again,
which is fine if we just keep raising the minimum wage.
And then give them the option not to work and pay them anyway. That'd be fantastic.
It'll all work out fine.
All we need is just to confiscate all the wealth and all the money from everybody and then hand it out as we see fit. There you go.
Or Soma. I think Soma might be the answer.
It has been a true pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Bardo Farm, do you want to maybe do a little plug for...
we raise a bunch of animals now. We got pigs, we got cows, we got chickens, we got turkeys at Thanksgiving, we got rabbits.
Zombies.
We have a zombie apocalypse party every year where we are preparing for the zombie apocalypse.
How could people acquire these products?
BardoFarm.com, but you really should, you can contact them, but mostly at various farmers markets. They come and deliver. We come and deliver food. But it's a CSA model. So you're basically, and this has to do with, basically you buy a pig, it's just FDA bullshit. You buy a pig and we give it to you over the course of a year.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Tim.
All right. So we have a few minutes, I think, before we are going to be joined by Maj Touré. Who do we have on deck, sir? All right. Well, let's bring Frank on and talk to him for a little bit here.
And just to remind those of you out there watching who might be confused, I am not Vin Armani. My name is Matt Phillips. I'm filling in for Vin, who's sitting in the back of the room chilling out for a minute. We're having a good time here. My co-host, Dave Butler.
Thank you, sir. New Hampshire Liberty Forum, truly an experience that should be experienced in person.
Yes.
I mean, the live stream is great, and we are having a blast doing it, but honestly, to be here amongst the crowd, feeling the energy, and making the connections, that's really the value proposition.
It really is, and that's why we have Liberty Forum and then Pork Fest in the third week of June every year, which is an opportunity for those of you who haven't moved to New Hampshire or even haven't visited at all yet to come and experience the community, because that's really... It really is the big value of living here and being part of this, is that there are so many other like-minded individuals that are living here and working here and playing here, going to school, or unschooling, homeschooling. And it's really difficult. I do this a lot, you know, as in my role as an ambassador for the Free State Project. I'm all around the country and the world. I'm leaving to go to Anarchapulco next week to give the sort of dog and pony show, and it's really hard to communicate that the power and the potential of this community and how amazing of an experience it is to somebody without them actually showing up here and talking to a whole bunch of people and standing around the campfire at Pork Fest or at the bar here at Liberty Forum. So it's always a struggle to sort of communicate that effectively. So if you're out there watching and you haven't been yet, do yourself a favor, come check it out, and then you'll get it. You'll have that light bulb moment and be like, oh, okay, I can see what's going on here.
Absolutely. All right, I think we are just about ready to welcome our guest. So if you could, primary guest. Okay. So if you would, sir, please go ahead and introduce yourself and let us know.
Sure, I'd be glad to, Dave.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Blake Huber. I'm from Denver, Colorado, and I support a concept called approval voting.
Interesting. So for those of this is the great thing about Liberty Forum, is you come here to Liberty Forum and you drop a term like approval voting, and everybody's like, oh yeah, that's cool, I know about that. But there are a lot of people online listening that may have no idea what it is that approval voting entails. So if you could give us just an overview.
Be happy to, you bet. So I'm really surprised being here at Liberty Forum. A lot of people don't know what approval voting is.
Really? Well, my friends do. Yes. So, yeah.
I'm surprised to hear that, too.
It's a fairly simple subject, and I like to describe it this way. So when in municipalities right now, and in New Hampshire for state representative races, you select people for multiple seats at the same time. So you have 11 people running for 5 seats. So you vote for all the ones you like, and the 5 top vote getters get the seats. Now you may vote for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, doesn't matter.
Or
those
none.
People that get, or none, that's true, or nada. So those people get those seats. All we want to do is transfer that over to single seat elections and do the same process. Vote for 2 or 3 or 4 out of 11 people running, and 1 person gets the seat. It's that simple. Now what happens because of that is awesome stuff. Number 1, you get rid of vote splitting. So if you have 2 people saying the same thing, you don't need to worry about voting for one or the other, because you can vote for both. And also, with approval voting, if you want to vote for somebody who has no chance of winning, but she'd be great for next time, you can actually get a true level of support for her. Now with plurality, you're going to get the 1% group, you're going to get people wasting their votes, you're going to get people splitting votes. With approval voting, everybody earns their true level of support. Now what I'd like to do is I'd like to shift the mic over to my friend Frank Atwood and let him tell you a little bit about approval voting, and then I'm going to tell you how I met this guy and why I'm so passionate about this stuff.
Sounds good.
Approval voting lets you, the voter, select who you approve of. It doesn't box you into a single vote. It doesn't box you into a single vote. And that lets you be more expressive and more honest in the polling booth and not find yourself trapped with a strategic decision of voting for the lesser of two evils. With approval voting, you may still decide to vote for the lesser of two evils to protect yourself against that evil one, but at least you can then also vote for the candidate you really like. Here in America, a Gallup poll says that 70% of voters want more parties. If you do the research, the parties already exist. What happens is the wasted vote argument restricts those parties to getting very few votes. So I think that's the bit I'd like to add to it, and appreciate that immensely.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So how would this physically work? Like, you step into the voting booth and you're going to vote. What does it actually look like on the ballot?
The same as it does now.
Okay.
The only thing that changes is the one line at the top that says vote for one and only one. We remove that nomenclature totally. Vote for all you like. In fact, in the education process, we'd say, if you want to vote for one, vote for one. You are free to do so, but you're also free to vote for more than one. You're not forced to limit everything you feel about this election to one person. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Frank Atwood. I met this guy about a decade ago, and he was pitching approval voting. I thought, Frank, you're nuts. Work with me on electoral college reform. There's so many. I think you're wasting your time. This will never get implemented. He very politely, very calmly said, Blake, read this book, Gaming the Vote by William Poundstone. Highly recommend that book. Go to your library. Go steal it, okay? Get it.
Don't steal.
You can
borrow.
Get somebody to loan it to you, yes. You can borrow it from the library on Kindle and read it that way. But read the book. It talks about so many elections where we've had spoilers, where we've had vote splitting that have been horrible. He talks about the wizard and the lizard. And I won't go into the detail on that, but it's a great story. So that's what turned me around. I read that in 3 days. I called Frank up and I said, how can I help? I've drank the Kool-Aid. Put me to work. And we've been doing this for several years after that.
Nice.
I know that next door in Maine, they have been fighting a multi-year campaign to implement a similar sort of system as far as and the terminology here can be a little bit, confusing. Now they're doing IRV, is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Actually, they call it ranked choice voting.
Ranked choice, right? RCV. And
so let me tell you the difference. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to invite you to tell us the difference about that, and then also tell us, for here in New Hampshire, given that we do have these multi-member districts,
right?
One versus the other, pro, con, etc.
Sure. So right now we have three methods of voting. We have our single seat election, our vote for one and only one. Okay. When you vote for one or only one, there's a thing called Duverger's law saying you're going to have two dominant parties, and the rest will be one percenters. Okay, that's a feature, a bug of our current system, and you have vote splitting. Maine went with a concept called rank choice voting, where you rank the candidates first, second, third, fourth, fifth. That is superior to what we currently have. We're in favor of a rating system. And rating is something we do every day. Yelp, we rate the restaurant. Fandango, we rate the movie. Netflix, we rate the video. Okay, so we're used to rating.
Uber, eBay, it goes on and on.
5-star, you bet. So it's assigning a score. And score voting is a very good method of voting.
Well, we do it,
for small populations.
There's another way we do it, and this is probably for many people a much more common thing, which is social media. Every time you click the thumbs up like on a post, you're basically rating it as saying, I like it.
You approve it.
You approve it.
You approve. I approve.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. So with approval voting, it's a subset of score voting. In your mind, you're thinking 4-star, 5-star, approve. 3-star, 2-star, 1-star, negative 50-star, I'm
Right.
thinking of someone in particular, then you disapprove. And it's as simple as that. So with approval voting, it's very simple, yay, nay. That's it. Mark the ones you like, leave the others. Whomever's marked on the most ballots, one person, one ballot, not one person, one vote, whomever's marked on the most ballots is the candidate that's elected. And we all win because we're able to express a level of support for every candidate that we want to.
So what we've run into a lot of times, especially when we have a third-party candidate running, they fail to get a certain percentage of the vote because we are limited to just the one vote. If we had, the ability to say vote for a major party candidate and our favorite third-party candidate, the third-party candidate vote scores would be much higher, by default, than they are now.
There are people that are afraid if we had approval voting, an alternate party candidate like a Libertarian would not get that many votes. And I disagree with that because I think our true level of support as Libertarians is 30 to 35%.
Well, and what's funny, I think, with what we see is not a partisan issue.
Absolutely not.
Except in the fact that whichever party is in power doesn't want it.
Right. No, it's not. That's not the case. It's not the party doesn't want it. It's the power brokers. It's nonpartisan power brokers.
Right.
They don't care who gets elected. They want to be able to control that. If approval voting, you do a risk analysis, risk-benefit analysis as an investor in elections, okay, power broker, then you can't really determine with approval voting who has the best chance of winning.
Right.
Also, with approval voting, because you're getting a true level of support, you as a candidate own that true level of support. What you have is it becomes issues, not individuals, because everybody's voting on all the gun rights candidates, or the pro-life candidates, or the pro-choice candidates, or the socialist candidates, or whatever. They identify the candidates they agree with, and they vote for those candidates.
Well, so there's another feature. If we have it, do we still have a couple minutes?
About a minute.
Okay. There's another feature that I really appreciate, and I think some people will appreciate this too, which especially in this divisive political and climate that we've seemed to really ramped it up the last couple of years. One of the features is that in a voting system like this, even if you're in the lead, you still need to appeal to as many of your opponent's followers as possible, so that you can pick up a lot of their votes as a number 2 or number 3, right? Even if you're a voter and you like my opponent better, if I'm nice and I address your issues and I'm reasonable and I'm appealing, you might put me down as somebody that you also approve. I think that is something that could actually radically change the tenor and tone of our elections.
You've hit the nail on the head. And I'm sorry, is your name Matt?
Yes.
Matt, you really struck a good chord there, because what happens is right now with a single vote, we incentivize negative campaigning.
Right, exactly.
It is in my self-interest to trash you as my opponent. With approval voting, we disincentivize that. So if I trash you, if I say something true about you, I'm going to get your vote. I'm not going to get people's votes because they're going to hate the messenger.
Right.
And they're not going to vote for you because you are a creep. Okay? I'm sorry, Matt. You're not a creep. You're a nice guy. I can tell.
You don't know me.
So I was in management for 30 years. I can judge people pretty quickly. Okay. So you're a good guy. So anyway, so it's in my self-interest to say, if you want to vote, in fact, I had a candidate tell me this, and I believe it was Orlando or New Orleans recently, within the last couple of years. He said, it was a presidential candidate. He said, if you want to vote for him or her, go ahead and vote for him or her, because I don't know anything about them. But give me your final approval. Here's my resume. Here's what I believe in. If I match what you believe in, put me on your approval list. That's a whole different dynamic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It brings people together. And I know we're almost out of time. I want to give you a couple quick examples.
Sure.
The Pope was elected using approval voting for over 4 centuries. Now, we think they did away with it. We have no proof. It's ancient. We have no proof, but we think the cardinals wanted to have more control. They wanted to have their person get elected. Okay?
That makes sense.
In Venice, ancient Venice, not a democracy, it was an oligarchy, but the families elected their doge, or their leader, by using approval voting. They had a series of urns. You put a white ball or a black ball in each urn, and whichever candidate for Doge had the most white balls was elected. Again, we have no proof, but we think that's where blackballing came from. Okay? In Greece,
it's also a Masonic saying, just so you know.
I don't know that, okay, but I'll take your word for it. So in Greece, up until the early 1900s, they used the same process of the urns with the white and black balls, and that's how elected did their municipal elections. This is surprising, and I'm not a fan of the United Nations necessarily, but this is fascinating. To elect the Secretary General of the United Nations, they want to bring the countries of the world together. They use approval voting to select the candidate that then goes to the Security Council. The Security Council makes the final decision. But they're looking for a consensus candidate. So which is better, us versus them, or a consensus candidate that has broad popular support? Now, I'd like your listeners to do one of three things. Okay? Number one, I love doing this, as you can tell. So if somebody listens to another podcast or has a radio talk show or listens to a talk show, nominate me to be on their show. Again, my name is Blake Huber. You can get me at blake@approvalvotingparty.com, or you can give me a call. I'm all over the web. Just look for me. If you want to go to bettersimplervoting.com, that's our Facebook page. If you want to go to makemyvotecount.org, that's another Facebook page for Unsplit the Vote, or just look for us for Unsplit the Vote on Facebook. The other thing I'd like people to do is to think about using approval voting in their personal lives. When you're trying to decide when to meet, where to eat, what movie to see, list the options on a piece of paper. Call it a ballot. Mark all the options you like. Everybody else in your group does the same thing. And whichever option has the broadest popular support, has the most votes, do that, because it brings you together. And the third thing I'd like people to do is every time somebody says, let's vote on it, say, can I vote for more than one?
Or none.
And
Nice.
they will say, thank you, and they will say, no, you can only vote for one.
Right.
Okay, fine. I'll only vote for one, but can we try it my way later? You probably won't see the option that gets the most votes change, but you'll see a difference in the subtext. And you'll see, oh, I didn't know you were vegan. I didn't know you were paleo. And it brings people together.
I like it.
Use approval voting.
Bringing people together is one of the things that we do here in New Hampshire. Thank you so much for coming, and I really appreciate all the information. And it's very, very good information.
One last note on that whole point, which is I believe in the legislature this year we have two bills, one for approval voting and one for ranked choice voting, that are competing against each other in the wake of Maine successfully adopting their system. So that's the kind of stuff that is going on here in the Free State, thanks in part to Free Staters who are in the legislature.
If I can make one comment on that, I support ranked choice voting. I prefer approval, but I want to go on record because there's been some animosity between the two groups.
Yeah. So you would rank ranked choice voting lower than approval voting?
No, I would approve approval voting a little slightly higher. Okay. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks.
Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to do a little change out here. My name is Matt Phillips. I've been covering for Vin Armani. He's going to step back into the studio here. Thanks very much for letting me have some fun here.
Musical chairs.
And I trapped the cable there. All right.
Thanks, sir. All right. Back we are. I don't know, Maj just stepped out for a minute. He told me that he would be back in. We're going to be speaking with Maj Torre of Black Guns Matter. Oh, that is this microphone cable. Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Matt Phillips. What? Oh, yeah, I know. It's the cable's been a little bit weird. Thank you, Matt, for stepping in. That was a very nice and needed break for me. Got a chance to spend a little bit of time here at Liberty Forum. Dave, great work. Great work. I got a chance to listen to some of the interviews.
The soothing tones of my voice.
Yes, the soothing tones of David Butler's voice. We have, who do we have up? We've got just a few more
people, if you want to
Sure,
go ahead.
I'll run down the list for us. So MASH is going to be coming up any minute now. We just talked to Frank, and we're going to have Eric Brakey from the Free Maine
Yes.
campaign.
Yes, I saw him. He's sitting here. I know he just took off into the other room, so we've got him lined up as well.
And then I think we're going to finish off with Jess Edwards. And I think that's going to be it.
And that's it for the day. Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. So Maj Torre is on his way in. Sir, if you just want to pop on those headphones, get close to these mics. These mics, you get close to them and just speak right in. Oh, hold on.
I want
Gotcha.
to say that from the beginning. This microphone is amazing.
Oh,
you guys spared no expense with this microphone.
Well, it's flashy. It's flashy for sure. Welcome to New Hampshire.
Word.
Oh, we definitely, we heard several rounds of rousing applause. Did not get a chance to check out your presentation, but glad to have you here.
For sure.
Very interested to speak with you. And interestingly enough, I don't think that we have had a gun conversation, surprisingly, over the last 3 days, even though that is such a very important part of why so many people are attracted to the Free State Project, attracted to New Hampshire, being one of the few constitutional carry states. We actually, coincidentally, have a gun show taking place on on the other side of the hotel.
I think to me what it is that it's almost like living in a nudist colony and then spending all your time talking about topless people.
Right.
It's like not a big deal.
Right.
You know, it's like the first week or so, it's like, oh my God, look at all the topless people. And then it's like,
normalized.
You don't see it anymore.
It's
regular.
totally
Normalized.
Yep.
So,
But I'm not exactly sure that that's a good thing.
I think it's awesome.
That it being normalized is necessarily, or that we are so used to it that we don't continue to talk about it. Because
I see what you mean.
Because we've had the First Amendment conversation for sure.
Yep.
I feel like we've had Fourth Amendment conversations. Of course,
10th Amendment.
10th Amendment, freedom of speech, incredibly important. Religion, assembly, all of the above. But being able to defend your freedom.
Yeah. That's the one that a lot of people tend to leave out, because a lot of times it's presented in mass media, especially firearms have to be presented in a negative light. You know what I'm saying? Even the guys that we love or the women that we love as characters, they give them, even the heroes, they have to give them more of a darker edge. Like, this guy's John Wick, he's good, but he's kind of bad. You know what I mean? They have to present it that way. It's not a thought process of, this has been a tool that has liberated people. This is a tool that created America. Mm-hmm. You start pushing that narrative, then you have more people looking into firearms, and they just do a very masterful job. And when I say they, I mean the people that have an agenda on making sure that the general public is not as informed as they could or should be. But they also do a good job of making billions of dollars off of firearms and movies. So it's a nice little tightrope that they walk. It's something I call like a beautiful ugly. It's beautiful when you look at the precision of it, but the intent and the outcome and the agenda is the ugliest thing ever. You know what I mean? But the precision of, we're going to put, it's guys like Liam Neeson that made millions upon millions of dollars in movies, and he's staunch anti-gun.
Is he? I was unaware.
Yes, and that's the thing. That's the three-card Armani shell.
Mm-hmm.
It's like guns, but hey guys, only the people shouldn't have guns, and that's a basic concept of freedom. I mean, if we're talking about what someone does wrong with the tool, that is applicable to every tool. You never hear the term knife violence. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but if I'm not mistaken, more people are actually assaulted and I believe killed every year with knives than with guns.
See, and that's the thing. It's like more people die from obesity. So we should kind of have a march for that, which ironically might help with obesity.
Right.
But the point there is we're being presented information that's not fully factual, and I think to have the conversation in alignment, especially somewhere here, like when you're talking about a free state, you have to have the conversation about, okay, how do we protect these particular freedoms, even if not from internal issues, from external issues. If somebody comes, there's a famous saying that, the reason why the Chinese didn't attack America however long ago, behind every blade of grass, there's an American with a rifle. And it's like, come on, man, that's not a game. Like, there's a reason why the founding fathers created a certain thing, even with their contradictions.
Sure.
But I'm appreciative to be a part of the conversation in regards to firearm in alignment and in league with freedom and a free state. That's something that's very critical. I think we in a space where we so used to hearing like these cliches or these memes or just it's a t-shirt as a person that has a cool logo, right? But these are more than just words. These are values. These are principles. These are founding documents. These are ways of life. It's like the samurai code, damn near.
So there's a respect for certainly the right to keep and bear arms, certainly here in a place like New Hampshire, to be able to have that power. Of course, with great power comes great responsibility. As liberty lovers, as libertarians, we're about individualism, about taking responsibility for the safety of your own home, the safety of your own family. I feel like that is a part of the conversation when we talk about the conversation about firearms in this country that both sides seem to leave out.
To the pro-gun side is usually to our detriment. We have to start. Listen, there's 30,000 deaths annually in regards to firearms every year. What they don't tell you is 60% of that is suicides. If we don't start saying, as the freedom community, start saying, okay, this is a problem, and we need to police ourselves around that problem. 60% of anything is the safe bet, right? If they were like, hey, 60% chance that, okay, I'll take that bet. There's a 60% chance that the people that are going to kill themselves are going to use a firearm in relation to deaths in America. We as the gun community, as the freedom community, have to start saying, what can we do to address this? Because one, it gets rid of that 60% of those deaths. That's number one. Americans that feel like I don't have a way out and I'm going to take the easy way out, right? When we don't do that, when we don't own it and say, yeah, that's a problem because they use our tool, right? It's just because it's the most effective one, right? It's quick. When we don't own it and say this is a problem, we own it and we are responsible for fixing this and at least addressing it, we give the other side ammo, the side that says, well, we don't believe in guns. And you have the right to not believe in firearms. The problem manifests where you think that belief or that moral position that you've taken gives you the legal right to tell me what I cannot do as a safe and responsible firearm owner. So if we don't, you use it or you lose it. If you don't own that contradiction in our community, we leave it open for somebody else. My grandmother used to say, if you don't use your head for your own, somebody will use your head for their benefit. So it's the same concept here.
Yeah, there are even people in the audience here who I know who are involved with gun training and gun safety. You said self-policing, self-regulating. These are crucial concepts for libertarians, for liberty lovers, for individualists. But I think it's something that all of us struggle with in terms of we hear the idea of regulating, self-regulating. We don't want to regulate the behavior of others.
Correct.
But yet we know that we have to enable that to be there in our community. I want to speak a little bit about your own journey, your own story, because I know that this is the gap that you're trying to bridge. If you could just speak a little bit about Black Guns Matter, how you came to this concept and what you've been doing.
Yeah, so we came about because, I used to make music before this, and occasionally I'll make a song because I just like making music. And I used to travel around selling my own music myself, like, out the trunk, out the, wherever. But I would go to a city, I go to Compton, right? And I'll meet a guy, we kick it, we have a good time, we keep in contact, meet other guys or friends that I already had. I'll come back to that city. Yo, what's up with Kurt? I ain't seen him since the last time I was here. Oh, Kurt got a gun charge. Oh, man, who'd he shoot? No, he didn't shoot anybody. He just had the gun. And it's like, well, duh, he lives in Compton. Like, what? Duh, right? And so then what happens is you start going, then you go to Detroit. And it's like, yo, what's up with Steve? He caught a gun charge. Well, who'd he shoot? Well, he didn't shoot anybody. He just had the gun. It's like, wait, the same thing? So then you start to see it's a highly organized phenomenon. And a lot of these dudes, we're talking about guys that never caught cases before. We're not talking about dudes knocking over liquor stores, robbing old ladies. We're talking about guys that bought the firearm lawfully at a store, didn't know they needed a different set of paperwork to carry it on their person, live in a tough neighborhood, they catch the case. So for me, it's like if I've had these experiences all around the country and I know these guys, these are not the bad guys. They are not John Dillinger, right? There's missing information here. So how can we present that information to these guys and women to not, lose their, based on these current standards, lose their right to protect themselves, lose their right to express themselves in votes, right? What information can we present? And that's how Black Guns Matter started. We started it as we started at the end of 2015, going into 2016, national elections. It was a joke. We were like, everybody was like, oh, we're having a voters registration drive. And we was like, man, we need a license to carry drive. And it turned into, okay, we do this class and everybody comes, like from Jersey, from Brooklyn. And these are people that was like, I'm like, yo, your rules for Brooklyn are different than the rules for Philly. Your rules from across the bridge in Jersey are different. We started to see that, again, there's more people that don't know this process. Then we ran into people that was saying, yo, I thought guns, like only police could have guns. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then we tied it into a civics issue. You are unaware completely of the conversation about civics. And it's only in my demographic and all of the places that I was selling music at. Chicago, Atlanta, Detroit, Compton, Philly, Newark, all of these same places. This is a highly organized phenomenon. It's not a oops. So when you start putting the information together and start going, okay, for this city, this is what you have to do. For this city, we did it in Philly because most of our classes in Philly for 2016, we did it before we started the tour for real. We sent about 5,000 to 10,000 people to the licensing unit because our classes were across the street from the licensing unit. We would package people's stuff, get them information, send them to the guy. I got Jose. Boom. They literally picked the licensing unit up, moved it to a more nondescript part of Philadelphia. Wow. Changed the hours from like Tuesday to like Thursday, 9 to 1, where everybody that's working class is at work. And we're like, okay, so one, we've affected you. And Philadelphia is very anti-gun as a city. Pennsylvania is an open carry state, but Philly, again, the rules, the way that they play it is, gun control isn't about safety or about actual control. It's about control, like people control. So areas like Philadelphia, which is a city of the first class, which has over 1 million inhabitants, we want tighter gun restrictions there because we want to control the people, to not have the means to defend and resist against us, the government. Same thing in Compton. You go to Orange County, they issuing licensing permits over in those affluent counties. Sure. I know 3 people that have licenses to carry from the city of New York. Sean Hannity. He showed it to me himself when I did a show. Donald Trump, the president, and one dude that came to our Brooklyn class, and he was like 70 years old, but he just happened to have it way back in the day and just never let it lapse. And he knew somebody when he initially got it. My point there was, that highly organized phenomenon is not just designed because we just want people to not participate in civics. We want people to not have the means to defend themselves against a potentially tyrannical government. And that is what we're looking like right now. It's looking real tyrannical outside. You have scenarios where and sorry, I know black people might feel like we got a monopoly on police brutality based on the data. White men need to join with Black Guns Matter. White males are beat and brutalized and killed by law enforcement more than people of color in America. You could call it the amount of people in America, doesn't matter. That's tyranny. Just the media makes it look like, oh, it's only the black dudes. No, it's y'all too. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what tyranny does. So by making large pockets in New York City, 8 million people, nobody gets a license to carry. But the rest of upstate New York, smaller population, we can flank them. It's easy. We the government. As opposed to a socially conscious, armed, responsible citizenship like in New York City in those 5 boroughs. Of course they can't have that there. We're talking about 50 million, conservative numbers. We're talking about 50 million Americans deliberately made to be out of the conversation of the Second Amendment. We're just talking about the urban centers, Chicago. And if the things that they were saying were accurate, Chicago would be the safest place on earth. They got all of the rules.
It's clearly not.
It's clearly not.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
Right.
Clearly all of the gun rules. And so
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C. It's like, come on, y'all. At a certain point, the general public has to say, we have the data. So it's not a conversation of it's my feeling or it's my morality or it's my philosophy. We have the data that shows over 90% of mass shootings have happened in gun-free zones since 1991 when Joe Biden put it out to Clinton and Clinton made it the Clinton crime bill. 90%. That is math. The unfortunate part is the math means dead Americans. You know, the guy in Aurora, Colorado, he drove past 6 other movie theaters to find the one that was the gun-free zone. So we're saying these things and seeing that, again, that organized phenomenon. We just wanted to do our part to give some information to push back against that very anti-liberty agenda, because that's what it is.
I mean, it's interesting, you know, sitting here in New Hampshire, which has you know, a lot of gun freedom, very little crime, you know, then we're, you know, very little gun violence at all.
And then, all of the guns.
And all of the guns, per capita, certainly. Right. And then, you know, the reverse being true in other places. I'm interested, you know, certainly from the let's say pro-gun rights community overall in America, the narrative, and I think rightly so, is, you know, I want this here to protect myself, to protect my family. I think people think, yes, perhaps if the government became tyrannical, that yes, it would be there, and that's fantastic. But very few people who are gun rights advocates, I think, are advocating overthrowing the government at this moment. Correct. Certainly, or are seriously considered about worried about their door being kicked down. But I do find it interesting, and I think that it's an important point, and maybe if we could just dwell on it a little bit more, the idea that the exact places where we should be advocating the most for law-abiding citizens, the citizens who would go out and legally purchase a gun and who would be willing to go for their own safety, to go and to get whatever sort of permitting they needed, and to for us to be advocating for policies to be there to make that easier for law-abiding citizens to protect themselves, because those are the same people that in every single scenario are protecting the people around them. And I'd like to just dwell on that a little while, because I think it's missing from the conversation that gun advocates and gun rights advocates
because to admit that, you have to look at, okay, you said this was for this thing, right? If I say, hey man, let me borrow $100, I'm gonna get, you know, like groceries, right? I'm short. I work for the federal government. I had to shut down, right? I need $100. Then you come to my house and I don't have any groceries, but I got like a new T-shirt, and it's like, bro, you said this was for the groceries, bro. Where's the chicken and the fruits and veggies? It exposes that lie. So to say, okay, to start focusing in on that, it exposes the actual creation of gun control. All gun control is racist from the gate. It was, these black people were we was just beating them up for a while. Let's not let them have guns. Gun control predates the creation of America. British colonies came up with, in Louisiana, came up with laws to make sure, if you see the black dude and he looks like he has something that might be used as a weapon, those slave codes dictated that you have the right to kill that person. So then you got to deal with the root cause of that. When you want to find out about something, you got to go to the natural genesis of it. So if we're showing that this isn't about safety, and we're showing that this isn't helping urban America, like you say, it's for your protection, it's not helping, then why are you advocating for more of it? It's no different than me saying, I'm not a person that believes that, let's say a guy's a felon, right? He goes to jail for weed. You had a pound of marijuana. You go to jail, right? Okay, he sold. They didn't kill anybody, but he goes to jail. He comes back. Now he doesn't have the right to protect his life. This guy's he's Hannibal Lecter now, So it exposes other contradictions. Then you have to deal with the fact that the war on drugs is a sham. You have to deal with the fact that marijuana prohibition, the origin of it was somebody saying, I think marijuana makes white women want to sleep with Negro jazz musicians. That happened. You have to deal with that natural genesis. So they deliberately don't make it about that. They pull the heartstrings. They say, it's about safety. It's about this. No one in the gun community is advocating, let's just release the safety. So what? We don't need safety. No one in the gun community or gun culture is saying that. These are some of the most responsible, safe, nerds, studious people that you will ever meet, because we walking around with 40 rockets on us. So with this being the case, to highlight that and acknowledge the fact that this is a falsehood, then you down the rabbit hole of why do you keep advocating for more things that are falsehoods? Where we've lost was we didn't have advocates, and I'm going to pat myself a bit on the back here. We didn't have advocates from urban America that was able to understand the language and translate it to the hood the same way, still being who I am. If you come into the hood, they go, oh, this guy's got a nice watch on. He might be the cops. He dresses nice. He doesn't understand my life. When in reality, he might have every single answer, but media has made us so divided. But with that being the case, okay, we see that as the potential problem. We solutionaries. Okay, I have to translate the information. I have to package it very easy. I got to make this applesauce and present it to the general public. We did not have that in the gun community. So the other side has had the ability to consistently push a lie. It has not made us safer in any way, shape, or form. New Hampshire is proof of that. Proof, very little. The 15 constitutional carry states traditionally, rape, lower. Violent crime, lower. Here, lower. Recidivism, lower. But it's math. It's not, again, it's not me making it up. But to have people have that conversation consistently, it affects some jobs. It affects the one guy that wants to keep that job that is justifying a lot of the lies. We are so far away from freedom. It's scary. And that's why this is important. That's why we need more hands on deck, especially in urban America. Liberty people that's listening and watching right now, okay, again, I am going to do shameless plugs. Sorry, these classes are free. We make these classes free to beginners in urban America, the places that go bumping tonight where a lot of people don't go. These classes are free because of your support. GoFundMe.com/Black Guns Matter. We have to get that demographic involved, or we will lose. New Hampshire on Wednesday has 4 very anti-freedom gun bills trying to get pushed through. On Wednesday, New Hampshire, like the spot of freedom. That's crazy, and that's indicative of the space that we in right now in America.
You know, the talking about tyrannical government, and people often call that out, like to ridicule people, like, oh, you need guns to protect yourself from the government. Martin Luther King needed guns to protect himself from the government.
Oh, yeah, when the COINTELPRO stuff started, absolutely.
He kind of got murdered by the
that
government.
wasn't it, yes.
Yeah. But he owned guns. His bodyguards and people around him owned guns. He had a concealed carry permit. So, I mean, he is the very essence of a, let's have a peaceful solution to the problem, but yet I recognize that there are dangerous forces around me that would want to do me harm, so I'm going to protect myself.
If any governmental body or person would really believe that, right? If they believe like, no, guns are like, you pick it up, it's going to float in the air and just turn you into a devil, and you're just going to start shooting everything, right? If they really believe that, there's over 300 million firearms in America that we know of. If gun owners, is over 100 million gun owners that we know of. If gun owners were actually the problem, there would be no more humans in America left.
Right.
And so it's just time to like push back on the contradiction from every level and create more unity, and create spaces where, there needs to be more urban people involved in the liberty movement. It needs to be. I think what happens is I was just saying in the presentation, we've become so accustomed to individual liberty and freedom that we respect other people's things so much that we don't talk about it, like you were saying. We don't have that discussion because we like, well, if you want to just dip yourself in butter, you can. That's your thing, right? So we don't judge. The problem is the other side, the anti-freedom side, has been very judgmental, and they say very clearly, no, we want those ARs. No, we want that. They're not even pretending anymore. They're going, literally, people run... Kamala, what's her name? Kamala Brown or Kamala David?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Yes.
She's literally saying, on like mass media.
Yes.
I don't think that semi-automatic firearms should be in the place in our community. First of all, that's
except that she was, the state attorney general, and so she was in control of a whole lot of semi-automatics underneath her.
And when you say that, you're again, if that's the case, if you really want to impress me, don't have an armed detail with semi-automatic firearms.
Yeah. It's when it's for everybody else. I want to talk to you a little bit about, because you've mentioned a couple of times about the divisiveness, but that this is some ground clearly for unity.
Yeah.
And as you say, libertarians, you said, you went on Hannity.
Yeah.
This is the type of thing that I think that people who that a coalition of people who might not necessarily have seen themselves as being able to be allies, who have certainly been brainwashed by the powers that be to not see themselves as allies. The common goal of protecting myself and my family, that stretches across everything. Can you talk a little bit about what you've seen in terms of these alliances, these unexpected alliances, as you've sort of started this movement?
Yeah. So one of the big alliances. So one because we got a GoFundMe, and we started as we're going to do a license to carry drive, right? Then it's spilled into one thing and into another thing. So it's like, okay, well, let's just keep the conversation genuine. Let's keep it about freedom and liberty, and that truth is going to resonate, right? So then it becomes, well, this is affecting my demographic too, my hood. And most hoods in America aren't just black. If you don't live in $1 million mansion, it's more than likely you live in a hood. If you're in rural America, you might be farming. That's hood. It's not super rich. It's blue collar, it's working class, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's great. That's the essence of America. What happens is, we have those truths that resonate, and we were comfortable saying this demographic is affected by this, and in turn other people from other demographics was like, yeah, I'm affected by that too. So then we started having a conversation, because we not in nobody's in our pocket, we're not in anybody's pocket. I could say, yo, marijuana shouldn't be on the 4473. There are states that marijuana is lawful, but you go to buy a firearm, they're telling you which freedom you got to choose.
Right.
Hold on now, with all of this freedom, what you think this is, 1776? Chill out. You know what I'm saying? It's almost that mentality. So I wasn't afraid to say, yeah, yo, why is weed still classified Schedule 1 next to heroin? That's a lie. That's a lie. That's not true. And because we didn't have anybody to be like, shh, you can't say that, we was just doing stuff. So then when I'm like, yo, well, this dude's a felon, but that's my friend, and he'll protect everybody in here with that illegal gun that he has on him. The thing that he does when it becomes wrong is when he uses that tool for the wrong thing. If he's paid his debt to society, why are we still hitting him with a scarlet letter? You got an F on your jacket. You know what I'm saying? So we were just comfortable saying that, saying, yo, I believe that people that have paid their debt to society should get right back in alignment with life. If we're saying that the means to defend our lives, the Second Amendment, is not granted by government, how are we making these laws to make somebody that hasn't presently done the wrong thing with the tool? How are we making these laws to limit people from this inalienable right? So we was just confident saying it, because I didn't expect to be alive past 25. So everything from here for me is a win. It's like, well, if you had the bottom, everything else is the up. So to me, I think that's how we were able to do it. And certain people from different demographics was like, yo, I never heard anybody say that, because they were nervous to say it. Or they had sponsors that was like, you better not. I got a text from Rob Pink, is a good buddy of mine, high level instructor, right? He's in Florida right now. And he said to me, and I don't want to, Rob, I'm sorry, but I'm going to say it. So in so many ways, he said, yeah, I've been told that the conversation about marijuana at this freedom thing that I'm in now, marijuana is off the table as far as conversation. So that freedom is not, this is freedom up unto a point, you know? And so I just didn't care about that, because most of my friends is felons. So it was like, yo, and then, listen, if you're Christian, if you believe in that faith, Jesus hung out with criminals. It's in the book. Go read it. Like the criminals, the bad guys. Malcolm X, Dr. King technically were criminals. Anybody that taught black people to read were criminals. So this definition of crime, I think we making the mistake of putting things, and we don't suffer from that at Black Guns Matter. Some things are a moral box. Some things are a legal box. We can argue and disagree all day and spar about the morality of firearms, and is it a tool designed to kill? And because it's a tool designed to kill, morally, I don't want one. And I respect your right to do that. You lose me when you take that from the moral box and try to now make it the legal box. Agreed. So because I'm willing to have those open conversations and be honest about it, because we didn't anticipate even being here this long, that truth resonates, and that's why we don't get the pushback.
So you're going now on a 50-state tour. Do I have this right? So you're going on this tour. I know that there are people listening who would like to, as you say, sometimes it just takes somebody unafraid to start the conversation, and then people are ready. And I think people are ready.
Yeah.
Talk to us about what this tour entails, what sort of your goals are, what you're looking to get out of it, and also how people can start participating, because this sounds to me like this is something that could get a snowball's effect. And I think that there are plenty of people who want to be a part of this.
Yeah, we modeled it after Fight Club. It's like one of my favorite movies. It's like when people come to the classes, if we doing one at the range, you didn't shoot before? Well, if it's your first time, you have to shoot, right? And then it becomes first rule of Black Guns Matter. Don't talk about Black Guns Matter. Everybody's going to talk about Black Guns Matter. You know, our goal was to make, my individual goal is to make my job obsolete. There actually shouldn't be a need for Black Guns Matter. Like the founding fathers wrote this stuff out already. We've just separated from it. So my job is to make it so scalable and make it an institution, make it franchise it out. There's a Black Guns Matter. You need to be able to go get some knowledge about books and guns and civics like you go into Dunkin' Donuts, right? And at that point, I am going to be on an island with me, like Oprah, Amber Rose. We're going to hang out. It's a weird combination, I know. If I'm doing this for 50 years, now I'm like ignorance pimping or poverty pimping. I'm not actually trying to solve the problem. I'm just want to complain and show up when there's a tragedy and whatever. So for our goal is to make sure that, starting with urban America, because that's where the biggest impact can be made. Get the people of urban America aware of their human right to self-defense as stated in the Second Amendment. Make sure that they're safe and responsible with those rights, because like you said, with rights come responsibilities. We don't believe in accidents. You were being negligent with a firearm. Period. Right? Getting people an understanding of what those things are. Give them the process of getting their license to carry, purchasing firearms lawfully, but at the same time, informing them that all of these laws are infringements. It's not my job to make you go to jail while I'm showing you that they're infringements, but as more and more people from urban America vote differently and say, no, we're not participating in this financial thing, we're not supporting the fraternal order of police, we can't do it because we can't support anti-human rights, because that's what all gun control stuff is, anti-human rights. So my goal is to create a political powerhouse starting in urban America to lean Americans back towards civics, which leans them back to their own freedoms. Then I get to be on the island with Amber Rose and Oprah. There's money and attraction, and I'm out. I'm out.
I love it. If people want to learn more, and of course to go and help, I know funding is always useful for these types of movements. Where can people go?
So we're completely crowdsourced. Our goal initially we did over 70 events over the last 2 years across the country. Our goal this year, because we added political education to our tour, and we are doing 20 events this year with a fundraising goal of $50,000. We've already raised $160 for the last year and a half, and we fundraise as we go. We don't just wait till we get the number. Okay, we got a couple thousand. Let's do a city real quick. So anyone that's hearing the things that if they agree with or some of this truth resonates, please go fund me. Some of you guys and women are super duper rich in the libertarian community. I know you guys are there. You women are there. If this is something, the remainder of our goal for the rest of the year is like maybe $37,000. Please donate. If you're not super duper rich and this has resonated with you in some way, go donate $5, $50, $500, whatever. This is our way of paying it forward. A beginner in certain cities, for example, Boston. We're going to Boston next week. It's going to cost you $100 to take the test before you even purchase a firearm, to see if you can purchase a firearm. So we want to get people informed of what they have to do in each locality, but we want to remove that financial barrier to entry. So when people that hear this, GoFundMe.com/Black Guns Matter, please, because you're paying it forward for that person that goes, man, I like this dude, I like what he's saying, and I'm gonna go to his class because it's free. I'll be put on the proper path, and then it's the assembly line. Now you go to the trainer. Now this is the range that you go to. Hey, this lawyer is giving of his or her time. You need to support that lawyer, financially if you need him. And we create those individual pockets. That's how America lost Vietnam. You couldn't see them. There was no hub. It was just the people. You know, same thing with Fight Club. There is no headquarters. Paper Street is gone now. You know what I mean? So it's the same concept. So anyone that's hearing that wants to support, that's one of the biggest ways that you can support. Retweets, repost. Our email is info@officialblackgunsmatter.com. But we need all of that energy. This is a fight, man. I'm telling you, we've been lied to. The Liberty Room knows it. We've been lied to, you know, and the information's there. But if you've conditioned people that information isn't for you, you're being manipulated. And we want to push back against a lot of that manipulation through changing the minds and the hearts. And if you then still decide you don't want a firearm, cool, don't have one.
Right.
That's great. You know what I'm saying? But at least you're making that decision from an informed perspective.
Matt Story, thank you so much for stopping in. I know that there are a lot of people here who still have yet to encounter you one-on-one, so you're going to get a lot of that. You're going to get a lot of that. Sure. So we will release you back to the community. Thanks so much for coming in.
I appreciate y'all, for sure.
So, Dave, we have just a little bit of time left, and yet I feel like we have quite a few more guests.
I think we only have 2.
Oh,
I know.
Okay,
it's awesome, right?
All right. Well, that's good. Who do we have coming?
Eric Brakey.
Eric Brakey,
I believe, is going to be our next guest on the Golden Microphones.
The Golden Mic. Yeah, the blingy mics is always good. They may be a little bit distracting on the video, but I think it's good.
It matches the chairs. It's good.
Yeah, you got to coordinate. You got to coordinate. Hello, sir. Tell us a little bit about how you find yourself here in New Hampshire. Not too far. It wasn't a long trip, but how you find yourself here at Liberty Forum. Tell us a little bit about your story of finding your way to liberty.
Well, first I just want to say, I just had the pleasure to meet your last guest, Maj. One of the most amazing people I've met in a long time. I was really it was wonderful to hear him speak here at the New Hampshire Liberty Forum, and I'm glad to see that there's so many great guests that are here talking about freedom and liberty and in our larger community. But so my name's Eric Brakey. I'm from Maine. For the last 4 years, I was a state senator in Maine. Before that, I was the 2012 director for the Ron Paul presidential campaign. Some folks may remember Maine was one of the few states we won in 2012, though the establishment RNC didn't like that, and there were fights all about that. But I ran for state senate in 2014, took on a guy I wasn't supposed to beat. He'd been in elected office for 36 consecutive years, and I was a young guy, 26 years old, barely made the constitutional cut to be old enough to run for state senate. And went out, knocked on thousands of doors in a Democrat-leaning district, beat him by close to 20 points. When I got elected, the youngest elected state senator in Maine and in the country. Passed constitutional carry and welfare reform and right to dry, expanded our medical cannabis laws, served as the Senate chairman for the Health and Human Services Committee, and this last year ran for U.S. Senate, got the Republican nomination, but didn't make it past the finish line in the general. So here I am today, connecting with a lot of great Liberty folks, and it's good to be here with you.
Awesome.
Very happy to have you here.
Yeah, what a story, and thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you guys for your service.
Well, yeah. Well, thank you for your efforts up in Maine. Talk to us a little bit about the differences between. Obviously, we've talked a lot about New Hampshire, but Maine is just right there, especially for the people living in like Portsmouth. I mean, it's literally you can throw a stone and hit Maine. Talk to us about the state of liberty. It sounds like you made a lot of moves, and clearly with Ron Paul, with the support there, that people up there are with it too. I mean, is there a chance we might break both states away at some point in time?
Maine's actually a state where we have both constitutional carry and legal cannabis. So New Hampshire, you guys got to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, we were just
we do.
So yeah, this has been a conversation that's come up today. I am someone who I've come from a legal state of Nevada and a native Californian, so I've been around at least semi-legal marijuana for a very, very long time. I'm not a supporter of legalization. I'm a supporter of full decriminalization. Talk to us a little bit about Maine's every state's a little different. What's Maine's marijuana regime like?
So we passed adult use cannabis, so legalization, recreational, whatever you want to call it. I call it adult use. In 2016, it was actually very interesting. I think it says something about the character of Maine people. We had 5 different items on the ballot, 2 in particular. So one was to legalize cannabis for adult use over the age of 21. Another one was a gun control referendum being pushed by Michael Bloomberg that was on the ballot in 4 different states. The same people came out and voted to legalize marijuana and against gun control, which normally, if you just think about the Republican-Democrat narrative that is sold to us, you would think, how does that happen? How do the same people come and vote for supposedly a Democrat issue and for a Republican issue? Unless you understand, in Maine, we have a very strong Leave Me Alone coalition.
Yes.
And people, I think the independent spirit of Maine is very libertarian. People want to be left alone. That's actually why I'm a little disappointed when the Free State Project was looking at states. I know Maine was on the list. You guys chose New Hampshire. And we could have made magic in Maine together.
It's entirely possible. I mean, I still do go to Kittery to shop sometimes, so, legalization in Maine, and I apologize, I don't know the details on this. Does the government of Maine actually regulate the production, license the shops, do all the things, or how is that?
So here's where we are in Maine. So it was passed a referendum in 2016, but the legislature and the government has been so slow to implement adult use. So we're at a point where people can grow cannabis for their own personal use. They can give it away, but we aren't at the point yet where we have retail sales. Now, Massachusetts passed it at the same time. They've got retail sales that have already started. We're behind the 8 ball on that one, but we do have a very robust medical program. In fact, as the Senate Chairman for Health and Human Services, I led the effort to revamp our medical program last year. It's already gone into effect. We've done things like eliminating we had something called the debilitating condition requirement. There was a list of requirements, a list of conditions, and you had to have one of these arbitrary conditions to be able to get a recommendation from a doctor. We've eliminated that now. A doctor can recommend cannabis to a patient for any medical condition, any condition that they feel that it would be helpful. We've also deregulated a lot of things, so there were these weird laws in place that if you were, because we have dispensaries and we have caregivers, I won't go into all the details, but there's kind of the 2 factions in the medical side of the industry. They were always fighting each other, but we've gotten it to a point where now we've deregulated to the point where we have a lot of caregiver storefronts popping up across the state. People can hire a lot more employees than they were allowed to hire before. So in some ways, the medical side of the industry has become far more accessible than it was before, and until adult use comes online, I think that the medical side of the industry is helping a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of sort of expanding the medical regimes in various states. I know California, certainly my experience there, sort of at the height of the established medical regime, you may as well have called it legalized for adult recreational use, because you could walk into any one of a number of doctors who simply did nothing other than give you a marijuana card for whatever, my neck hurts, and you walk in and then you could walk right over and you're good to go basically forever in the dispensaries. What's been the holdup on getting the dispensaries in? Because it does seem like, certainly in some states, I know in Nevada they were very quick to do it. The state was looking towards the revenue aspect of it. It sounds like maybe something different is going on in Maine.
So here's what happened in Maine. So it was passed in 2016, and then in 2017, when the new legislature convened, we had a whole big marijuana legalization implementation committee. So a whole bunch of legislators got appointed to this new committee to set the law, to draft more laws on how this was going to work and kind of craft the regulations. We couldn't get agreement on it. I'm sad to say, as a Republican, that I think it was Republicans primarily who we're the ones arguing for more regulation and for more taxes, with the opposite posture you would hope Republicans to be on most issues. Something did get passed. I wasn't completely happy with it. I voted for it because I thought it was going to only get worse if it didn't pass. The governor, our Republican governor, Paul LePage, no longer the governor, but he vetoed it. I agree with him on a lot of things, not this one. He vetoed it. It came back. Veto got sustained. So we had to come back for the next year and rehash it all over again. And there were even more laws and more regulations that made it even worse. That eventually did get passed, but then we just had a whole thing. The company that was contracted to write the rules, then there was, I don't know. It's kind of back to zero again. The new governor's administration. Hopefully, it'll start moving quickly, but it has been a very slow process so far.
It is a weird phenomenon to be sitting in It sounds like similar things going on with Maine. To be sitting in New Hampshire, the state that live free or die, and the Free State Project is here.
You guys are an island of tyranny on this one. You guys are surrounded by Vermont, Massachusetts, Maine. We all got legal.
Canada,
absolutely. We all got legal cannabis now, in one shape or another.
And the ocean, like go 11 miles out. It's it's very odd. Maybe if you could just go into a little more detail, because maybe it would shed some light. I think that there are some definite some analogs. It sounds like with just purely the mindset. And maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Maybe we end up getting decriminalization. Certainly it seems like the culture is completely ready for this. But what's going on in the political sphere where this is such? Where is the pull coming? Who are the interests from where the pull is coming that is preventing this from happening?
Well, I think we see a similar coalition opposing the legalization of cannabis that we saw. In the Prohibition days, alcohols. I enjoy nice whiskey sour from the bar over there.
As well you should, which, by the way, if you're here, you can use Bitcoin over there.
But, in the days of alcohol prohibition, they called it the Baptist and Bootleggers Coalition. That was why, it was so hard to repeal alcohol prohibition. You had, Baptists, and I'm go to a Baptist church myself. I'm not hating on Baptists. But you had those who opposed alcohol, the end of alcohol prohibition for moral reasons. Then you also had those who opposed the end of alcohol prohibition for the fact that they were profiting off of the system as it was. And I think in Maine, I can't speak to other places, but in Maine, I think we saw something similar. I think you had those who opposed it for moral reasons, and I can understand that. I strongly disagree with that. But you also had, I think, a lot of people who were, profiting off of the system the way it was. They didn't want to see competition to the medical program as it was. They were, they were already established and entrenched, and if they could kind of try to fight to oppose changes in the laws that would potentially disrupt their position in the marketplace. I think that's what we saw. So I don't know for New Hampshire, but that's certainly what I experienced in Maine.
In terms of your journey as a liberty-oriented legislator, deciding that you were going to take the leap into politics yourself, you step into it, you're immediately a minority. I see elected officials sitting in this room, and we encounter them throughout. This big part of the Free State Project and a big part of the promise here in New Hampshire. Talk to us a little bit about making that decision. I know clearly Ron Paul must have been a big sort of inspiration, but talk about the challenge of stepping out as a liberty-oriented person and trying to make your mark that way.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, it was a sacrifice for me. Before Ron Paul grabbed me and woke me up and pulled me into all this, I was actually in theater. High school theater kid, studied theater in college, moved to New York City, was a professional actor there for 2 years, and I thought I was going to continue doing that until Ron Paul ran for president in 2012, and I kind of realized that there was a bigger role I could play. I kind of felt like I shouldn't just sit on the sidelines. I felt like Ron had been doing this for 30 years with no, I can't imagine that he could have imagined what was going to come, and yet he was persistent. He did it for 30 years with very little thank you until he exploded. For me, it's Ron Paul really woke me up to realize how much trouble we're in. I mean, that so many of the promises that have been made to us, I mean, we'll look in our Constitution and our Bill of Rights, the promises that are there of a government that's supposed to protect our freedoms, we've lost that. You know, we're being sold into debt. Our Bill of Rights has been shredded, and this seemed to be, the liberty movement seems to, be the one glimmer of hope for potential restoring that original promise. So for me, it's always been a question of what is the role, what is the thing I can do in this moment right now to best advance the cause of liberty, the liberty movement, and I happen to be in a position where I could run for office. Not everyone in the liberty movement has that opportunity, and certainly, well, I was very eager to do it the first time, a little less eager the second time, and running for U.S. Senate was kind of like beating my head against a wall. When I have an opportunity to step out there and try to promote the liberty movement in a different way, I often think, well, not everyone has this opportunity. It would be very selfish of me not to. It'd be selfish of me to just try to go back to theater again.
That's this has been something that has come up consistently throughout our time speaking with people here. The rap on libertarians is that we are selfish and self-centered individuals, and yet all that I hear are libertarians saying, "No, my job is to be selfless." Right. It's such an interesting. As someone who has actually had to, speak to people about where you stand and who you are, where's that disconnect for people, do you think? Why is it that people view libertarians or liberty-minded people? Obviously, there's the Ayn Rand aspect of it and things like that. She probably didn't do a lot of do many favors for us in that regard. But why do you think that disconnect is there? Because every libertarian I know, for the most part, are some of the most selfless people I've ever met.
Yeah, isn't it crazy that here we are standing here saying, like, our position is don't use violence against people, and people are responding, geez, you guys are so selfish. Right. Well, I mean, it's upside down. And I think it really gets down to, for the most part, people in our modern culture don't really understand what government is. All they see is the outcome that they want. Well, certainly, yeah, we see people struggle. We see people in poverty. We see people struggling with addictions. We see people struggling with all kinds of problems in our society. And the impulse, like the gut response is, all right, here's government. Let's have government do something about it. I found, especially chairing the Health and Human Services Committee in Maine for the last 4 years. That's a very unpopular place to be a libertarian because it's all the welfare programs. It's all the drug treatment programs. But it's where you get all the public hearings, all the sob stories, and some of these are really truly legitimate. Like your heart breaks for people. But the problem is people come with all these stories to the government, and here you are, a legislator sitting on this panel, and you want to help, but when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And government isn't the only tool in our toolkit. It's not. Frankly, it's usually not a very effective tool for solving these problems, but that's all we have. There's this knee-jerk response that, without understanding what government is force, government is compulsion. We see a problem, and so let's say, okay, let's steal money from some people to give it to other people. Or oftentimes it makes the problems far worse, and I think that most people, it takes a few logical leaps to get there, and I don't think in our drive-by political culture, most people go through that process.
So what are you doing to actually help people make that logical leap? So I think that you are involved with an organization now that actually provides some training and guidance. Is that correct?
Yeah. After the U.S. Senate campaign, ran against Angus King for U.S. Senate. He's ranked the most popular U.S. senator in the country, even though he's probably one of the worst. But
you heard it here.
But anyway, I actually did better against him than any past challenger he ever had, but didn't win. For me, it's always been what can I do to play the biggest role to help the liberty movement. And so right now, what I see is a vacuum, at least in the state of Maine, a vacuum of leadership. I can't always be that person to take the torch and charge head on. We need a lot of leaders. And so what I'm trying to build, so this new organization I've launched called the Free Maine Campaign. And I'm working to identify and organize both constitutional conservative and libertarian minded people in our state, grassroots people, to be involved in the legislature, to make our voices heard, to go and put political pressure on the politicians, make a difference, and to train people to be the leaders that are going to carry this movement forward. One of the stories I always go back to when I sponsored constitutional carry in my first year in the Maine Senate. We passed it through the House and the Senate. Now, the Republican Party controlled the Senate, so, it makes a certain kind of sense how we got it through the Senate. But the Democrats controlled the House of Representatives. We actually passed in the House of Representatives by a bigger margin than in the Senate. And it wasn't because you had one politician, it wasn't just because I went around and asked people nicely. It's because I went out to the people. We got people's constituents to call, to email, to put pressure on their legislators to do the right thing. And at the end of the day, politicians, in the back of their mind, every single politician pretty much has one thing in common, is that they're all concerned about their reelections.
Of course, yes.
And if you can convince them that an issue rises to the occasion, their constituents care enough that their reelection may be at stake, you can get them to do the right thing. And that's the power that we have as individuals, as grassroots people. That's what I want to help train people in Maine to be able to use effectively. The left uses it very well. I don't want to do the left-right paradigm, but in the liberty movement, we need to know how to use that effectively. We need to be able to apply that pressure. The power in politics really doesn't come from, if we have this idea that we're going to elect a majority of libertarian people and we're going to get our perfect society that way, that's never going to happen. But if we as individuals can use our voice and our power as voters to shape the political environment around the politicians, we can make the politically expedient thing for them to do to be to support liberty, and that's how we'll get our liberties back.
So for the Mainers, and I know that there are some in the Free State Project because I have met them, people who live just over the border.
Maybe I've met a few people who left Maine to go to New Hampshire.
There you go.
I stole my fiance's here, though. I stole her from New Hampshire and brought her to Maine. So
I guess you're evening it out.
Trying to.
So for those people who want to learn more about your organization, how can they do that?
You can go to freemaine.org.
Okay.
And you can go sign up for our email list and even chip in a few bucks if you'd like to, because when the union collapses, when the dollar collapses and states are looking to secede, Maine and New Hampshire, we're gonna need each other.
Tight.
And if Vermont really will accept federalism, maybe we'll let them come with us too.
We'll call it New Canada.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been great.
Pleasure talking with
yes,
you.
please enjoy. And you haven't even finished your drink, so we'll see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, we coming down to the last little bit of this wonderful event this year. It's been a good one, Dave.
It's has
been a good one. Liberty Forum.
Phenomenal.
Here in Manchester, people have been fired up. Everybody's been wonderful. I see nothing but smiles. People enjoying themselves. We still have quite a bit to do this evening. There's going to be the State of the Free State. Rachel Goldsmith, who we have had already on the show. Are we going to have you back on? Is she our last guest? What is the?
Nope, she was on yesterday. That was one shot. It's one and done. No second chances on our show. We are live. We do not do any edits.
So who is our last guest then?
We have Jess Edwards, I believe. Or perhaps, I don't know, maybe we just sit here and rap. I don't know.
Well, so maybe it's a good chance for us to be able to recap those people who are either watching on YouTube or Facebook. If you want to pop into the chat, there's a few in there. If you want to pop into the chat, and if you have any comments, questions. So I feel like we've ran through the gamut of sort of the liberty smorgasbord, if I may. Today we got into guns. We've done freedom of speech and certainly against censorship. We've talked about setting the public policy and how we do that. We've talked about the drug war. We've talked about criminal justice. We've talked about cryptocurrency and finance, economics.
Talk about modeling the human brain with artificial intelligence.
We have talked about that. Science fiction.
I know. Education. We talked about, all the good work that's actually being done around unschooling and homeschooling and education savings accounts and, just a tremendous variety of activities are going on here. And that's the thing when people talk about, when I come to New Hampshire, what am I going to do? Well, what aren't you going to do? I mean, there are so many things to get involved in that you have your choice.
This is something that I will attest to. I was actually shocked, especially from a family standpoint. I was shocked at the sheer number of things that are going on within, let's say, a 10-mile radius of wherever you are, and I'm constantly learning about new things going on. And for a state that has fewer people in the state than the Las Vegas Valley that I left, for it to have, exponentially more things to get involved with, that's a pretty amazing, and I think it really speaks to more than obviously the Free State Project. It speaks to, and there's a lot of Free State Project stuff too. I'm not even just talking about that. I'm talking about the overall culture of New Hampshire.
Absolutely, and we're not one-trick ponies. We're not one-note songs. When we talk about the community, we don't just sit around and drink beer in our mother's basement and talk about how bad the government is. We do have interests that are outside and beyond.
We do sit around. We do sit around in basements and drink beer and talk about how bad the government is.
We do
to
that.
Be fair.
But in addition, we also do a lot of other things that have nothing to do with crypto or how bad the government is or anything else. So there is, and I don't want to turn people away who might be like, God, I don't want to sit around and talk about politics all day. Well, you don't have to. I mean, we have lots of people who love talking about politics, and we have lots of people that just want to go out and live the best life they possibly can.
And if for anything, that's why we're talking about where the problems with the government lie, because in so many instances, what it's really all about is that the government is preventing me from doing things that are the things that I want to do, that I'm passionate about, perhaps that I'm good at.
Yeah, maybe I want to be a hairdresser, but I don't have the 1,500 hours to spend and the $2,000 to spend on the license, whatever it is. So it's like, why do we have these barriers?
Or I enjoy firearms.
I enjoy firearms, right?
Yeah, or any of the many things that that you have a passion for, the cultivation of marijuana.
Sure.
And why not?
Why not?
And why not? How are we doing for our last guest, Kyle? Yes or no?
That's 5 o'clock. He's in the middle of a legislative panel.
He's coming up at 5 o'clock. Mance, you want to sit in for a little while?
Jen the Libertarian?
Jen the Libertarian.
Jen the Libertarian.
No? No, it's we've got a
special guest.
Pete Raymond is here. Is back, which is good because we sort of had you to start this 3 days of broadcasting out. We've got you back now. I'm interested to hear your thoughts after. See, we have not really been able to get out much and get into the doing the conference. We've sort of done our part for, and we were kind of voluntold with this too, weren't we?
No, it was actually.
You suggested it. Never mind.
Well, no, you suggested it. The way it happened. What happened was.
I don't really remember it going exactly like that, but I'm going to take your.
Yeah, we were at a party, and Rachel came in, and we'd had a few drinks, whatever. We're hanging out.
Oh, that's why.
And Rachel was like, hey Vin, what do you think about having like a podcast area, and you can like manage and organize the whole thing, and we got to have like all the different podcasters come in and do their podcasts from this podcast area. And I think your response was, well, why don't I just do the entire live stream myself if Dave can do it with me? And it just kind of built from there.
That doesn't sound right, but I may have done. Alcohol involved. Sometimes I think it turned out. I think it turned out well, but I'm interested to hear from. First time at Liberty Forum, what were your? I've been seeing some postings of pictures, and it looks like it's all smiles. What's your impression of this event, of the culture, of the people? What do you think?
Well, how can you not enjoy being around other libertarians when, someone like myself, I live in Atlanta, and although there are a lot of libertarians, there's a lot of anarchists down there. We're all busy people. We don't really get together on a regular basis. Some people do. There's a little group down there called Anarchy in Atlanta that meet on a pretty regular basis. I'm not normally able to get together with them because where they do it from, I'm not sure if you're aware that the worst traffic, second worst traffic in the country is in Atlanta, and it's like 20 miles away, and it would take me like an hour and 15, an hour and 30 minutes one way to get there. So it would take effort, and that I'm not willing to put out. But always, when you don't live in an area where there's a lot of liberty-minded people, when you come to an event where there's liberty-minded people, I've been to Mises events, I've been to events that Ron Paul has sponsored, and you're around people that think like you do for the most part, believe like you do, who you're going to 90 to 95% you're going to gel on. It helps you to be encouraged for the work you do. For content creators especially, that we're actually getting something done, that we're achieving things. I've met people here from all over the place, and not a lot of New Hampshire people here, but a lot of people who are here from other places, like myself, and it's always encouraging. And I can see from having lunch, I had lunch with the Ladies of Liberty today.
Oh, very nice, very cool.
And I would have to say that was probably the coolest conversation I had. I mean, we're having nice conversations about liberty out here, but we talked about the Bundy Ranch standoff and the execution of Lavoy Finicum and things like that. And it was like, I haven't had any of those conversations out here. We're talking about real stuff. We're talking about instances where American citizens who are regular people who could never stand up to the police stood up to the feds and backed the feds off with guns. And so to come here and I don't have conversations like this at home. I do. I have some friends who I have some pretty woke friends, but they're not libertarians. Some of them are militant other things that I won't get into, but I mean, just to have the kind of conversations that you want to have, and people don't look at you like, do the head tilt, like, what's wrong with you? Like you're, like you're showing something to a dog and it does the head tilt, and everyone knows that. It's wonderful to be here. Today's really the first day that I felt the northern cold in a while. That wind was something walking into Walmart at about 9:30 this morning, but it was. I mean, I feel really bad for people who believe like we do, who feel like they're stuck out on an island, who don't make the attempt to come to events like this and talk to other people and realize you're not nuts. It's not just a bunch of liberty bots on the internet that you're talking with. There's actually real people out here.
Yeah, that's again, I mean, it's just the running theme, and it's one of the reasons why these events are so important and why this is sort of the main thrust of the Free State Project. So you did lunch with the Ladies of Liberty. Any other highlights? Anything unexpected beyond the cold?
Getting able to just talk to Maj Touré for a little while, that was
you are a sort of an avowed gun rights advocate, and so yeah, that's it's important. Talk to us a little bit about your sort of your stand and your approach. You're obviously a big free speech advocate, but when it comes to the Second Amendment, you have some nuanced views on that.
I mean, my views are, if it was up to me, I'd put a gun in the hand of everyone in the world who wanted one. And I am not, no qualifications, I'm not doing background checks.
Right.
I don't care. I think anyone should be able to have anything, especially while a government exists.
Well,
especially
you can here.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, you can't have like if you wanted to have a machine gun, you'd still have to go through the NFA system and do a $200 tax
recreational nuke.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, I'm working on one of those. It's an 80% at this point, but I think that'll get past the law. But I just don't see why. I don't see why. What's funny is my main rifle, half of it is came from a former police officer. It isn't a machine gun, but the upper part and the barrel are all machine gun quality, and it came from a police department. It was, I don't know how it got out of that police department. I don't know, but I made a trade for it, and so I can, I can have that. It's not, like I said, it's not a machine gun, but I don't see why they should be able to have the things that we don't. As a matter of fact, I don't think they should have guns at all. So, I think that we're the only ones that should be allowed to have it. Nuance as far as guns go, I think the only nuance is that government doesn't get to have them and we do, and anyone who wants one, make sure that I'll throw in to make sure that they get them, even if it makes me a little profit.
There's some. I think you'll find a lot of support for that. You'll find a lot of support for that here. So should we expect that you will be back again to Liberty Forum? Maybe get you to Pork Fest.
Pork Fest this year is going to be hard because I've already made the commitment to go to Mises University, which is a week long, and it's like 2 or 3 weeks afterwards. And at this point, still working a full-time job, I have to be able to get time off, and I can only get so much time off. But as long as I'm invited, sure, yeah,
it's great.
Yeah,
it's great. Well, it's been great to see you around. Great to finally get to meet you in person, although I feel like we've known each other literally for years at this point.
It's really weird, yeah. It's really weird.
So, thank you so much, Pete Raymond. Enjoy, and thank you for your time here, and thank you for participating.
Thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you for your service.
Dude, I just bought a beer and a glass of wine with Dash. This is amazing.
Only in New Hampshire.
Take care, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jason, did you want to come and sit down?
Yes.
Excellent.
Coming next to the golden microphone, Jason Sorens.
A very important.
Hey guys.
Hey, a very important individual for the Free State Project. Since we're doing the live stream and we've got people tuning in who maybe don't know the entire history of the Free State Project, you're a very pivotal person in this whole thing. Could you please just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background with the Free State Project?
Sure. Well, the Free State Project comes out of a paper I wrote as a graduate student for the Libertarian Enterprise. And at the time this was back in 2001, I was 24, and I was this sort of disillusioned young libertarian activist, and I was frustrated at the lack of progress we'd made at the national level. And I thought, you know what, we're never going to have a libertarian president or Congress, at least not for the foreseeable future. And at the time I was doing some research on secessionist movements around the world, and one of the things that occurred to me as I was doing this work for my dissertation was, you know what, we could focus on the state level. And so I wrote this paper advocating a Free State Project, and a bunch of people contacted me. 200 people contacted me in the first 2 weeks after that article went up and said that they wanted to participate. So we all got online and hashed out the details, and the rest is history. Here we are.
So you are the Satoshi of
You're the Satoshi Nakamoto of the FSP. Yeah, that's.
I probably should have used a pseudonym.
Talk to us a little bit about I see you walking around events, and often what goes through my head, and I realize that I haven't actually spoken with you about this, and I'm glad that I get to do it in a recorded format, but it must be pretty wild for you to show up to something like this, to see people here, to see the flow of even, to have somebody like in past years, like an Ed Snowden or something, and to know that, like, whoa, had I not sat down and written this paper, this might not even be here. Does that still strike you as like, whoa, this is crazy?
It does now and then, especially when you're at Pork Fest and there are hundreds of people there, and all sorts of people from all walks of life and all parts of the world. coming together because of this. But, I think this is the case with anyone, especially anyone who's sort of driven to implement new ideas. You want to move forward, right? You don't want to spend too much time thinking about what's happened in the past. So a lot of what I'm thinking at events like this is, hey, I see people I know. I want to catch up with them. When I see what they're up to, I want to pitch my ideas to them and see, what we can do to move this movement forward.
There aren't that many people who have had an idea, written it down, and then that has resulted in the voluntary movement of hundreds of families, thousands of individuals, to a particular place to do a thing. And, that's remarkable. I'm not sure if that has ever happened before.
Well, it's a very, 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 very few people, certainly.
From a voluntary
standpoint?
Yeah, I'm thinking one.
Well, let's talk about that movement from the very first early movers to the point where we are now, where the move has been triggered and we're getting more and more people every day. I want to hear your thoughts for the future, but let's talk about from there to here. What's that been like? Take us on a little bit of a retrospective as you've watched this thing sort of grow over time.
Yeah, there's just so much that's happened, and it's hard to it's hard to encapsulate sometimes all the wild and crazy things that have happened in the Free State movement, from the Freetown attempt to settle Grafton and create a liberated zone in the middle of the state, and a lot of people moved there. A lot of them are actually here for a memorial that was done this afternoon, and you had a special town meeting that was called to find out what's going on with these crazy people who want to take over our town. And then I show up a few years later when I first moved to New Hampshire and got a job in the Upper Valley, in that sort of region of the state where Grafton is located. And one of the other professors in the department came up to me and said, "Oh yeah, are you living in Grafton?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Oh, but we know what's going on there." I was like, "Oh, okay." It gets covered. It gets covered in the local papers and that sort of thing. Every little twist and turn of the saga there. And that's just one example of one of the sort of unusual things that has happened in this movement. You've got, when we first moved to this state, actually it was 2008. We were still living in Buffalo, but I'd gotten a sabbatical from my job, and so we came to New Hampshire and we worked on some campaigns, and the campaigns I worked on all were victorious. But
congratulations on that.
Yeah, and it was pretty crazy. You've got one of the guys I worked for was the first Free Stater to get elected to the legislature, was a Democrat, Joel Winters. Now he is he's no longer a legislator. He's advocating a Gandhian peace movement, and he's changed his name to Brian Morgenstern.
So, oh my goodness! Okay,
so there's that guy. There's Jen Coffey, who was a very effective legislator in her day. Wrote a book called what was it, Knives, Guns, and Lipstick? That was quite popular in her day, and her life is completely turned around too. Her campaign manager is Chris Lopez, who since then had an accident and she was paralyzed, and then the Free State Project brought her on as an assistant, and the community really helped out with her after that terrible accident. We spent some time in 2008 living in Henniker in the infamous domes, these geodesic domes in this town in the middle of nowhere, and and a lot of people have come through that place. At the time, there were these documentary filmmakers coming through the state who made this movie Libertopia that you can now find free on YouTube. So there's just all sorts of things fermenting during that time, and then it's been interesting to see how they've changed since. And there are people here now who are incredibly effective and doing tremendous things, like the Yakovs, Murav and Mark Warden. He may have just moved to the state right around that time. And they are making huge impacts on the legislature. They weren't even there back in 2008. So there's been ebbs and flows and twists and turns in this story that no one could have predicted. And it'll all make a fascinating book someday.
So you mentioned, your ideas for the future and moving forward. I think that's something that people would be clearly interested to know. What do you think is the future of this movement in the short term, maybe the next couple years? What do you see in the next decade? What do you see out a little further as we're getting into our old age, our dotage? What does that progression look like in your mind?
Yeah. Well, I think the next step really is to publicize what we're doing here in state and show people around the world, what's going on here. We're building an ever bigger movement that really has significantly increased freedom in New Hampshire over the last decade. If you look at the policies we measure with my co-author William Ruger in the study Freedom in the 50 States published by the Cato Institute, we find that New Hampshire is one of the most improved states over the last 10 years on freedom. I've got a paper right now where I'm trying to assess statistically, do the Free State Project cause this? There are definitely bills we can point to where Free Staters wrote the bill and got it enacted into law. So we know that there's been an impact. Just how big an impact has it been? That's the question I'm trying to answer. So we need to start promoting our successes better, and I think we can do this in a more systematic way, and also provide a tool for people here in state to keep tabs on their state and local governments. Can we get more citizen reporters and publish them in maybe a one-stop shop where people can come to see underneath the hood what's really going on in government? Because newspapers are increasingly cutting back. All these other sources to find out what's going on are falling by the wayside. Yeah, if you're on the right Facebook groups, you can learn about this, but a lot of us are now kind of disconnecting a little bit from some of the social media. So there needs to be an effort there. Another thing I'm doing is working in high schools. Ethics and Economics Education is the name of the nonprofit. It's3ne.org or e3ne.org. And what we do is we have a program in high schools where we do weekly discussions of moral philosophy and economics, and they can participate in a speech competition. The students can participate in a speech competition at the end of the school year in which they can win cash prizes. And we're also doing an essay contest statewide for students throughout New Hampshire. And so this is a way of getting discussion of libertarian ideas into the classroom with students who would otherwise not hear about them. And we're not really pushing an agenda. Yeah, we're reading John Locke, and we're reading Michael Huemer, and we're reading Milton Friedman and things like that. But we're having an open discussion about ideas, and we're not pushing an agenda, but we are exposing students to new ideas, and that has an impact.
Well, oftentimes what we hear from even the guests we've had on for the last couple of days is that was what happened to them. It wasn't that somebody convinced them. It wasn't that somebody coerced them into believing a certain way. They were exposed to the material, and it resonated with them. And so I think that really is the key. If we can expose these students at a young age to the material, they can come to their own conclusions. But I think for a lot of them, they're going to end up thinking, a similar fashion that we do.
Yeah. I went through a program like this in high school. So that's why I wanted to do this, because I know it's effective, and it will create a new generation of people who at least appreciate the market and understand how it works and aren't going to be fooled by the idea of a free lunch. At minimum, that's what we want students to get out of this.
I often, this is a topic that I really do think that there must be a conspiracy because there's many things I think there's a conspiracy, but this one I actually, the idea of economics education, even on sort of the most basic level, it seems like those people who have some grasp of economics are almost, as soon as you get a grasp of economics, you're almost libertarian by default, right? That it's not even like, I'm not going to push an agenda. It's just like, here, read this book. Does this make sense? Yes, it makes sense. It's logically consistent. And then it's like, all of a sudden, you look at everything differently. You're stepping into that. I wonder about your thoughts about, first, You're nodding your head, so clearly you agree with that. Am I right that there is perhaps a bit of a conspiracy, and it's not just neglect, but that it's willfully this material must not be exposed to anyone, lest our conspiracy fall apart?
Well,
to put you on the spot.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, that when we teach the Great Depression, this is one of the units we do with the students, I always ask them up front, now, what did you learn were the causes of the Great Depression in your U.S. history classes or whatever? And they'll say things like, we were taught it was overproduction. Like I say, really? The economy was too productive, and that was bad. Right? We just had too much stuff. That was why we had a depression. This is literally what they're getting in history textbooks. So there's an immense bias that no serious economist, left-wing or right-wing, endorses. But this is what they're getting in textbooks, and so I do have to believe that. Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it a conspiracy.
Fair enough. I didn't expect you to.
But I do think that people in power are going to try to affect the curriculum in such a way as to reflect their own beliefs and priorities, and so they're going to choose textbooks. They're going to choose curriculums that that try to move students in that direction, even when the experts completely disagree.
It's almost like they're trying to create a forced perspective.
Oh yeah, Dave has been on this forced perspective tip.
So whenever you restrict someone's view and limit the information they're exposed to, you are creating a forced perspective, kind of like in photography, right? But if you can do that with all the information, then that's how you ensure that people come to certain conclusions, if they only have just enough information.
Yeah.
So looking out a little bit further, your vision, or at least where you would like to see this movement go. And I'm looking around, I'm seeing a lot of expectant mothers. It seems like we're sort of and small children running around, and it seems like very, very soon there's going to be a new generation that's going to be making their mark, that are even going to be adults probably before we know it. Where do you see this movement going now that it appears that it's going nowhere? I mean, on a much longer scale, what would you like to see?
Nowhere as in geographically.
It's going nowhere as it's when I say it's
not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere. There you go. Not going nowhere and not going anywhere. Yeah, okay. Yes,
it's not going away.
Now that we know that it's not going away, that it's going to be here to stay, what would you like to see?
Well, it's going to snowball. Now, we don't know when that's going to happen, but more and more people are moving here. We've had more movers in the last year than any of the other years that we've kept count to this point. So we are gaining momentum just from movers, and we've got people being born, and the number of new children in the Free State Project in the Free State who are being raised. No, we're not necessarily going to turn out to be libertarian, but maybe disproportionately will be.
Sure.
Seem to be vastly outpacing the number of people dying, so that's a good thing.
Yes, that's a good thing. That's a very good thing.
And you know what? We're already sort of the biggest single political force, at least in the broadly kind of free market, non-left wing sector in New Hampshire. So, I did some research the other day because I was kind of curious about whom else can we partner with, right? Because we're always trying to make these connections in state with other people who are getting active in the right way. And what I found is that the Free State Project is actually the biggest nonprofit, free market, or even conservative nonprofit in New Hampshire.
Wow.
And that's kind of sad because we're not that big. We're not that well resourced, right? We got a lot of people. We don't have a lot of money. And so for that, we're the big dogs in New Hampshire now. And so that tells you that we're going to have a big influence going forward. But I'd like it to be even bigger.
Yep. You say in New Hampshire, but clearly this movement is probably one of the biggest in the U.S. How does it rank in terms of sort of? I guess it's not supposed to technically be a political organization, but there's no way around that. I mean, politics is a part of life. In terms of comparable organizations or movements in the United States, as I know that this is something that's right in your wheelhouse. How does the Free State Project stack up now, these many years after sort of people heard the call of of your first paper there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite a bit larger than any other local libertarian movement you can find anywhere else. I mean, I moved from Buffalo, where there was one well-known libertarian guy. And
one guy.
Yeah.
Right.
And there was a local Americans for Prosperity affiliate, and there was a state New York Libertarian Party, and I would go to their convention, and they'd get 50 people from the third largest state in the union. And,
wow.
And that is a monthly meetup in Manchester,
sure.
right?
Yeah,
for us.
We had 50 people in this room for MASH, so I mean,
Right. So I can't imagine that whether it's Houston might have might be a little bit bigger than New York, but still I don't think any other big city in the U.S. has the movement that we have in a state of 1.3 million people. So if you're looking for where the libertarians are, this is the place now. Yeah. So and that's the philosophy behind the Free State Project is that we need to focus on one spot, and what we need is a big concentration in one spot. It doesn't necessarily need to be huge numbers. We don't necessarily need tens of thousands of people here to have a huge impact. We just need people who are going to come and be active and get involved.
Yeah, just a little bit about that before we let you go, in terms of just the numbers, because I know that you have crunched these numbers and just how many people it takes and how much action it takes to actually move the needle. I think most people in general in this country believe that they can't really have an impact. Can you just speak a little bit about whether it's the movement in general, how it compares to being able to have an impact as an individual in other places? Could you just talk a little bit about how much impact somebody can have and what those numbers really look like?
Yeah. Well, so I've crunched the numbers a variety of ways, and of course we could talk about anecdotes of individuals who have had a big impact, but let's talk about the numbers. So I looked at the number of libertarians in each state and how that statistically correlated with freedom as measured in this Cato Institute study. And what I found is that there was a statistically significant correlation. So the more libertarians you have in your state, the more freedom you have. Now the causation could go either way. It could be freedom attracts libertarians to move to your state, but I think a lot of it is also from the more libertarians you have, they influence the political system to get better
we got
libertarian
something crazy
policies.
happening in the background. Hold on.
Oh, is that the band? Is the band starting?
I didn't know that we were going that route. Please continue. Please continue.
So I use that statistical model, kind of spits out an equation, like how many libertarians you need to get X improvement in freedom, right? And so what I did is I just literally went into our freedom index. I said, okay, so what if New Hampshire does all these things? What if New Hampshire legalizes all victimless crimes? What if New Hampshire cuts taxes? Well, let's say like 50%. All right, let's just go down the list, like total wish list of things that we might want in New Hampshire. Okay, how many activists does this model predict that we would need to achieve that? And what the model spit out was 6,500.
Not too many.
Not too many. Now, of course, there's a huge confidence interval or error bar around this estimate, right? We're just talking ballpark here.
This is a back of the envelope calculation in some ways.
Exactly. Yes. Seat of the pants, if you will.
Right.
But it does suggest that individuals do have a big impact. There's another study I did that supports this. I looked at the 2008 Ron Paul presidential campaign here in New Hampshire, and at that time I had access to the Free State Project participant database, so I could see how many FSP participants are in each town in New Hampshire, then how many votes did Ron Paul get in that town.
Interesting.
What I found is that for each additional Free Stater in a town, Ron Paul got 2 votes.
Huh.
Wow.
So you have double impact.
You have double impact just in your town. That doesn't even count like whatever impact you might have outside your town.
Right. Very interesting. So someone coming and being a part of the Free State Project is going to have an outsized influence on liberty in New Hampshire, and it's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing, and with that, we are actually coming to the end of our live stream. I want to...
absolutely appropriate to end it out.
It is.
Yes,
Perfect.
Thank you so much, Jason, for joining us.
Thank you so much for being here. Would you like to plug a website or something?
Well, of course, FSP.org.
Well, we've been plugging them all day.
Well, my nonprofit that's working with high school students is E3NE.org. That's E, the number 3, NE.org.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jason Sorens. Okay, so we are coming to the end of this marathon, 3-day. I think I hit a second wind towards the end of this thing.
You look a lot better. I mean, you kind of have recovered your vigor.
You know what it is? It's alcohol is what that's definitely what set it off. Man, I had a great time. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for spelling me for a little while earlier on today with Matt Phillips.
All good.
You guys did a great job. I had a great time. This is good, and hopefully we'll do it again next year. Thank you to all of our guests. Thank you to all of the listeners. Thank you to Kyle Money, who has done an amazing job of wrangling all the people to come in here and taking care of us as well. Thank you to all of you who sat in and checked out this show throughout the last 3 days. Dave, do you have any parting words before we take off?
The only thing I want to say is if you liked this, maybe check out Destination Unknown Friday nights, 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern. That is the logo behind us. It's a lot of fun. Vin and I sit there and talk about all sorts of crazy stuff, esoteric and aliens and conspiracies, and a lot of it is actually not all that unbelievable.
I think we're two pretty believable guys.
We are very believable guys.
Yes, so thank you to everyone again, and we'll close this out. There's still plenty to do here.
Tons.
Yes, and we've got the State of the Free State coming up later on tonight, and we will be able to be in there because we are going to be out. We'll leave you with Granite State of Mind. Good night, everyone.
I'm up at Conway, now I'm down in Manchester, next to Adam Sandler, but I'll be Woods forever. I'm the new Salinger, cause I could live anywhere, but I choose to live here, the middle of nowhere. I used to shop in Salem, next to Rockingham Park, right there up on 28, you'll find Canopy Lake Park. Bring me up to Portsmouth, the saloon at State Street, catch me up at Gillies after hours for some late eats. It's not the Kangamangus, it's the Kankamagus, it's a scenic byway that I like to drive in August. Now I'm down in Bedford, home of Seth Meyers, yeah, also Sarah Silverman, we're funny motherfuckers here. We like to say what's up, guy, it's our way to say hi. In February it is good to know a plow guy. It is shaped like a key, also where I like to ski. Tell by my belt buckle that I'm most definitely from at the speedway for the race, yo. I made the flannel shirt more famous than a scarecrow. Don't drink and drive here, listen to what I say. Even though we put our liquor stores right on the highway. You can drive my Washington, hack out my Monadnock in 1787. We invented the alarm clock. Conquer Coach, start with Coach, slip down Easter Amtrak. On Squam Lake, Henry Fonda taught you how to act. Derry's Alan Shepard, first guy in a spaceship. It's a pity that Kristen McAuliffe didn't make it. Did you hear about the ice storm of 08? I went without power for 11 straight days. You can buy a handgun, you can buy some fireworks. Sandwich Fair, rest in peace, Daniel Webster. America's Stonehenge, long live the dairy trade, long live the old man. I'm from the Granite State. New Hampshire, place where Stonyfield yogurt is made in, and cow tipping so cool. Here in New Hampshire, welcome to the woods, baby. DSL service is brand new. You might even see a moose here in New Hampshire, Hampshire. Whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village go. We will not see me stopping here to watch his woods fill up with snow. My little horse must think it queer to stop without a farmhouse near, between the woods and frozen lake, the darkest evening of the year. Gives his hardest bells a shake to ask if there is some mistake. The only other sounds the sweep of easy wind and downy flake. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. That's some Robert Frost, he's our most famous poet. It was actually written up in Vermont, but it's associated with the 603, where it's a fact I don't know any Hispanics and just one black guy. You can go to Bike Week, that's up in Laconia. In the winter months at the Notch at Franconia. Home of BODE, our Olympic ski champion. He faced high pressure like my man out for Brilliant.
Hampshire, if you don't want to wear a helmet, there's nothing they can do here in New Hampshire. Marquis first Browns on the seafood. Tell me which one will you choose when you're in New Hampshire, Hampshire, Hampshire. 9 state ratified out of all 50. It can get cold, but still the art is very pretty. When this song makes me rich, I'ma move to right. Everybody pump your fist and yell, live free or die.
Live free
Free
or
or die.